March 17th, 2023. Happy St. Patrick's Day to all. Big
Happy
Scott.
St. Patrick's Day.
Happy St. Patrick's Day. Big Scott, good evening. How are you?
Good evening. So in Canada, y'all have St. Patrick's Day today? Just
Whether we do
curious.
or we don't, I'm drinking my beer anyway, so it makes no
There
difference.
you got it.
And the beer is a proper color. Every time I ever had the green beer, I'm like, y'all used the cheap powder, did you? I can literally still taste it. Not so good. Not so great, no.
The best one is when people are just walking around with the green dye in a squirt bottle, just spurting it in.
Yeah, not so good. Not so good. Let's just leave the beer at the color in which it was meant to be. Let's just leave it be.
Right.
You can dress in green. That's cool. That's fine. Like, celebrate it. It's fine. Don't even worry about it. It's good.
Well, I'm a big proponent of that. If you're not Irish, you shouldn't be celebrating. This, idea of everybody's Irish on St. Patrick's Day. No, that's not true. I am not Jewish on Passover. I am not black on Kwanzaa. This idea
there are jokes that I'm going to refrain from, but please continue.
You this idea of, oh no, everybody's Irish on St. No, you're not.
Well, if I'm being historically accurate, Canada is a former British colony, and like the British, we don't care what the Irish think. Moving on.
Fair enough.
See, historical accuracy, my friends. That's what being a history major gets you.
I just one question though. Passover, is there a lot of beer drinking? Because I'm sure that's why everybody's Irish.
Yeah, it's like I feel like those other ones don't quite have the same. It's like, guys, we just want the excuse to drink. That's all we care about. Look, Irish, Yiddish, I don't care. As long as I get to drink, we're fine. Good evening, Baz. Here we go. What's up? Watching Puerto Rico versus Mexico. Very nice, very nice. We're going to talk a little WBC as well, so good evening to you. All right, Hockey 99, ready for the second comment here. All right, what do you make of the latest drama of SCR and SCR and SCI? Do you see SCI agreeing to retraction? No. And by the way, that's not the point. They don't really care. The point was to make fun of him for the Dibs thing, which they did, and accurately so. He was. Jeff Wilson was an investor in Dibs, which is 100% true, and it's been listed all over his thing. He made videos about it. Yep, and Dibs has gone under basically. So they're making fun of him for a business failing, and he said he's a successful businessman. So they're throwing that back in his face, and they got the video for it. So to be honest, it's fair game. But the retraction letter request is literally just for show. It's just for fun. It's basically just to be like, here's another way for us to lob a grenade. And the response is going to be deafening silence. Big Scott, probably high-end Edwin Diaz investor. Did your Edwin Diaz futures go down the tubes because of the WBC, Scott?
No, I'm not, but, my heart broke a little bit.
Yeah.
It did.
I was listening to some of the commentary about it, and people were like, oh, man, the WBC, guys, if he had gotten hurt in spring training, none of you would care. He was playing baseball.
Celebrating. It wasn't like they were.
That's what I mean. It was a very dumb reason to get hurt. But to be blunt,
Right.
that tells you that sometimes players get hurt. There have been a history of players getting hurt in really dumb, innocuous ways. Like, it's one of those things where, like, if you get hurt in spring training doing something dumb, so be it. If you get hurt outside of spring training doing something dumb, so be it. But it's one of those things where, like, to me, I like the WBC. Obviously, I enjoy it more because it's more. I don't care about spring training at this point. I'm not even going to watch a second of spring training. I don't give a crap. But a couple of these games where these players are playing each other, yeah. If you can't figure out how to pace yourself at this point, you're going to get yourself hurt in spring training anyway. So as a player, it's your job to be ready. If anything, some of the players who want, basically level themselves up correctly are going to be already hitting the ground running when it gets to the regular season because they're already actually played a couple of meaningful games. They actually strategized and prepared for it properly. So they're actually going to be ahead of the curve potentially compared to a lot of the guys who are in spring training just kind of go, yep, just going through the motions, just doing a couple of things in there. So for me, it's potentially good. It's still baseball. Yeah, the game hasn't changed. It's still the same game. Just here to hit the like button, Sir Eric Pace. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate you. Because he can pay for no reason versus getting a 33 Gaudi Eddie Shore.
I would much rather have that. Thank you.
Hey, Carlos, I do have a question about hitting the like button. I asked Eric earlier on Instagram this week. So if you like one of his pictures, who does he pay himself? How does that work? Does that money go to you? I'm confused on that one.
Are you talking about the money? Are you talking about the money for the like button?
Yeah, so I hit a like, but I hit a like on his Instagram page for he had some great pickups this week. He did. They were nice. Mm-hmm. I don't know if he got arrested afterwards for being too close to the talent, but
usually yes.
I asked him, I hit the like button. Where does the money go? Who gets the money?
You're blocked. You hear me? Blocked.
We gotta enrich ourselves some way, Scott. We gotta enrich ourselves some way. That's all I'm saying.
Blocked.
It was very confusing.
Yep. Deep Pirates, happy evacuation day. So this might be a reference to you, you, Eric.
So I wonder if that's just a reference to me or whether he's a Boston guy himself.
Perhaps.
I'm curious.
Regardless, happy belated birthday to Eric as well. So this also happened.
Oh, yeah.
I am older now than I was before, yes.
And being the compassionate soul that I am, I've happily found, I scoured the internet for the proper meme to be like,
yes,
ha ha, you're old.
Yes, I am older now than I was before. That is
true. It is true. Eric isn't Irish either. Maybe his long ago ancestors are. He does have ancestry that is Irish.
So would my grandmother being 100% be a long time ago?
Well, you are old. So if your grandmother's older than you,
right?
Math pretty much goes with it.
Okay.
Just throwing it out there.
No, my paternal grandmother was 100%.
There you go. Good evening, Chef. Honey Hits, good evening. Wonder how many owners are now against the WBC? Probably a couple are going to complain about it. I think some of the higher end players may struggle to be in future iterations of it. But again, I go back to what I said earlier. Honestly, I do think, I do believe that for a lot of the players, if they don't like do something reckless, I think it's actually a really good way to get warmed up for the new season. Like I'm serious. I think several of those players will probably come out of the blocks a lot better because they actually got to play and train and they got to play with some great players against great players and at least have some games with some meaning. Therefore, they're trying a little bit harder in the right way. And I think some of them will benefit from it. But yeah, injuries are always possible. Look, there's going to be guys that are going to get hurt in the first week of the season. Right. And then get hurt for the rest of the year. And it's like, well, so do we want to cancel April games too? Because like what do you want to do? If you're trying to avoid injury, that's not possible. Something can always happen. Thoughts on Jeff Wilson being extra motivated when he has haters. That's also something he says. I have seen the Jeff Wilson show. It's been very entertaining. Like it's a topic for him to talk about, but I think he's talked about that before anyway.
If I could give Jeff advice.
Ooh. Eric, advice for Jeff. For Geoff. Go on.
I definitely do not know him well enough to do that. Our interactions have been very positive and all, but I don't have that type of relationship with him that I could be like, hey, buddy, let me tell you something. If I could do that, I would say he really, really needs to ignore any negativity because all that does is fuel the fire to those who are bringing it to him. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for a reaction. They're looking to needle him. They're looking to get him all worked up. This guy needs his. If I was in his shoes, I'd be like, I'm too big to be dealing with this. Little kids on the playground, trying to, talk trash. I'm up here. I got no time for that. And I would never even acknowledge them. The fact that he has gone as far as he has gives credibility to those who are attacking him. And I would never, ever allow myself to give credibility to people who are attacking me. So
that is a very noble statement. It also forgets to take into account that if you say anything at all, a lot of people will take credit for it anyway. Like he literally says haters and a lot of that stuff. It's like, well, haters could be a lot of people. There's a lot of people in his comment section that are haters.
I wouldn't even acknowledge haters. I would simply.
You are trying to end the internet.
No, I would just.
Scott, he's trying to end the internet right now.
I just think he probably ignores most of the trolls. But when it's somebody as big as Radio, I think he has fun with that. I think he has fun with it.
And also, don't forget, there is something to be said for speaking to your base. Just to be clear, there is an element of it. They don't care. Like they will back it. Again, there are still people either watching or hate watching the content regardless. Like they're still there.
If you go to his channel and you leave a bad comment, he doesn't have to respond. He has enough of his own people that are in the comments that follow him to the end of the earth. They're going to respond.
Block it. Boom! Hit the block button.
He don't care.
but obviously he does. He keeps responding to these
I
things.
used to watch him and hate watch him at his beginning, and
That's
then
right.
and then I just got over it. I just didn't care anymore. It's not my cup of tea. So there is a sector that loves him. So
That's right.
hey,
That's what I mean.
he
Like
knows
you
how
can
to work it. You can't fault the man for knowing how to work that. So
and to be clear, both sides of that equation understand the value of haters. Like there's literally an element of that as well. So defects of life. Good evening. Look at Paul George, near career-ending injury during dream team practice. It happens. You're right. You're right. I like this one. Never heard of the guy. Mod Cult. Good evening. Absolutely. Go to my first AEW show tomorrow. Is a house show in Troy, Ohio. Nice.
Oh,
nice.
enjoy.
Good stuff. Hope you have a good
have
time.
fun.
Eric is 50, halfway to Bobbles. He
Not
claims he's not
50.
50. He claims he's just south of that.
I turned
He's younger
49.
than me.
I turned 49 on Tuesday.
Yeah. Well, the problem is, though, that Baz keeps changing his number all the time. He says he's halfway to Bobbles, but other times he says Bobbles is like 200 years old. Baz can't make up his mind.
Yeah.
Indeed, I live in Massachusetts. Nice.
All right.
Nice.
So happy evacuation day.
Very good. Very good. The most culturally Irish person ever. Possibly. Eric for the Shamrock win. Thank you, Charity.
Charity. So Charity, what was he surprised?
Ah, yes.
Just-
you did send a package over Yannick's way, right?
I just
Players.
Charity, let me know. What was he surprised?
There you go.
That's all I want to know.
Players love the WBC, especially the Latino players. Quite a few U.S. players were not allowed to play for Team USA. Kershaw, Judge. Yeah, I'm sure. Like, teams got to figure that out on a case-by-case basis. It'll be fine. Mr. Wilson's ego is so big he can't get out of his own way. Wants to be famous. All he had to do was put someone intelligent as the face of market movers. And yet he's made money in market movers.
And I don't think he put up money himself. I think he has backers. So
If you're smart, you don't put up your own money.
yeah, if you watch his early shows, he pretty much gives away the secrets of it's not his money.
Yeah.
So
Well, the thing is that a lot of people presume to say it's like all you have to do is do this, all you do is do that. He's still there. Like you take Card Ladder. Card Ladder ran at a much more of a shoestring budget, and they were able to sell out to collectors. There's still a possibility down the road they could eventually sell out to somebody else. eBay tried to do a little data tool thing. They still got their stuff. They still got Terry Peak. But for a little while, eBay was actually trying to do like a data analytics thing. The problem is they're discovering the same problem everybody else has. It's tough to filter out stuff because you go put in, Julio Rodriguez, rookie, whatever, right? You go put one in, but then you get somebody else who puts in Julio something else. You put in this thing. It's like you use these variations. You say it's PSA 10, but it's not a PSA card, et cetera, et cetera. And people are playing around with the headings and the titles and then the description. And it's like you're not actually getting what you want. So you got to find ways to filter it out.
and also my other problem with those is if you go to card shows now and how big shows are, how much transactions are going on there. There's no tracking those transactions.
That's right.
There's probably just as many going on that weekend at a show than it might be on eBay. So are the big cards at least. So I have a lot of problems with these as using it as the be all end all of how much a card is at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's a data point you can use. It's
Right.
not it's helpful to give you some context sometimes, depends on the card. But other than that, it's just there.
Right.
It's the same as the old Beckett guide. If you paid what it said in the Beckett guide, you're the sucker.
Right.
On either end of the equation. Like if you paid what it
Right.
says, like it's a starting point. It's the beginning of the
Right.
negotiations. So let's go through here. Don't respond to trolls not worth the time invested. Thank you, Bob Jackson. And by the way, you're welcome to keep trolling Eric. Let's see if he can hold up his stoic front. I must be in the minority. Care about my own collection and watching others get cards for their own. The drama I don't care about. Noble words, Paul. Noble words. All right. What do you think of people that play in the middle of the hobby? What? That happens? Outrageous. They're nervous about ruining future sponsorship relationships. Well, if you've got sponsorships, yeah. So Scott, let me get your take on this. So I joke about this endlessly with old Floating Head. For the longest time, he became he'd suck up to certain people to kind of keep things floating. I'm not going to knock somebody for taking sponsorship money. I've joked endlessly that if the Fanatics Overlords ever come in with the check, I will sell out so hard I don't give a crap about any of y'all. If they pay the check, I don't care. But I'm also not taking it that seriously. I'm not worried about, oh, it'll ruin your credibility. What credibility? It's sports cards. All of you are uncredible. You're stupid. Shut up. You're collecting cardboard. You're idiots. But the reality of it is that if somebody, though, is getting decent sponsorship money, I don't have a problem with them not taking a hard stance on anything, because guess what? That's part of it.
Right.
So what do you want? Like, now at the same time, though, what I don't like is contradictory conversation, where you'll take a hard stance on something that kind of fits conveniently, but then all of a sudden on this other thing that's very similar, all of a sudden now you don't have anything to say, or you've got very little to say. It's a little different.
I've seen some of that going on here lately. Yes. Trying to walk at razor's edge and going back. I've talked to you, I think, and a couple other people about it. Us as people that watch, it's all right to call them out on it a little bit, start a conversation, but do it the right way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a big proponent on that. And just have a conversation about it.
Mm-hmm.
I did that. I got somebody who wants to have a chat with me, not a fisticuffs or anything. We just want to get to know each other and understand where we're coming from. And I think it's about the same thing. You don't want to upset the hand that feeds you. So
yeah, and like I said before,
you can't do some of the stuff that we do on our channels and have a sponsorship of some of those sorts.
Hey, Scott, I'm not throwing away the hope. The Fanatics dream still lives. It lives. I don't care what anybody says. How many candles do they stick on your cake, Eric? Can you count that high?
None. I literally was told to pretend I was blowing them out after the song ended, and I blew out pretend candles. There was no candles on the cake.
In your pretend, were a couple of candles still flickering?
There's nothing.
Right.
They couldn't be bothered.
All right. Well, fair enough. That's pretty standard. Big Scott looks like a younger James Beckett. I'd like to think so. The problem with gathering data on eBay is that people mislabel stuff so much. That is true. Some of them even use the wrong photo. That is true. There is no consistency. That makes legitimately looking up comps a lot of times a little trickier, because somebody misspells a name and there are variations in the name, or they get the year wrong, or they get the product wrong, or that's totally a thing. 100% true. Very true, Bob Jackson.
Now, Kathy, is that something that you look for when you're shopping on eBay?
Sometimes, not as much as I used to, because now most of the stuff I want I've got, so it's okay.
Right.
So I'm all right with it. But yeah, I'll occasionally look for common misspellings. That was a classic move a lot of times.
Right.
And you could sometimes find some cool stuff. That it works. Kathy made a cake and slid it under the boxcar door. Probably true. Carlos, when it came across eBay listings where they're misrepresenting the card in the title, I reported. Yet eBay won't take the listing down. Bob Jackson follow up. Reporting eBay listing as labeled is like pissing the ocean, trying to cause the sea level to rise. Damn. Bob Jackson, you nailed it. You nailed it even before I could say it. Good job by you, sir. I'm Dave Archer. I always play in the middle to make sure none of the sponsors are offended by anything I say or do. When I think of moderation in this hobby, I assume what Hockey Hog 99 was talking about was Amish Dave Archer, because he always plays it right down the middle.
It's not,
like Bill
it's not
Alfonso.
Amish Dave Archer, it's Honest Dave Archer.
No doubt. He plays it right down the middle.
That's right.
He's like Bill Alfonso. He knows the reference. If you know, you know. Right down the middle, my friends.
There's only one person on YouTube who's angrier than me, and that's Dave.
Probably. Yes. It's probably true. Don't forget, sea levels have not risen ever. Carlos, people are playing the middle on topics where they don't have sponsors. They're idiots. It's like they're holding out hope to not ruin potential future relationships. That's possible. But look, sometimes, so there's two different things, right? There's playing the middle of something, and then there's I don't give a shit. There's a lot of topics where sometimes people get really upset about it. It's like, Carlos, why aren't you angry about this? Because I genuinely don't give a shit. I really don't care. I'm not pretending not to care to save a sponsorship. It's like I just don't care. If I didn't have a YouTube show and you asked me, my answer would be I don't care. So, because I'm mostly focused on what affects me. Like, for better or worse, like I ask the question, does this affect me? The answer oftentimes is no. Okay, so then why am I going to get upset about it? Oh, but Carlos, these boxes, they're way too expensive and there's not enough stuff in them and it's a ripoff. That sucks, man. I don't open those boxes. I don't open too many boxes either way. So you could be getting $1 worth of content for $15,000. Sucks to be you. don't do it anymore. That's all I can offer. That's all I got. Now, can I still comment on something? So maybe, and also touch on it with some stuff we talked about in the past. We talked about that SP Legends product. We gave our opinion on it. I've listened to some other folks who have ravenous praise, but they also say, I haven't heard anybody not like it. Wait a minute now. That's not true. I've watched box breaks of that where the person breaking the box wasn't too thrilled with it. They didn't have a good opinion of it. And that was them opening the box. They paid the money, they opened the box, and they looked at the contents and go, this is not worth this price. Our concern, well, my question to the product was not, oh, this product's terrible, all of it's garbage. No, I think there's some amazing pulls, some cool looking cards, and I gave praise where I felt it was worthwhile. But I also go like at $200 to $300 per box, doesn't feel good. You pull a Gretzky autograph or something, hey, fantastic. I saw somebody pull the Peter Forsberg Future Watch thing. They did well. But if you didn't do that, you got Hal Gill and Steven Reinprecht, two of my favorites to pick on in that checklist. Doesn't feel nearly as good. Go ahead, Eric.
Do we know, or have we asked Billy, and I forgot what the MSRP on this is and how much the distributors and the card shops are upping that number? I mean, is Upper Deck putting this product out saying, yeah, you should charge $250? Or are they saying this is $100 box? And between the distributors and the card shops, they're saying, well, I need to get a little bit more, of that meat, So I'm curious what the MSRP is.
Oh, I guarantee it's way less. But I had the same conversation with Billy when I chatted with him about the AEW product. When the first one came out, the MSRP was a lot lower than what the actual box price was when it came out. And people then were comparing the box price versus what was in the content. But here's the thing. When I'm comparing the box price, I'm comparing the retail price. I'm also comparing the distributor price. Because I do know people that I can ask what the distributor price was. I still don't think it's a good deal. When we had the conversation, I said I wouldn't want to take a flyer on it for anything north of 100. So we're not even close. It's not. So yes, there is the markup and the markup and the markup. But I'm like, all right, this feels like an $80 or $90 a box product to me. Not because it's bad and like, oh yeah, it's terrible. Now the good news is, a lot of the acetate cards and stuff are selling really well out of the block. I'd like to see what that looks like in a couple of weeks after some folks have gotten theirs and worked on their sets and stuff. Do those acetate cards and those other inserts, do certain ones still hold the value in a couple of weeks? Or after people have gotten their initial run, do those prices suddenly come down and you're still opening a $300 box, and now even the hits aren't getting you quite as much as they were before? That's a question I have.
Yeah.
But that's just me asking the question from a general perspective. Go ahead, Scott.
I just bought a Spectrum. I know at one time they were like $235. I just bought one just over 100, 130. It'll feel
that at that price point, it feels a lot better.
Yeah, I picked one up just because, of course, it stunk. It didn't stink. It was a if you were a Lionheart fan from back in the day, it was loaded with him in it. My auto was an announcer, so Shivani. So
you got Tony Schiavone. Nice.
Yeah.
So Scott, I'm going to do a video where I'm going to talk about that in more length, because I do want to talk about Spectrum a little bit more, and I want to talk about Upper Deck's AEW license, how it's gone so far versus Panini in the WWE. I want to do a little direct comparison. I'll do the scary AEW versus WWE. Ooh. Oh, I'm going to do it. We're gonna come out hot, Scott. And listen, I promised I would do some videos on the channel pertaining to this, so you're getting. We're going to come out hot. We're going to come out hot.
I was going to ask tonight when they were coming, because
I've already started mapping out. I actually want to pull some information so that I can share specific examples. But I've been doing a little bit of digging, a little bit of research, a little behind the scenes. I want to compare the two things to give. But some of it, to Eric's point from earlier, some of it is based on MSRP, some of it is based on expectations, and some of it is based on your ability to release a product. And I'll give you a little teaser on this tonight. The ability to release a product is really important. This isn't just for wrestling cards, it's for everything, right? If you can't release enough product, or the product itself has some deficiencies, because we talked about that SP Legends, it's not my cup of tea. But look, if you like it and you're having a good time and you're opening the boxes and you love it, fantastic. I'm not saying no. For my money, it doesn't make sense. But if you love it and you're enjoying it, I can't tell you you're wrong. It's your entertainment value. If this is worth the entertainment value, then I give you a thumbs up. Congratulations. Spectrum, unfortunately, was a victim of delays in the first place. The price point wasn't bad out of the block, to be honest, in my opinion. The problem is the product, in my opinion, was a little too bland. There was too much replication, so that because it took so long, it didn't have the momentum of the initial product launch. It was a 2021 product that came out in 2022, late 2022. That hurts. So then by the time you're doing it, guess what? After the first couple people got their stuff, the prices started coming down like a stone. Like it went straight down. So you pull stuff that would otherwise have been okay, but now it's not quite as okay. Now the prices come down, right? All right, let me get caught up on a couple of these comments because there's some good ones. Thank you all for the chat. You got the cards there? Yep, you got Jericho. Yeah, unfortunately, that banner year thing, like, there's nothing to it. It's interesting. I like it.
I got 3 different Jericho.
Wait, in the same pack?
In the same pack.
Oh, come on. I like Jericho, but that's a little too much in the same pack.
I did too. I was like, oh, Jericho. And I was like, oh, Jericho.
Yeah, and one of them is what? The dark out of 25? Sorry, the dark out of 99? I think one of them is the out of 99.
Out of 99.
Yeah. Which is not bad. Unfortunately, it would when the product first came out, that card actually would have sold. Like I'm saying, because I bought a lot. You got Sean Spears, okay.
Yeah.
At least it's a multicolored piece.
At
least it's a multicolored piece, so that's something.
Right. So
real quick here, I'll read a couple of these.
Didn't make me want to go run out and buy another one, I can tell you.
No, probably wouldn't. Not at this point. The cookies will flow one day. Now that's a sponsorship we can all get behind. Just saying. We can all get behind that one. Carlos is hoping for the Haterade sponsorship. They should be contacting me right now. Reach out. Kathy, good evening. Couldn't get a fire permit? Thank you, Kathy. Defects of life. Those mislabeled cars can be hidden gem buys and great cars at great discounts. Very true. Very true. Howdy, Bob. Randy Timms, what's up? Rip Flair, congrats on the Brit 1 of 1. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And thank you for chiming in. Feel free to throw in any comments or things. I don't need much excuse to talk a little wrestling in here. Eric will give us his expertise.
I was at Target today and I thought about you for a half a second.
Target? You were in Target?
Yeah. Yes. And it had the Brett Baker like super AEW figure.
Okay. Right.
This is the first one I've seen. It's her and holding up the belt and it's on the side of the ring. It was a big picture or a big.
I never got into the action figures. That's more Dave's. Dave's category is the action figures. He's into the action figures. I've never gotten into the action figures for wrestling. I did enjoy like the old school. I like the old LJNs. Those ones I thought were really nice. I like those. I think the WWE ones they did later on when the characters actually look more like themselves. I thought those were really well done. But I'm like, guys, this takes up a ton of room. Cards are easy. Cards are easy to store. They're easy to put away.
I had to downsize because of my apartment. I sold a bunch of.
Yeah, I think it's cool though. If somebody's into it, man, hey, whatever you enjoy, have fun. Right. But thank you very much, Randy. I appreciate it. And by the way, Rip Flair is on Instagram. Great stuff, great posts. So thank you for joining in. Appreciate you. It's held in with 100 cards listed as a player you collect. That's a bunch of random crap. True. I'm sensitive to defending both my subscribers. Carlisle, I appreciate it. I think that's important that you take that into consideration. And good evening. Referring to single card listings, specifically auctions. Gotcha. All right, so this one's for you, Scott. What are your thoughts on the Dibs news and alt concerns? Are you out on Dibs? Has this ruined you for fractional ownership forever?
I wasn't in on Dibs or any of. I don't like fractional.
By the way, in Canada, it's not legal. We don't have you have to fill in a completely different set of paperwork. As far as I'm aware, unless it's changed, but those fractionals, we can't participate anyway.
So is that what both of these are, fractionals?
Well, Dibs is for sure, and Alt has a platform. Like Alt actually has a card trading platform you can do. They've got a bunch of other things, but Alt had its own set of problems early on because it did have the issue where it did I want to say it was a browser extension, like a Chrome extension. But the Chrome extension had code in it that would basically like monitor all your internet traffic and basically like monitor. So like Alt is already proven to be untrustworthy, and then people forgot about it. And then they would use their app and other stuff. And it's like, guys, you know that Alt did some shady shit already, right? Like, I wouldn't touch Alt with a 500-foot pole after the initial compromise of trust.
It's just all this stuff, the secondary market is just so flooded right now with. I never understood the fractional. I mean, I understand it, of course, but I don't understand what I can't own a Mickey Mantle, but I can buy $10 worth of Mickey Mantle.
Mhm.
And you
I mean,
can
I
never
just
ever be in the same room with it, look at it, or
right,
touch it.
right. And I'm a collector. I mean, you can see, I think all of us prove that we like our stuff. We collect it. We want to touch it. We want to see it. We're proud of what we collect.
Mhm.
And it's easy to get to. I think these fractional places, and I could be very wrong, but I think on the weekends they have parties and all these things are in glasses and stuff, and all their friends get to look at it and laugh because everybody else bought it for them. And they sell it when they want to sell it. You have no really say on when it's sold to get your $10.50 back from it. I that's where I'm kind of.
Yeah, Scott, I hear you. I've never, when it first kind of started coming out during the boom, I'm like, what the hell is this? And how does this work? And it was 100% for investors only. There was,
Yes.
I don't, in my opinion, there is not a collector out there who participated in this.
Well, I know a couple of people. Right.
All the investors jumped on this because they thought they could make a quick buck. And I bet a lot of people were left holding the bag because they invested, whatever amount of money, 500,000, 5,000, depending on how big it was. And of course, the bottom fell out of the market and they're screwed. And they're never, ever going to get their money back.
Well, I mean, we down here you got to be careful what's going on. I don't know about Canada, but we have banks failing now.
Really, I just assume that Eric's malfeasance has really bled into the rest of it. It's pretty much ruined you guys, and the end is nigh. Wanted to make
I
sure we
had
got
nothing
that
to
covered.
do with that bank.
He meant this July is when it was.
Yeah,
July
like he
1st.
meant like he got his dates a little wrong. It's close enough. Like
2022,
this July is like
2023.
it's like the card market will be great, but the country will be in shambles. All right, let me read a couple of these comments and get caught up. All right, Carlos, I'm looking at late 90s, early 2000s baseball. Looks like nobody values any upper deck cards of that era. They've been kind of forgotten about, but some good hidden gems in there. You got to do your research, but there's some really cool cards that definitely fit into that category. I love any late 90s, early 2000s Griffey. If you can get Seattle Griffey, I'd go for it. Again, at the responsible price. Do your research, do your digging, get it at a good price. You'll be happy. I think you'll be okay.
You got a time machine go before the pandemic.
Well, here's the thing. Even still, you can get some because there's so many. Griffey had so many inserts at that time period. Not everybody's not paying attention to everything. So it's one of those things where there's some stuff that like, oh, why is this here? It's like, actually, that's a cool looking card. Exactly. Just look for aesthetics and look for something that makes you happy and that you think is interesting. Get it at the most reasonable price you can. You'll probably be all right.
And don't be afraid to buy something less than a 9 or an 8 when it's graded. If you want that insert, get the insert. Get the card. It looks good regardless.
True. We've talked numerous times about distributors playing game with the supply of products. Yes. Then they magically find a ton more a week later is 5 times the price. That is true. Now, for Upper Deck and the product that we're talking about, the AEW stuff, unfortunately, there's also the ePack equation, which makes things more complicated. And that's something I want to talk about in some more depth, but we'll definitely do it later on. Big Scott, good evening. Good evening, Alex. Hashtag scholarship. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate you. Average Joe card collector. Good evening. The Metal Universe buzz is almost non-existent now, and it's still not out. Yes. So this is kind of plays into what I said earlier. And again, I want to balance two things out, because obviously we've got our friends that are over there at Upper Deck who have joined us, and given great insight and information. And I'm not sitting there blaming them, but unfortunately, they're victims of the circumstance it is. I've got two things. On the one hand, I want to have the conversation and understand the why. But on the other hand, I'm also looking at the consumer. And the average consumer doesn't care why. They don't care. It's not their problem that you can't distribute because of the issue X, issue Y, suppliers, the various issues that's part of business. Unfortunately, I can look at the two and just go, okay, as a consumer. And Scott, this is kind of the angle I take on this. As a consumer, I'm looking at it going like, okay, so Panini was able to release this product, 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 and you've released this product. It's a pretty big discrepancy. Like you see this thing, it's like they're using the same suppliers. It could be that they've, greased a couple of palms and gotten some deals, but guess what? Metal Universe is normally a very hot product. We'll see what happens. It's been delayed already so many times, by the time you get around to releasing it now, to Alex's point here, is there any hype left? You're sitting there like, okay, PMGs. Is that enough?
Well, since it's the first one released, I'm wondering how it's going to come out, because the first hockey one that came back out was just a box was just incredible, but the second one was very affordable this past year. So,
but I'll tell you right now though, there's no like crazy markups on the pre-orders as far as I've seen. Like right now, I'll speak Canadian dollars, but you can take off about 30% right there, and that'll be what US is running right now. Take off about 30%. So let me see if I can pull it up here. Let's go here. If I get you to load, that'd be great. Yeah, I'll see if I can pull it up here. One more try on this one. There we go. Now it's working. Okay, so pre-order for Metal Universe is $249 Canadian. So knock off about 30%. So that'd be like what? $1.80, $1.70, maybe $1.16 change.
70. Yeah.
Yeah. That's not that much for Metal Universe. That's not that crazy to me.
Randy 10 says it's $150 US for Metal.
Okay, that sounds about right. Okay, so we're in the right ballpark. So Eric, at your shop, do you see a market coming up from a bottom yet? Has it recovered?
No, but we're very, very busy. There's constantly people coming in, spending lots of money. As I, we kind of, Scott kind of joked a little bit ago about, my dates and all that from last year. As I predicted last January, we were going to come down from the boom, but we were still going to stay above pre-boom, pre-COVID pricing. So you're still ahead if you were smart and didn't, blow too much of your money. If you were smart with your money, so the market is still really good. The hobby is still really good. If you compare it to pre-COVID, we're doing fantastic. If you're comparing it to the top of the boom and you lost out on a sizable amount of money, then you don't think it's fantastic. But every single card show I go to, which, by the way, in driving distance from my home, there is a card show, if not multiple card shows, every single weekend. We have a 2-day show, 20 minutes from my house this weekend. These things are packed to the point where you can't go down the aisles because there's not enough room. There's times where, you feel almost pressured to move to the next table to look because you stood at this table for too long, and you can actually feel the crowd pushing you on some of these shows.
Yeah.
Money is flowing. People are packed at these shows every single weekend, and the shop is extremely busy.
Now, key point. I want to read a couple of these comments and get caught up, but key point in everything you just said, at the right price point. Yes. If the dealers or whoever have adapted to the current environment, they are moving product.
You got it.
And that's just the reality. Like if you adjust and you adapt, you're moving product. I guarantee it. So Randy here is saying the base cards were very bland. Speaking of Spectrum, also because of delays, there were a lot of hits of people who are no longer with the company, and that's one of the things I want to talk about in that video when I'm doing the comparison. I'm giving you guys a heads up here. The thing is going to be like AEW versus WWE. It's going to be very provocative because it gets people very excited. But the truth is, it's going to be comparing the cards, and the cards is very one-sided. I can tell you right now, it's WWE is winning right now, lapping the field. Not because I like WWE, because frankly, I don't. I think their product sucks. But at the same time, I can't argue that they're not giving you a better value right now on the card product that they're producing, because guess what? And I'm just giving away a couple of the points here, but I'll elaborate on them more later. It's hard to argue that the checklist isn't better. Talking back to the checklist, I don't have to give a crap about any of the current people. I can get the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase. I can get Macho Man. I can get some of these other people that were some of my favorite. I can get the Attitude. I can get Stone Cold. I can get, Triple H. I can get... If I like Attitude Era guys, they're there. If I got some of the old legends, some of them are still there, and some of them are signing cards, and some of them are signing cards on card. It's hard to beat that because that means there's something for everybody. The old school fan can still find something they can sink their teeth into. The new school fan who want to prospect in some of the NXT talents, they can do that. They can go with the current people on the show right now. Whatever. Well, it's hard to compete with that. But then add in delays and add in the rest of these items. And then speaking of this here with the base cards being a little bit bland, repetitive, parallels are not a crime. Select has a ton of parallels. Prism has a ton of parallels. WWE has released those once. They've got those. But guess what? For some of the other products, they've got different versions of it. They use different photos. Just by using a different photo, you change up the dynamic a little bit. It helps. But if you're producing it so that every version is the same photo, that's tough. There you go. Exactly.
Little William Regal.
Yep.
Old school.
But just having the additional people helps. Having the additional photographs helps. It gives a little bit of variety, gives a little bit of spice. You don't have to buy the boxes, but maybe you're interested in the singles. There's still something for you. That's the point that I'm making. Eric showing his pipes with that shirt. He's trying to show off some guns. There you go. Joel, good evening. Good evening, gents. Bought an immaculate $1 Million Man Ted Biasi gold auto out of 10 and thought about your laughing video the whole time. Thank you, Joel. Thank you. The $1 Million Man may make an appearance tonight, but I didn't want to do it now. It was too obvious. Too telegraphed. Didn't want to do it, but thank you for mentioning it. Paul, can we get a discussion hating on people who put stuff on eBay at buy nows at ridiculous prices? We will in a second. Let me read some of these comments and get caught up. Because right now, I'm 14 minutes behind. That's how far behind we are. All right. Unless that's me with our best offers not activated. Yes. Whole point of collectibles, tangibility of items. Financialization of collectibles is nonsense. Well, we've kind of financialized it a little bit. But for the fractionalized, I get what you're saying. The idea of fractionals was fine. The execution wasn't. That's fair. How do you feel about owning more than one copy of a card? Are you a one and done? I try not to. I will sometimes grab multiple copies if I think it's interesting, but I try to minimize that. I'm not interested in hoarding a ton of cards. I have one player collection where I try to collect as much of this stuff as that I can. One. Everything else, I want to be picky and choosy. I want to find things that I think are interesting. And down the road, honestly, I would love to move thousands of the cards that I have. I want to have less. But I want what I have to be really meaningful. I want to be able to look through it and think, oh, this is cool. I like this. That's my objective. But there's nothing wrong with it. If you like having multiples, have it. Sometimes I buy multiples on purpose because maybe it's a patch card or something, and I can get my hands on another one. And it's kind of cool having a couple of different copies of it. But not all the time. But sometimes I will. But most of the time I'll avoid it. That's usually how I've approached it. Scott, any thoughts on the multiples?
The only one I really look for is Gary Carter rookies. Outside of that, there's some cards I really like that look really good when you got like a page full and you're in a binder or something. But outside of that, not really.
Yep. Eric, how many Joe Thornton Boston Bruins cards do you need? Multiples?
I want none, and I try to cut them up with scissors anytime I can find one.
Fair.
But when it comes to the vintage stuff, oh no, I'll buy the same card over and over again. Especially if I think I can get it autographed and have a spare to be autographed. If I can find one in better condition, I will do that. I have many of the same card over and over again.
There you go. Rally does fractional for all kinds of stuff. It's crazy. Fair enough. Any takers on letting me in on this convo? No. Gonna wait for the Neuralink implants to appreciate fractional ownership. Fair. What do you think about the new metal being pushed for the fourth time? In my opinion, it's frustrating seeing all AW products pushed and Panini pumping out WW products. That's kind of what I was alluding to, but thank you. You're making the same point that I'm making. It is problematic because it creates a gap between these two companies. And again, you can argue about whether you like the product or not. That's fine. But the fact is, at least Panini is getting product out. Immaculate, impeccable, Prism, Select. Look, you don't have to care about any of this stuff, but at least it's there. At least it exists. There you go. How many copies you got there? 5?
Yeah, and I have one more hidden someplace else with the
Now, is that the tops or Peachy?
They're upside down.
They're all upside down.
No, they are not. I have 4 O-Peachy. Actually, and the 5th one is O-Peachy, and then this is the only tops one I have.
There you go.
So I actually own 6.
There you go. So to answer your question, yeah, it's frustrating. Now, for me, it's good right now because right now I'm chill. I'm trying to be very, very specific and strategic. I'm still grabbing cards, but I'm trying to be very picky. But at the same time, Yeah, I would love to see it. Now I'm not in a hurry to see a PMG card for the Dentist PC. I'm cool with, give me a minute. Give me a minute. We're cool. I don't need that right now, but it would be fun to chase. I want to see Planet Metal. I want to see some of these inserts, Intimidation Day. Like, they're cool inserts. The problem is I've seen them. I've seen the images, the mock-ups we've got for like a year or 6 months or whatever it is. Whatever it's been a while. The point is what I'm trying to make is that, and we're still waiting. And we don't know when it's going to come out.
So do you think they're putting, if they get the printers and they can only print one thing, are they putting the hockey before the wrestling?
Well, if you're upper deck, you should. I don't even think that's the problem, to be honest with you. Again, this is strictly my opinion only. I think the printer, because they do use similar suppliers, right? And Upper Deck does have some suppliers in Italy for the cup. They did have stuff in Italy, and you can see it on the back of the card, and it's got the different numbering, so you can tell it's made in Italy. So they've got other suppliers. I think what it comes down to is this. I think a lot of the manufacturers use the same suppliers, and I think the problem they ran into, and this is just strictly my opinion, I think Panini and Topps via Fanatics are like, here's some money. We've got these 5 products. You print all of these, and then you can get to theirs. And it comes down to who has the power to be able to be like, we've got orders for like 80 products for you. They've got orders for like 20. Whose business do you want more? All right. Your shit's going to the front of the line. Got it.
Now, I heard something. I believe it was. I listened to a lot of stuff here and there. I think it was on Clubhouse that said that that Fanatics has bought the print shops.
That's my understanding. Yeah, that's what I've heard.
And
one of them.
So
yeah.
So Upper Deck is in huge trouble.
Yeah, they would have even more. Yeah, if Fanatics owns one, which has been my understanding as well, this is what I've heard, then, and for me, that's the perfect Fanatics move. Right now, all these manufacturers are at the control and behest of these limited handful of suppliers, right? If you're Fanatics, you buy the supplier, and then you control the game. All of a sudden, now you'll still allow them because you can't be seen as a monopoly. You'll still allow them to do business. You'll still print their stuff, but who's getting priority? If a Topps product needs to come out, an Upper Deck product needs to come out, who's getting priority? Or a Panini product needs to come out, who's getting priority?
And think about the upcharge for Upper Deck to print their product.
Sure, yeah.
So Upper Deck better buy some printing.
I don't think that's in the cards. I don't think it's going to happen. No pun intended. I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, they're in huge trouble.
Yeah. And again, that's purely speculation. That's a guess on my part. And I'm evaluating it based on Fanatics' known ruthlessness. If you're going to be ruthless, what do? You cut off the supply, man. You cut off the supply. That's how you control the game.
I think they're in huge trouble.
Yep. And Charity's just mentioning here. Yep, as mentioned, blown away. Good stuff. Thank you for adding that piece. All right, Carlos and guys, what's better odds? Aaron Rodgers winning a Super Bowl with the Jets or Jordan Love winning one with Green Bay? Ooh.
Love.
Spicy.
I'm rooting for Green Bay all the way.
Well, the good news is that Jordan Love, in theory, has a longer runway. I would love to see it. Like, it would make me happy to be like, this is the third different quarterback over the look. And if it's one and done, and that's the deal, there is nobody in Green Bay that would not take it. They would 100% look at it. So you're saying we're going to get a Super Bowl, and then he'll play like 10 or 15 years, and we won't get another one, but we'll get one. We'll get one for sure. Deal. They'll 100% take that deal because there are other franchises who would love to have that. Once a generation, you get a quarterback, you get one Super Bowl. That's it. You get one, take it, enjoy it, and move on.
Yep. And the Jets are still the Jets.
I haven't seen one legitimately yet. Wait until someday. The only Patriots Super Bowl I recall was 1985. How'd that go? Moving on.
It went very poorly.
Yes. So look, if I have to pick, honestly, I would say Jordan Love. I don't know if Jordan Love is going to be the answer. I don't know. I honestly don't. But odds-wise, I would give the odds to the guy who potentially has a longer runway. That's just how I'd play it. To me, it would give you better odds.
Scott said it. The Jets are still the Jets, so there's no way in holy hell.
I just said better odds, yeah.
And they play in a tougher division.
They do, 100%, yeah. There's a lot of things that are working against them. Let's put it that way. A lot of things that are working against them.
They could play in a one-team division, and the Jets would still screw it up.
Coming second.
No.
Right.
Good evening. Okay, money is flowing, but it's going to tighten up. We're still waiting for it to tighten up. It might. It always can. Like, truthfully, it can, but so far, not yet. Eric, do any of your customers or people at shows recognize you from the internets? It would be an honor to meet an intelligent collector like Eric. Ooh, he's sucking up too. Eric.
It's well, I don't know about that intelligent part, but it has happened.
None of that's true.
Times. It's interesting. I've had people walk into the shop and ask me if I'm me. I've had people at shows ask me if I'm me. It's it's fun. It's nice.
There you go. Paul says, further we get from early 2021, more dealers will either realize they're not going to get that price, or the card is in new hands at a cost basis under that anyways. Fair point, Paul. Fair. Here you go. WWE versus AEW. What a sports card dev video title. But it's going to be true. The difference, though, is it's not clickbait. I will, in fact, do that comparison. From the card perspective.
What's the red arrow pointing to, and what's your face look like?
I'm probably going to use the same thing I always use. I'm lazy, Scott. I don't have the energy to do a photo shoot for the damn thing. I'm using the same damn picture we always use. Maybe if people are really into it, maybe I'll use this one here, Scott, in the corner. Maybe I'll use that one. There you go. There, mix it up a little bit, right?
There you go.
That'll be it. Like, it's I don't have the energy. I don't care about doing a photo shoot for stupid thumbnail pictures. No, thank you. Let me go here. Sorry. So let me read Randy's comment. I don't collect or watch WWE, but Panini left UD in the dust last year as far as wrestling products at the beginning of this year is no different. Absolutely. But the purpose of the video is that I want to explain I want to give some thoughts on reasons why. Obviously, I gave you a couple of the thoughts, but I want to expand on that idea. But like the amount of product, the discrepancy in the amount of products getting released is huge. The back catalog, the fact that WWE can reach to legends is a factor. That's a huge thing. Like, it helps a lot. Like, again, you don't have to care about the current guys. And you could still find something of potential value for you personally as a fan that you can still collect and still enjoy. I think that's good. I think that's a good thing. But it's also, and this is partially AEW's doing and partially Upper Deck's doing, and it's the relationship that they've got. AEW needs to open and this is my statement, AEW needs to open the available amount of images available to Upper Deck. They need to have more options in the images. They need to be able to mix it up a little bit. And Upper Deck needs to be willing to take advantage of that and mix it up with the images. Because I'll show examples with Immaculate of different examples of these cards. And you'll see an autograph card, a dual autograph, or a triple autograph, or all this stuff. But guess what? Each time I'm looking at a different pose for the superstar. I'm not seeing the same image repurposed 4 or 5 different times. I'm seeing you got one image here, you got another image here, you got another image here. This is an action shot. This is a pose shot. But you're mixing it up. By doing that, you're making it at least look different. For the player collector, that variety adds a little extra. Like, oh, this is great. Good. I'm happy to see it. And that helps. That helps a lot. And also, this is something that Upper Deck does that is beneficial to them, but also I think hurts them, is ePack. And the reason I say that is because, and I'll cite some examples. I'm looking at certain cards that are really tough to come by right now, and I'm keeping an eye out for them. And then I'll be like, I wonder how many will suddenly appear when ePack shows up. That's not being conspiratorial. I'm simply looking at going like, unless this is super, super duper short printed, if ePack shows up and suddenly there's a flood, what am I supposed to think? Like, what analysis am I supposed to do here? And that's bad, because then what are you going to do with the boxes that are still unopened? So then why would I buy those? If I got no shot at pulling the thing I want, no shot, why not just wait for ePack then, Scott?
I've been looking at ePack too since me and you had that discussion a few months ago.
Yeah.
You let me in on that one.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, like, my perception hasn't changed. I've been watching, I've been keeping an eye, and it's like I'm not seeing the difference. And like the problem is you're setting yourself up to give the perception that that's what's happening, even if that's not your intention. That's the way I'll explain it. So this one's for you, Eric. What are your thoughts on the female models being utilized to help market card brand? I'm not too familiar with this one, but sure. Beautiful ladies seem low rent to me, like a Hooters rent. Didn't that what we had for the wasn't it the Leighton break in Vegas? Didn't we have the Leighton break in Vegas with the showgirls and stuff like that? That was one.
Yeah, that was one. So my opinion is I'm completely against it. You bring in, our goal is to bring kids and women into our hobby, because it is dominated by like middle-aged men, mostly smelling like white men, where that smell like BO, and wear sweatpants. If you want this hobby to continue, you want to bring children in, you want to bring women in, you want to bring little girls in. Okay, that having, I know sex sells, but having sex in the hobby, it's not needed. Okay, and it should not be there. And I've been to a few shows where they've used this, use this, to try to make sales. There was a show in Boston I went to, and they had scantily clad women trying to market something. They also had waitresses that weren't wearing all that much, very revealing clothing, serving alcohol to everybody. In Toronto, it wasn't as bad. I didn't see it so much this past November, but the November before, there was a few people that obviously hired some young attractive women, put them in some tight t-shirts and leggings, and trying to stop as many guys as possible to get their product sold. And they'd come up, and you could tell, because I know how to look at behaviors. I can look at a person and I see their behaviors, and I'm watching these women that clearly they were trained. They come up, they do the gentle touch on the arm, they got the big smile, and they're just totally getting these guys invested in what they have to say, and sign up for everything, and getting their information, and getting their emails, and getting them to hand cash over. And I'm just going, oh my God, these guys are suckers.
Well, you're describing basically what an auto show is. Like, if you've ever been in an auto show, that's basically what happens.
No,
I'm going to pause you for a second. I'm going to pause you for a second because I want to get caught up. We're almost there. Like, I want to get to the bottom of this.
I'm against it.
Fair enough. Yep, that's fair. Paul says, I'll buy multiples of the card is rare and the price isn't. Lots of 90s inserts can be listed by a lesser knowledge seller for super cheap. That's fair. Yep, I know Paul likes to cherry pick, so I think it's fair. Is the Clubhouse card chat still a thing? Eric holding court all the time. How can it not be a thing? It's a place to be. Carlos, are you buying or selling Jordan Love cards? Yes. The answer is both. I'm buying some where I still think there's a little bit of... Right now, ComC's been really good for this. I'll share with you the great secret. On ComC, I think there's certain sellers that are a little bit slow on the move to adjust prices. That's the way I'll explain it. So I have done both. I bought some cards where I'm like, oh, this is a cool card. I wouldn't mind having it at this price. And if I think when the talks were heating up a little more and it looked like Rodgers is finally going to make up his goddamn mind, I picked them up beforehand. I have already sold some for double or triple what I bought them for. And I've also held on to a few. So the answer is both. I've bought some because I felt like the price would jump up a little bit, and it did. And I managed to sell a few that way, and I've also grabbed a few that way. And I pick and chose the ones that I like. Honestly, I enjoy the Select product. I think some of the stuff they have is fun. So I've got some Jordan Love Select cards that I've got sitting in my inventory that's just me. Right now it's on my side. And I've got some of the other ones that I've sold off. I've grabbed the Prism rookie. I've grabbed a couple. I'm not going high end though. Honestly, the most expensive Jordan Love card that I bought was maybe about $10. I did not pay more than about $10 for a card. Just because it was like, why? Now, if you want to take a bigger gamble, a bigger chance, you could. You could go buy some of the higher end stuff. And some people did. And I've watched, they've already started increasing the prices. Like, you can see it. Now, what's funny is now regardless of outcome, we're all pretty good that Jordan Love is now going to be the starter in Green Bay. Good, bad, or indifferent. We're going to see what happens. There's going to be optimism early on. There's always hope springs eternal every single NFL season. So regardless of whether they go 0-17 or 17-0, the people will have dreams. So for a little while, there'll be a little bit of a bump in the anticipation. Okay, so now he gets game action. We'll see what happens, man. If he comes out hot, then look out. There's going to be some folks that are going to be like, sell. I won't blame them. Why wouldn't you? Especially if you have multiples. This would be a situation where maybe multiples would be warranted. You want to keep one and sell one? Might be wise. I'm not going to recommend it one way or the other. I'm simply saying what I've done. That's my answer just for me. I think you're 100% correct about the Fanatics supply chain relationship. I thought the same thing, Money Talks. Very true. Green Cardboard. Good evening. With AEW, seems like most of the good stuff that pops up is only after ePack is released. That is the perception. I'm not saying that's the case, but it feels like that. And that's a bad perception because how do you fight it then? The only way you'd be able to fight it is saying, no, we allocated it 50-50. We made it even, whatever. You'd have to give up. You'd have to give away some of the details. I don't feel like they're going to do it. I think it's scary. I don't think they want to. Usually it was after the buzz of the product is already down. Yep, the time delay has hurt it. I feel like Bob Boozle's comment is like half the comment, and I missed the other half. Yeah, like I'm missing the other half. So Bob, if there's more to the comment, feel free to throw it in. But I got nothing.
I just don't get it. I don't get it.
So my Spectrum experience: 4 physical boxes. Best cards were Bunny Auto, Sunny Kiss Auto, and Kazarian Auto. Ouch. 4 ePack boxes. MJF Jericho dual auto, 1/1 Evil Uno patch, and Omega Auto out of 25. Little bit of a discrepancy in the difference between the two. Just throwing it out there. Little bit of a discrepancy. ePack ones seem marginally better.
They think that the ePacks are better than buying the boxes. Have you been feeling that way?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I've heard that from several people that do the wrestling. And,
but here's the problem, Scott. What does that do then for the physical boxes that remain? It means that for people who get that sensation, they're like, okay, I'm not touching it then. I know dealers who I'm chatting with, and like people who watch the channel will know where I'm going with this. And they're like, yeah, the stuff's just sitting. And I go, I can't blame them. I would be hesitant to buy these boxes without a fire sale price. If you give me a fire sale price, what the hell? I'll open a couple boxes for fun, for kicks. But it feels like the good stuff is not there. It's like it's just not there. So if I buy these boxes, what am I getting?
Right. But for me, it's just tough because I just love that feeling of opening up a pack and getting that card in hand instead of buying it. Then, oh, okay, then I got to send it somewhere else, then get it mailed to me, wait for it to get printed, or if it's not printed already.
Well, you know where I thought was a hedge when I talked about the flagship 2022 flagship. I thought the blaster boxes were a better deal. 2 blaster boxes were cheaper than a hobby box, and you got the same amount of packs, and I felt like you got better value. Like I was like, okay, if I'm gonna open 16 packs, then I'll do 2 blasters. It's cheaper. Why wouldn't I do that?
You're like this year's flagship baseball hanger box is better than buying a regular hobby box. Buying the same amount, $100 worth of hangers. So.
So this was for you, Eric. I don't know about this one. You want to respond to that?
I don't know. I don't know the Juicy Honey reference. I don't know what that is. So if somebody that's younger and hipper than me wants to explain, by all means.
Well, you have a new hip, so you should be hipper.
That is true.
Like it should help at least a little bit.
Yeah, but I don't know the reference.
Dave, we got to refer to him by his proper name, Daps Man. You know it's Daps Man. Come on. Dimester Craigslist looking hookers at National last year, if I remember correctly. There you go.
Yeah, Dave and I are on the same page. Thank you, Charity. That means a lot. Appreciate it.
You know she's not.
You're exactly right, Amish Dave. I saw that and I was like, this is not. That wasn't cool either. Them two running around.
By the way, also I think it's a good gesture, but Charity's not allowed to vote for president, right?
No, I understand, but what she's saying is that she appreciates the comments I made about bringing sex into the hobby. So that's why she's saying it. She's not really rooting for me to become president of the United States.
What if you were president of the hobby with all that entails?
Canada.
What if you were president of the hobby for all that entails?
Get out of Mississauga.
You couldn't find it on a map. That'd be fantastic.
I have people for that.
You don't have people for anything.
I have lots and lots of people if I'm president.
Name one.
I have.
Your mom is against you. Your own house would turn on you.
That's true.
You're like Caesar, but lamer.
My own mother would not vote for me.
No.
I'm just saying, if
That's because she worries about you. It'd be too much stress.
We would attack Mississauga. That's all I'm saying.
I declare it. Let's go. It's like, what happens? It's like, so I've burned down Mount Bougie. It's in flames. It's asunder. It's like, what happens? Like, all I needed him was to just declare war. I just needed the excuse, the provocation. So Alex says here, did you hear about people not being able to transfer some of their Spectrum hits out of ePack? No, I did not. Read it on Facebook. Not sure if it has to do with the one-of-ones having the wrong relics. Interesting. I hadn't heard about that. No.
God, that would be. See, that's the stuff.
There you go. Good stuff. Thank you, Charity. Eric, Chocolate Stick 2024. Now that is a ticket we can get behind.
Yeah. Now I want chocolate sticks. Damn it.
So I'm saying. Oh, here we go. Juicy Honey is a much racier Japanese version of bench warmers that can include relics and autos. Ah.
Oh, okay. And
Makes sense. Makes sense. Thank you for the
Well, bench
clarification.
warmers have relics and autos too.
But it's,
from what I
but it's saying it's a
understand.
racier version.
Oh,
So we're stepping it up
how
another
much
level,
are-
Scott.
unless they don't have anything on at all.
Maybe?
At the National about 5 or 6 years ago, Benchwarmers had a table there, and they would have some of the girls come in and do signings.
Mhm.
I haven't seen that in the last since the pandemic or before, right before the pandemic. So
now I will say this: if there is a site that people can go to, knowing that is what is going on, that's people's business. I don't agree with it, but people have the right to do that. Okay. But when you take sex and drop it in the middle of a show, and and parents who are bringing their kids, or a guy who's bringing his girlfriend for the first time and trying to get her involved into it, and it's sprung on them, that is completely inappropriate. It just should not be there. But you want to go to a site and see a bunch of naked chicks do box breaks, and that you're going. That's what it's for. Who am I to tell you to do or not to do? I
Eric
wouldn't
just-
do it.
Somewhere off in the distance, backyard breaks is like, you idiots! Why didn't we think of that? Man.
Yeah, I mean, I to each their own, but leave me out of it, and don't show up to a show and have some young girl come over and touch my arm and laugh at everything I say and keep eye contact and fluff her hair back and try to get my email address and get me to buy stuff.
It sounds to me like you. It sounds to me like you sat there for a while going through this process for
I sat
research.
there for a while and
For
watched
research.
it because you laugh all you want
For science.
I sat and watched it because I am into psychology, and I'm sitting here watching this happen.
research.
And I was just shaking my head.
Moving up. One of our products are locked because the swatches got mixed up. UD is trying to fix it, but too many have been sent home. Okay, that makes sense. The one of one patch has a Luther. Yes, I think I saw that one. Okay, I think I remember the card you're talking about. The MJF 1 of 1 has a Hangman patch. Yeah, if they mixed up on that, makes sense. Yep. But you can see it on the card, so as long as they correct it at the end of the day, as long as you get the right card, that's good. But yeah, no, it's fair. I agree with you. Some research for us. Juicy Honey's literal nipple print cards. There you go.
Yeah. Well, no thanks. I'm good.
16 seed, Farley Dickinson. That sounds like a made-up school. Beat number 1 Purdue, but all right.
That's right up there with Guelph.
UVA lost a Ferrum yesterday or whatever here. It made me not care about the tournament very quickly. So I was happy.
There's so many puns in what Eric just said. Facts.
Shut up,
But
Bob.
too, yeah. Is it uncommon to open packs naked? Apparently, according to Eric.
Do what you want in your own home. Just don't show up to a show and start doing it. Not in front of my kid.
Purdue just became the second number 1 seed to lose to a number 16 seed. Gotcha.
Who was the first one, D? Who was the first number 1 seed?
Trivia time. Also know about made-up school names?
Yes, Bob. Yes, Bob. I love it when we're on the same page.
See, Scott, I'm committed to the bit.
Oh,
Even Blockbuster had an adults-only sections, not exposed kids and families. Come on, everyone aim higher. There you go. Fair enough.
separate room.
There you go. It's true. Yeah, the little curtains there. If you need to find Eric, hey Eric, shh. Are you done?
I'm doing
Are you-
research.
Yeah, in a minute.
Science. I'm studying human nature. Oh, I'm sure you are.
I'll be out in a minute.
UMBCB, Scott's banner and hat. Okay, gotcha. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah. Well, we came back one next championship the next year, so
I just find it I'm deeply disturbed, y'all. I can't believe out of all the things, all the shit I say, the one thing you all are trying to pretend that I make up is the school. No, man. It's good. It's good.
It's such a ridiculous name.
This does remind me, though, Now I'm thinking, you know what, Scott? You know what I'm thinking? I wasn't going to do it, but I might have to cobble a couple of shekels together. And maybe this summer I'll go take a little road trip to Guelph. And I'll do some videos live on location from Guelph, Ontario, Canada, just for Eric. Just for Eric's benefit, for his education. I might have to do it.
It'd be as fake as the moon landing.
So
I
you
won't
went to
believe it.
Gilf? What
They golf in Guelph quite a bit. They had a nice golf course out there too. It's really good.
is
Say
it called
golf
Gilf?
and burp at the same time, and the right sound will come out.
See, I find it very odd that you Americans are trying to make this argument where you still claim Ball State as a real state.
Can't argue with that.
Yeah, like, I'm sorry, it's not worse than Ball State. Go ahead. Moving on. That's what I thought. Shut up.
There's some other ones that are probably worse than that.
That's one example of many, Scott. One example of many. Just one example of many. Remember, we're talking about a school here that was a number 16 seed in your March Madness. That sounds made up to me. Bob, we got to talk. You might have to see a doctor about that one. Moving on. Well, 15 minutes down the road for me. See, that's what I'm saying.
Liar.
Thank you, honey.
Liar. I know. You know, one lies, the other one swears to it.
Live with it, buddy. Fairleigh, Northeast Conference. There you go. Guelph can be verified, not Lemmuskoka. True. Do not oppose the science. Correct.
That is right.
Ball so hard university. True. True. We have finally caught up on the comments. I'm so proud of us. That was tough. Tonight it was tricky. Tonight it was tough getting caught up on the comments tonight. We got a lot of mileage out of that. Anyway. So what the hell precipitated that whole thing? I lost track of the whole sequence of events that led us to this point. But anyway, so let me go here. Moose Douglas, Saskatchewan. Well, the best part about what I love is that if you're gonna take a stance, Eric, Guelph is not the one you should be taking on. You should be looking at Moose Factory, Moose Straw. We got a lot of them. There's a bunch.
I know. There's some weird stuff happening up there.
Yeah.
It's
well, listen,
funny
you're the one who can't pronounce Peabody. Hey guys, it's Peabody. Lies.
You guys legalized marijuana just a short time ago, but it sounds like maybe people were using a lot of weed when you're naming your cities and provinces back in the day. So I think it's been going on a lot longer than the last couple of years.
Well, listen. So it just seems to me, Scott, I don't know if you're picking this up. It sounds to me like jealousy. We got Mr. Peabody, Mr. Little, whatever over here on the side, this little mini. It's like, that's not even a city. That's like a little thing. It's like a township. Like,
most of the
you
time,
mean a neighborhood? One person's house who declared independence?
By
What
the
is that?
first people, who knows what was on their peace pipe when they were naming those places.
That's what I'm saying. Eric over here trying to be the bastion of tolerance over here is having a problem with the people with the peace pipe. What are you doing? You're being contradictory, sir.
I want everybody there, but not you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What's your problem over there? The town called Eyebrow, probably.
You know how I feel about some indigenous people.
Guelph has made a major role in the rum running during Prohibition, which only makes it better. That's right. Think about it. You're welcome, Americans. Anyway, moving on. So let's talk a little WBC, Scott, if we can. Let's do that. I've been having some fun. I've been enjoying some of the games. It's been kind of an enjoyable experience. It's one of those things where, well,
there.
Yeah. Well, if we were talking about hockey, it's made up. It's not a real sport. He thinks the Boston Bruins actually exist too. It's adorable. Yeah. Don't tell him. Don't tell him that we've been fucking with those Bostonites for years. Bobby Orr is a highly paid actor. Dude's never done a sport in his life. Anyway, so the thing is, I've been enjoying the games. It's been a lot of fun. I even enjoyed, like, as much as I got to make fun of Panama, and it was fun for me making fun of Panama. They did win games, plural. It was a 5-way tie though. In the end, they ended up having to go to the tiebreaker, and I was like, "What?" It was crazy.
I had to print up the tiebreakers because I was like, "How are they going to do this?" It was very interesting. It was a lot of math. So
yep, that's right. But I think what's funny about it is that the end result was because Italy beat Italy beat the Netherlands, I think, 7-1. And that is what catapulted Italy to advance over the Netherlands. The Dutch were 2-0, and they failed to capitalize on that. They had the stranglehold on the pool,
Right.
and then they dropped the last two and then got themselves eliminated from it.
Well, the Dutch didn't have enough pitching. I mean, that was going to be their issue. They had good players, a lot of deep talent, but you kept so. In the past, you're trying to figure out how all these players are coming from the Netherlands, Curacao, and Turks, and all.
And Aruba, apparently, Aruba.
Right, Aruba. But if it was like for the Olympics, they wouldn't be able to play for the Netherlands.
Right.
These are all just made up rules that the MLB did try to make teams. They rather have some good teams from the European countries than they did, from same places they always did. So that, when MLB first came up with this, that was the reason why, because they wanted to promote the baseball games.
Well, I think at the end of the day, it's a fun, like, I'm a guy who's on record as I don't give a crap about the Olympics. I don't care about that stuff. This is the only international thing that I actually enjoy. It's like, no, bring me on the ridiculous, bring me Chinese Taipei, whatever. Chinese Taipei won 2 games. Like, they played well. Cuba won 2 games. Chinese Taipei won 2 games. Italy won 2 games. That was a very competitive pool. Are they the best teams in the tournament? No, they're not. But were they at least able to have a fun? If you're watching that pool, you got to watch a lot of fun games, a couple of silly games. Like, it was a mixed bag.
Japan in the semifinals.
Exactly. So at the end of the day, the best teams are still going to be there. The best teams are still going to be there at the end. Give these other teams a chance to have a little bit of a run. Let them have some good moments, and then the fan base can have a little bit of fun with it as well.
Let's talk Czechoslovakia. Did anybody look at them and see where these guys? None of them play baseball for a living. They all have other jobs. It was pretty much a beer team put together to play this thing.
Seems like the just thing to do. Why not?
Yeah. So those stories make it interesting, and just, man, Shohei Ohtani just being Shohei throughout this whole thing.
There you go. Had everyone lied about Whole Day World, it'd be just like the Little League World Series. Yes. Australia finally got out of the first round. There you go. Yep. Good stuff.
And, Australia now has its own major leagues that's backed by the MLB, but got started because of this tournament.
Italy, well, they had one before that, though. I don't know if you remember, like years and years ago, they did have a league as well. And I guess it went away and then maybe came back or whatever it was. But I remember, like, I have, like, somewhere in a box a stack of cards from a friend who sent over a bunch, including the Perth Heat. But that was from years ago. That was a long time ago. It was, but it was a league that they had at the time.
Yeah, and Italy has a pro league now, so you're going to see more and more. I thought it was very fun. I watched the Italy game live against Japan. I was up. I told you before. I had a procedure, so I had to finish drinking my drinks before at 5 in the morning. So I was watching the game, and poor Piazza just sitting there, just dumbfounded, like he didn't know how to make his players better to play against Japan. Because Japan was just taking them to the woodshed. So, but Japan's just so good. A lot of good stories in this. I read a thing on Twitter where some guy said, I hope every team has a player that gets hurt, so they stop playing this every year, so everybody don't.
Oh, I did see that. Yeah.
I that kind of upset me because I was like, yes, it's exhibition games, but these guys, they love it. I mean, they're having a lot of fun playing, and that's what baseball's about.
Well, I was upset about it, Scott, because wishing harm upon people is my thing. I was like, I will sue your dumbass.
Yeah,
I will sue you so hard.
And that happened after the Diaz thing, and I was just like, and you could just see the hurt on those guys' faces. His brother was crying. It was not good, and it wasn't like he was doing, like you said before, he wasn't doing anything stupid. Just that could have happened getting out of a car. I mean, he's just jumping up and down.
No, there are players who have gotten hurt out of really, like, if you guys go look up, like, seriously, Google weird MLB injuries.
Yep.
And you'll see somewhere it's like, that has nothing to do with the game at all. You literally
Right.
hurt yourself doing something very innocuous.
Well, I mean, Lindor last year almost cut his finger off, cutting up something at home, allegedly. Things happen.
Yeah.
Life happens.
We have this every single time in the show. After we go offline, you guys don't get a chance to see it. I'm usually chatting with Eric for a little bit, and then he'll open the door, and occasionally a raccoon will just randomly attack him. We're surprised every week where he's here, and like he's just sitting there. He opens the door, and the raccoon attacks him. Like he might not be back next week. You never know. Stuff happens.
I hate that thing.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even be safe in my own home.
So average Joe, that would be like the Little League World Series. You want USA to have their own bracket. That's not what they're trying to do in this.
Well, also, by the way, it would actually be to the U.S.'s disadvantage because some of those other teams are legitimately good. It's like, just to be clear, it's USA. It's not like USA has won all of these. They have.
They're not ranked. Japanese is ranked number 1 in the world.
Like there's a good chance they don't win this one, even with all their horses.
Cuba's ranked ahead of them.
Yeah.
Before this start, because they don't rank them by team. They rank them by the teams that got into the tournament. So and like somebody said before, a lot of U.S. don't play their best players. I mean, you look at their pitching staff. It's a lot of younger pitchers.
Oh, you mean Team USA?
Yeah, Team USA.
Well, Mike Trout's on the team, so they're not feeling their best.
Well, they got the Royals pushed to get Bobby Witt on the team because I didn't want to answer that.
He's not even the best fish last name guy. I know Tim Salmon's old, but he's still alive. It's not a meaningless exhibition. It's a meaningful spring training. That's right, Carlisle. You got it.
Yeah, and that's the one thing about it. Like you touched on it before. I'm sitting here watching. My eyes keep going over because I'm watching a Puerto Rico Mexican game. And Reyes was pitching the first inning for Mexico. He got lit up. He gave up a 3-run homer and gave up 4 runs in the first inning. You don't think the Dodgers are watching that going, well, what's going on? Then he came back. He looked like his old self, so it probably made him feel better. But it's a good game, 4-2 right now. But it gives them an extra measuring stick. You said it before. They're playing against talent that they can look at and go, okay. Because I tell you, the first 2 games, USA could not hit. They couldn't hit. Great Britain, they just couldn't hit. If Schwarber didn't hit that home run, you got a closer game than what it should have been. So,
yeah, I think the key though to this is that for me, I think Carlos' comment is actually a really good one, and I appreciate it. I think, look, when I was a kid, I would literally sneak in the little radio so I could listen to spring training because I was so eager to actually get some games.
right.
But the problem is you watch your team either have a really good spring training or really bad spring training, and it doesn't matter because it isn't a reflection on how good or bad the actual team is because not everybody is trying equally as hard. And a player could be playing great in spring training. It's not going to translate to a regular season. I'm sitting here watching some players actually play a little bit, play against legitimate competition. Well, guess what? Those reps are getting in as long as they pace themselves properly. I'll leave it to the players to figure that out for themselves. But if they're pacing themselves properly, like I said, I feel like they have an advantage over the spring training guys because they're actually getting some more meaningful reps and they're actually trying a little bit harder. I look forward to them beginning to see. Like, here's the thing. I love baseball. I got the stream package. I can watch every single game. Guess what? You think a Jays game in April, like, is it must see for me? No. Does it really matter? Like, whatever.
Right.
I'll watch some games here and there, but I'm not going to sit there on the edge of my seat watching all 162. Like, wake me up when we get to October.
I probably watch about 140, at least 140 Mets games.
I used to do that. Like, I used to do that. I used to watch all the games. But at this point, it's like, whatever. Watch tomorrow's.
Yeah, and I now watch some of the other ones on the West Coast. If the Mets are East Coast, and I'll see who's playing a West Coast game. That most time it's the Angels, but I'll see what other good matchups they are.
Yeah, and the local affiliate also decided to do a thing that was very smart. They call it Jays in 30. They literally cut the game down, remove all the excess, and show you the action pitch from every single at bat.
Right.
So if a guy hit a home run, you'd see the pitch in the home run. If a guy struck out, you'd see the pitch in the strikeout. You literally saw the result of every single at bat, so you'd get the whole thing, and you could literally do the whole game in 30 minutes.
Right.
Done.
Well, there you go. That's how you shorten the game.
You've seen it. Having a reason to play would make the USA actually play. Losing to Slovakia would be embarrassing for those millionaires. There you go. Do you see they can make some BP? Go ahead.
If you this league, this tournament, and you watching the games, the players, a lot of the players are not from those countries. They just have a lineage. Their family was from that country. So Eric could play for the Ireland team if he wanted to. So, I could play for the German team or
you
Great
could
Britain.
lead. You could lead in the Guinness drinking after the game, Eric. Lead by example.
There you go. But they're just trying to
There's
spread.
just no way I can
MLB.
get through this shitty ass baseball talk.
Hey, listen.
They just want MLB
Hold
out.
on, Scott. Hold on. I want to settle a point of order here. I got Eric over here talking about the shitty baseball. Do you have any idea how many hours all of us have had to deal with your incessant mumbling about this fake hockey sport that doesn't exist? It's not real. We've tried to be nice. We've been as nice as we can. We let you yammer on, Boston Bruins. That's not even a thing. No one cares. No one knows who that is. Nobody knows. Hold on. I missed him. I saw him. He's not there.
I gotta admit, I watch a lot of the hockey tournaments too, the international.
Don't encourage him. It's not real.
Even when they don't have the pros playing, I still watch like the juniors and all.
They got pros now?
But see, in baseball, a lot of these guys played in 18U, 17U, Olympic style international baseball tournaments. So they got to think about Edwin Diaz. So he's out for 8 months. If anybody.
Oh, is that how long the injury is?
Yeah, 8 months.
That's unfortunate.
Torn. I think he said PC or whatever. Not good. I mean, he'll be back, but I told one of my friends that is a Mets fan last night. I said, yeah, then right after they heard an earthquake in New York because the owner pulled out his checkbook, put it on the counter, looking for the next relief pitcher. So, Bob, did you see they convinced Griffey Jr. to take some BP? I mean, I would like to see DeRosa hit. I like to see Molina. They could take some of these. Piazza. Piazza looks like he can still play. He was walking around.
Griffey was joking about it. He said he should come back next cycle and try to defend because I think he hit like 500 in his World Baseball Classic the year he played.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he made the joke. He's like, I should come back for the next one and like defend my crown. Like, it's like, look, he goes like, go look it up. I hit like 523.
Great Britain had a guy 48 pitching.
Hey, listen. In a world where Julio Franco exists, I'm not going to question it.
I'm sure Colon is still pitching down in some Latin American league somewhere. So Bartolo Colon, if y'all know who he is.
It was a good time. I love when some of those guys keep playing forever. Like, keep playing forever. Play as long as you feel like it. As long as you want to play and you can, what the hell? Go for it.
Right.
Have a good time.
Yeah.
All right. So, Scott, out of what's left, right now we're still finalizing it. So we can start off with this and get it on record for now. Who do you like? Who do you think's actually taking it away?
Unless the U.S. starts hitting from top to bottom, I think it's going to be Japan. And the only thing that might hold Japan back is the time difference when they have to travel to come back this way. But they're going to have a few days between to try to get straight. So I'm going to go with Japan. The Tani factor, and they got some guys that could just smash. They play almost like Major League style now. It's not like the old days of slapping and running and bunting and all that. Even though Otani bunted the other day. So they'll do what it takes to win. And they don't play by the same rules as the Major League squads playing by, where the pitchers have to get so many pitches in because they are using it as spring training. Yeah. And trying to get all the guys to get at bats and stuff like that. These other teams, national teams, they're playing like it's a regular games. So,
yep. So we found Eric's burner account. I like where all the point of emphasis are. Like, if you look where all the point of emphasis are, that's my favorite part here. Hockey is a great game being played on ice skates with fighting allowed within the rules. Those words are real athletic. Why are we yelling at specific intervals? Not the whole thing, not part of it. Literally at stop, start, stop, start. Thank you for the comment. Eric, what do you have to say for yourself for your burner? I assume you agree with your burner. And by the way, figure out the caps lock, not caps lock situation. What the hell's that?
Well, because I'm old, it took me about 6 months to figure out how to get a burner account. So I'm very proud of myself right now.
Can you make unlimited money, though? It's important.
Oh, well, of course.
Oh, I thought it was a Stan account to tell Carlos how much you love him.
Well, look,
No,
the problem that I have is that the pennies aren't allowed anymore, right? Pennies are out. Just throw it in there. I don't think Eric knows how to use caps lock. That makes it even worse. So he holds down the shift button for that whole bit?
That's a thing?
I have concerns. Grave concerns. But yes. No, I think Japan's probably the leader right now. They would be expect, and that would be another one for them. So I think that's cool. We'll see how this
US
goes.
better hit better, or they're not going to be Venezuela tomorrow. So
Look, nothing would give me greater joy than for Trout to flounder. It's like, oh, a game that means something. What a coincidence! You couldn't do anything yet again.
well, Trout the last 2 games has been the one guy that has been hit. I mean, all of them hit against Canada.
So did Great Britain. Great Britain put up 8 runs on Canada.
Yeah,
They literally had a not pitcher's duel for the first chunk of the game.
yeah. Well, the U.S. scored all their runs in the first inning, and after that, didn't do much of anything.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's indicative of like, oh, amazing hitting performance. Really? That's a team that
I
held the
agree.
Brits down to 8 runs in the first 4 innings.
Yeah, well, when you look at with Great Britain, they should have beat them. They started scoring runs in that 1 inning. They scored like 3 or 4 or whatever, and then the announcer started talking about the slaughter rule. Well, they didn't even sniff the slaughter rule because they thought for sure they would just smoke them, but it didn't happen.
Yep. Pennies are
And
used
also-
to throw at people. I think that's valid.
And of course, everybody's bringing their best game against the United States and Japan and those teams. They're going to play their best and holding their best pitchers and stuff. So
I think we need a few more C's, Paul. A few more C's in there, and I think we nailed it.
4 or 5. 4 or 5 more.
What is Fistboy's war in this thing, or does war not count? War counts in everything. We make up war. His war is 30. You can add 30 on to whatever he's got now.
I'm not
Still
a
not
big
9,000.
fan of the war thing, but yeah.
Look, we may
It
as
seems
well
the
just
way
tack,
baseball's going to is
we may as well just tack it on. Like, look, his war in this is 30. Okay, so is that good? I don't know, man. I don't know. Anyway, all right,
I love
cool.
Trout, so that's why he's giving me heck.
Oh, I give Trout heck.
I know
Eric, help
you
me on
do,
this.
but
I
you
give
do
Trout.
that
I get.
as
It's not. Do I need an excuse to make fun of Fishboy?
Right.
No, you do not.
I do not need any excuse. Not whether you're here or not. I'd be making fun of Fishboy.
I-
Either way.
But yeah, you've opened my eyes up a little bit with your jokes.
With my slander.
Yeah, but still, I just always, ever since before he made it to the majors, I was a fan.
I actually tried to find
He's
out how
never
wars.
won anything, and he's hurt all the time. What makes
Yeah.
him so great? Even I know that.
He seems swell. He seems
Oh,
like
I'm
a
sure-
swell fella, as in
Before he
contrast to
got
my boy
hurt,
Favre.
He did have good seasons before he started getting hurt.
The problem
When-
is they're good seasons, not great seasons. They're
What
good
baseball-
They were great
seasons.
seasons. He was MVP.
He was MVP because the writers are idiots. That I dispute all 3 MVP seasons. He wasn't the MVP any of those. Those were all bullshit, especially the last one. The last one was a miscarriage of justice. He missed
That's
30
our-
games. That was trash.
You can have an argument for that one. I give you that. I told you that before.
If you look
TLDR
at
war
the
is
last
stupid.
30 years, what's the number one reason why some of the star players are consistently getting hurt?
Why are they getting hurt?
Why over the last 30
root-
years, why do we see so many of the star players constantly getting hurt?
Well, I guess the thing of talking about being over muscular is a thing.
And how did they do that?
Oh, steroids, you're thinking?
Well,
Well,
how do you think Eric avoids injury? He avoids it by
Well,
not
right
being
now,
overly muscular.
every preseason it's ab stretch, abs, abdominal blowouts, all that, and that's from overdoing core because they use their core to play ball. So that's they attack the
Well,
core every off season and then they overdo it. But
if you look at what steroids will do to the body to cause injuries, it builds muscles, but it weakens tendons and ligaments. So these guys have, have wrist issues, back issues. They're popping muscles and tearing this and tearing that because their ligaments and tendons have all been damaged from all the juice. Yeah, they're getting huge, but there's nothing holding it all together anymore. So if you look at the last 30 years and look at the injuries that are consistent, oh, they blew their wrist out. Well, that's because all the ligaments and tendons in their wrist are shot. And it's that's what's happening. And I don't believe for a second they've cleaned up baseball because
probably not.
they make the most money and were the most famous during the steroid era. And the owners would give anything to get that kind of money and TV time back.
they're still making money off of that time.
Oh,
And
yeah.
they had the live ball era afterwards, but I don't think it is as much steroids as you're predicting in the league. I don't know. I'm not there. I'm not in the locker rooms, but because believe it or not, I might not look at it. I spent some time in gyms, and I could tell a steroid body compared to a non-steroid body. There's some giveaways.
Well, don't
But-
call out Eric for having steroid body. He gets sensitive about that.
Yeah. So I just think a lot of it is overtraining. And then the older they get, the bodies without this, because a lot of them are taking steroids to recover, to get back on the field faster. That's what happened to with Tatis. Tatis was taking steroids to get back on the field, and it burned
That's
him.
what they all say. That's the number
Right.
when they get caught. That's the number one thing they say. We had Rodney Harrison here in New England. He got busted with steroids. First thing out of his mouth, I was using it to heal up. We had Julian Edelman got busted for steroids. First thing out of his mouth, I was using it to heal up. They all say the same thing.
Well,
all full
All
of
right,
shit.
hold on. Pause the conversation for a second. Let me read a couple of these comments and get caught up. Hang tight. Bobbles, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up. Cool. All right, let me read a couple of these and I'll bring you in the conversation. Joel here says, I might be biased, but I just picked him at Altuve, Cognac, PSA 10 for 300, and Trout goes for 6K. Something doesn't add up. There's a big gap between the two, so it's fair. Scrolling through here. Human growth hormone and things we don't even know about yet. Possibly. Trout's war behind Mantl's at the same age. Probably. Yeah, Mantle started out pretty high. Bonds with stuff that made a head grow 5 sizes. Only 4.5. Saying HGH more so than Roids? Probably. If more of these players rode a bike without a seat like Eric, their cores would be strong. Probably.
That's right. You got to stand up the whole time. You don't want to sit down on that.
Mhm. I think walks count too much in the WAR calculation. Tony Gwynn's WAR is 69. It's too low compared to how great a player was. As a hitter, yeah. As a hitter, no doubt. That's why I say, like, look, I make fun of it, but it's like we base the entire thing, and this is kind of important here. Now the ball was on. I'm here for the 2-pack pump. Yes, sir. Don't worry. The pumps will be coming. Don't worry about that. But just to be clear about this, really, like, in all seriousness, I love endlessly, you know this, to make fun of good old Fishboy. But the reality is the majority of he came on in the perfect era for him because we've relied so much on that WAR stat, which has flaws in it, serious, legitimate flaws. And the problem is he is the anti-Bonds. Bonds has to be great, otherwise the writers will not vote for him. Trout has this backing of this theoretical statistic that is debatable at best. Well, the stat says he's the best. Okay, fine, he gets my vote then. Okay, cool. Did you bother to look? Did you actually see what he did? Are you impressed? The problem is that I actually watched the guy play. He's good. Is he great? Maybe. Is he transcendent? Well, he's not transcendent to me. There are certain guys where I look at him and I was like, that's a star. That's a top tier player. Could Trout be that guy? I guess so. But I've watched a lot of meaningless Angels games over the years. If I Thanos snapped him out of existence, would you even notice? Most of us wouldn't. It's like he's not even there. He's going to put up a Hall of Fame career, and it's like, what the hell did he even do? I don't know. He won a bunch of MVPs. For what? His team was shit with him. His team was shit without him. What difference does it make? Oh, but he made him less shit. Oh, great. Congratulations. I guess that's good. I guess.
It's like when Bobbles comes on the show, he makes it a little less shitty, but it's still shit.
Well, it's supposed to be because of you.
I appreciate that, Eric.
It's brutal.
Yeah, listen, it's still shit, okay? You're not saving the day here.
Oh. Where's the J-Rob? Let's go. Good evening, Sean. Consumption of chocolate chips has tripled in MLB. Injuries too? Coincidence? It's a valid
That's a
point.
good point.
Bobbles 100 years is Eric New 50. Oh, so Bobbles, you missed this. So Baz is now saying you're 100 years old. But he also had you in as like being part of the First World War. So unless
Yes, I'm younger now.
Yeah, I was going to say, so unless you lied to get into the war, you're either younger. Look, I'm confused about this age thing. Like, I'm very confused. I'm getting conflicting reports here. I don't know where we're supposed to be here. Is it a rounding error? Like, what are we doing here, man?
It is what it is.
Yep. Jeff here says Man of War is high because he gets walked 10, perhaps. Trout has
And I'm
played over
not
150.
50, I'm 49.
He's rounding up, man. He's rounding up on everything.
I'm not 50. I'm 49.
Big difference. Huge. Trout has played 150 games, 4 of 12 years. Yeah. War hasn't helped the Angels. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Trout is a good, great
Go
player.
Fairleigh Dickinson.
It's increased weight training. Imagine them with who would replace Trout. Yes. Who would replace Trout? Look, I'm serious. The Angels would be better if they literally got rid of Trout and got two $17.5 million pitchers. They would literally be a better team. Just spend $17.5 million on 2 players and get his ass out of there. And guess what? That team would instantly be better. I'm not joking.
If there was decent pitching,
that might
yeah.
happen because after this year, if they don't make the playoffs, I can see Trout not screaming, but behind the scenes saying he wants out.
Fantastic. I look forward to what team he goes
It's
on that
kinda
also won't
been-
win.
It's already been mentioned a little bit that he might be already doing it. So
It'd probably be about time, man. Probably be about time. Let's see. Anyone? Good evening, Orlando here. Warren Moon from the CFL. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I think I missed part of that. It's probably based on the last comment. Here. When is Canada going to make the NFL become international on the field for football? Oh, never. The NFL, you can't. An individual has to own an NFL team, and there's no individual in Canada who would pay for that. Don't recall you pointing out flaws in war. Oh, I've done that many times in many conversations. But there's a lot of, mind you, in fairness, there's literally days of footage to go through. So
man,
we've had that coverage.
the lead.
Yeah. Aside from questionable factor of defense, what flaws do you notice? That there's at least 2 different variations on it, depending on how they calculate it. That the defensive thing is literally made up. The positional adjustment is another piece. Go ahead.
Here's a good question for all of you guys and for the chat. So obviously, I'm a Nationals fan. I know Scott. What's up, Big Scott? I know he follows the Nationals as well as the Mets. I don't like the guy because I don't like his attitude. But 2 players that have been.
Right? We're talking about Scott.
No.
Don't like me.
Wait.
You don't like his. You don't like
2
your
guys
attitude.
that have been compared heavily. Neither one have a championship. Funny enough. But who would you take more or give more credit to because he has made the playoffs a lot more? Bryce Harper or Mike Trout?
Not till the last 2 years when I said Bryce Harper, because you're a clown dude or whatever he said, that type of antics. But the last 2 years he carried the Phillies. Last year with one hand. And the year before that he didn't make the playoffs, but they came close because of him. I would say the Phillies because he's showing he's carrying teams. Is Harper. And I I'll answer that in all honesty. The Angels they don't have enough on a team for Trout or Shohei to carry it. You got to have something to help. The Phillies at least had a little pitching.
Well, that's kind of why I use those two, because Trout and Harper have been compared so many times, basically
came
since
in the
both
league
of them
together.
came in. But
Yeah.
Harper's always had people around him. Trout, arguably, and in his defense, and there's so much put on and slapped on him about not winning in the playoffs, not making the playoffs, this and that. But he's really been on shit teams pretty much his entire career.
That's why it's kind of been a little bit of a rumor going around that he might be wanting to get out. And the biggest problem is, we were talking. Me and a couple of friends were talking about this the other night. West Coast baseball gets lost a lot of times when it comes to the hobby and just to writers, because what time they play. Most of the country doesn't get to see it, so it's like a whole different world almost when you're playing games at 10 11 o'clock at night. So it's tough to watch.
So here's the question.
Griffey didn't suffer and Julio didn't suffer.
But here's the question.
Well, Julio
Griffey,
did kind of suffer a little bit. Now, King Griffey didn't, because King Griffey's King Griffey.
but look,
You got
Scott,
two
you just
players.
touched on one of the points I made. Griffey Jr.
transgender
is
sport.
not the greatest player of all time. However,
No.
he was a all-time great player, and in his time, he was the star. In Major League Baseball, Griffey was the star, and everybody knew he was the star.
Till
And
they
there were
ran
other
him.
great stars.
Right.
Trout is the star by default. It's not like everybody's like, yeah, Trout's the star. It's like, you sure? Well, I guess
I don't
so.
think I don't think
Technically, he
he's
is, I guess.
Not right now, but
No, but like the argument is supposed to be that he's supposed to be the star. Your point about him having shitty teams, that's true. But guess what? You're also getting paid a lot of money to be on that shitty team. You agreed to it. Number one, you agreed to it. Number two, the team, they've got bad management. You knew that going in when you re-signed this gigantic deal. Also be aware, unless the team is going to sign unlimited funds forever, you're occupying a certain amount of. Look, I made the joke, but I stand behind it. If I think the same $35 million, I could replace you with 2 or 3 players, and the team is actually better. So then, how helpful are you? What am I paying you $35 million for then? You're right. The team is shitty. They'd be less shitty if I got rid of you.
Okay, let's put a plot twist. Do we put Soto above Trout and Harper because he won the World Series with an old Nationals team the year after Harper left?
I don't think you put him above as a career thing. I think it helps at the end. I think when we start equalizing it after about the year 10 or so, and we start adding it up, if the rest of it matches up, I think that's going to help, because it's like, well, you also had an amazing playoff run, and you've shown performances here, and you've shown performances there. That all gets added into the totality of it. So, like, if you're measuring players all time, I need the full body of work. I'm looking at your accounting stats. I'm looking at what you did playoff-wise. The point about, like, the team is shitty, you're right. But you know what? Nolan Ryan played on a shitty team his entire career, but he had 7 Cy Youngs. Sorry, 7 no-hitters. So 7 no-hitters means for those nights, he was the most dominant pitcher in the world at that point, because the other team couldn't stop him. So,
That
and he was
pitching
able
is
to
an
rack up 300
individual.
wins on shitty teams, and he was able to still do what he needed to do. He found a way to do something. The only thing I've got for Trout is WAR. If I had not given Trout 3 MVPs, and I take his exact same career, Scott, help me out on this as a Trout fan. If he's got 0 MVPs and he's got the identical career he's got right now, and he's just got a really high WAR, where does he rank? What is he?
I would still be a Trout fan.
But what is he though? But I'm saying in the grand scheme of things, what is he?
That's what I said before. He wouldn't be as great as everybody. A lot of people think
He's a dude.
I think the tarnish is set on him right now. He is not as the great player that everybody thinks he was at one time. I think that's a little bit going on right now. He's not that guy anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe in the hobby a little bit, but I've even seen the hobby, man. I can pick up his cards very cheap, as long as it's not the 2011 rookie card. But even that card went down, way down in price.
It slid from its apex, yeah.
Right. Even before the other cards started coming down. That was one of the first ones that everybody started seeing. And this was when he got hurt, though, of course. But his cards just fell like off the bottom, which is fine with me. Just like Soto last year, his cards dropped off. Just bottom fell out. but that's fine. I'll pick up Soto cards too all day at that low price because I think Soto was playing disgruntled in Washington, and he had a bad season. That's why I don't think I could put him ahead because good players have to play on bad teams and play well on bad teams.
Mm-hmm.
He just wanted out.
So let me read a couple of these here real quick. Sean, plot twist. Eric's the youngest. So Rando's covering the scores. Trevor Lawrence is on pace for more World Series wins than Trout. I'm on pace for more World Series wins than Trout. Kirby Puckett played 12 years. Compares stats to Trout, who played 12 years. Walks is the difference, and percentage related to walks. Fair. Angels ain't making the playoffs, man. Stros, bro. Fair enough, Joel. Trout should go to the Mets, who are the Jets of the NFL. Wow. Just because most of the letters match. Mexico just took the lead.
The Mariners are coming this year, boys.
Yep. Now I like that Bob Jackson predicted Bobble's question. Like he literally called it right at the time he was asking. As he was setting it up, he got the question.
Because it's always been a debate with those two.
It's fair. Yeah, no, I get you.
It's going to be a debate at the end. I would be surprised if they're not going to be announcing their retirement together.
Yep. I mean, Black Box Hobby. Griffey Jr. never made it to World Series. That's true. He did have the injury problems at the end of his thing though. And
after he ran into the fence, he started having issues. Yeah.
Yep. He transcended baseball to pop culture.
They had 3 Hall of Famers on that team, correct? How in the world did they not do better?
Sorry, you're talking about the Mariners?
Yeah.
I'll send you the Secret Base documentary on it. They actually did a documentary on the Seattle Mariners. That team's cursed. Like no joke, that team's cursed.
3 Hall of Famers.
They could have 30 Hall of Famers. They still would lose. They find a way.
Yeah,
trust me.
So is your 3 Hall of Famers Ken Griffey, the big unit, Randy Johnson, and Edgar Martinez? Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah. Oh, I forgot about Randy Johnson. So you had Randy Johnson, and then you had A-Rod.
Well, A-Rod's not in Hall of Fame. He should be, but he's not.
Well, right.
Yeah,
he wasn't.
His talent is such that he would be in the Hall of Fame, but he's not.
Right, because he's a cheating piece of crap. But when he was skinny and playing in Seattle, he was just like the most talented player in the world, which got him the huge contract in Texas. Then he started juicing. But anyway, so you have 4 Hall of Famers.
Well, 3 and a guy that probably should.
3 and a guy. Yeah, that should be in the Hall of Fame if he wasn't a scumbag, cheating piece of crap.
Yeah. I would say J-Lo. That's how much of a piece of crap he is.
Wow. I would have loved actually to see. I would have loved to have seen if they could have convinced Griffey to stick around. I would have loved to have seen him and Ichiro on the same team. When Ichiro was at his apex, I would have loved to have seen him and Griffey actually be on the same team there, because that was still in Griffey's prime. He was still within his prime, and then Ichiro came in out of the blocks hot. That would have been an amazing team.
So Ichiro's in the Japanese Hall of Fame, right?
Yeah.
So he's going to be a 2-time Hall of Famer, right?
Deservedly so, yeah. For
He'll
sure.
be an AEW and
he's
WWE.
The best player.
Maybe. Yeah, like he deserves it.
I honestly
put him in all the Hall of Fames. He was that good.
Yes, and he also is a great person for a great ambassador for the sport. That's the type. You asked me why I like Trout. Also, that's one of my reasons. And I think Trout's a great ambassador for the sport. I also look at character a lot. And I like my ball players.
He's got the character clause. I like it. So Glorious P says, in baseball, you have the least impact on winning, though. Can't blame players for not winning baseball. When it suits my narrative, sir, yes, I can. In my opinion, Trout is a Hall of Fame, and Harper's on his way, too. Yeah, you can make the argument. I think a lot of folks have already baked it in. He's there. Got to blame some other. You're damn right. That's right, Maximus. Harper reminds me of Roger Maris. His stats look very good without being elite, but his teammates seem to perform better with him in the lineup. Although, well, you know where the comparison is interesting? Harper also has 2 MVPs, and Maris had 2 MVPs. So what's interesting is I think, though, the numbers will look better. Now, we'll see what the long-term result is. If he managed to win anything else, it'd be interesting. I don't know. I will say, though, that Harper is extremely talented. I think he's extremely good. And there's still, like right now, he's still within the grasp of his prime. There's no reason he couldn't win another MVP. Yeah, and a third MVP would put him in a great category.
When he gets better at the second half of this season and the Phillies are close or in first, they're going to be tough.
Yeah. So I would say, like, look, Roger Maris was a great player in his time, but I think Harper's talent is like right up there at the top of talent. Whether it translates, whether he's able to capitalize on it fully or win not, where's the result of it, different conversation. But the talent's there. There's no question the talent's there. Trout's numbers won't even top Pujols now. Pujols was a transcendent hitter. So the look for all the making fun of Trout that I do, and Lord knows I do. The thing with Trout is that he plays a complete game because he can play defense too. Now I think his defense is overrated compared to what some people think it is, but his defense is definitely great. Like it's very good.
On bases,
Yeah.
right? Early on.
Yeah, but at this point he doesn't. At this point he steals as many bases as I do, and I don't play.
Right.
So like that's I can't count that as part of his game today, but it was part of his game. Is the point. And his defense was part of his game, and I think his defense is still okay. However, here's the thing, and it goes back to what I said earlier. You're going to see his WAR start to creep down if he wakes up one day and suddenly he's not as good a defender, and they have to move him to a corner outfield position, or they move him to first base. If something happens and you move him to a less defensive position, his WAR will come down for no other reason than he's at a defensive liability position. That's it.
Or he's DHing.
Yeah, and that'll knock down his WAR. Like it will. It just naturally will. His numbers could be the same otherwise. Soto's going to want $600 million for 15 years if he has a good year, probably. WAR can go down. That's 100% true. Yep.
Especially after what Manny Machado got with him. Gee whiz.
Mm-hmm. Trout's 19 to 30 seasons compared to Andrew Jones, pretty much the same stat-wise other than WAR. Guess Andrew Jones is one of the best players there. There was a moment in time where Andrew Jones should have been a Hall of Famer. He was a lock with all those gold gloves and everything. He looked like he was a lock, and then it just didn't happen.
See, he's my overrated player, but that's just me. So I grew up in a Braves house that we had to watch every game, and I had to hear about him all the time. So,
yep,
that's just me, though.
When you compare Paul Goldschmidt's stats to Trout, you'll see how underrated Goldschmidt is. I do like Goldschmidt, so I agree with that. I think Goldschmidt's very good.
Him and Arenado, the most overlooked and underrated players in the hobby.
And they happen to be on the same team, which is hilarious.
Batting third and fourth.
If Trout was a quarterback, he would be Dan Marino. Interesting comp. Laces
What's
out.
happening in the playoffs?
So you're saying he blames Finkel? Laces out?
Maybe.
Ichiro has more career hits than P. Rose across both leagues. Across both leagues, yes. Yeah.
I listen. I know I'm not the baseball guru or anything, but I still think in my lifetime, Ichiro is the best all-around baseball player that has played in the last 50 years.
That is a defensible position. That is a defensible position.
I just think he is everything. He has he's a Gold Glove outfielder. He can steal bases. He can hit. He can hit for power at times. The guy was just incredible. I mean,
you know what the only thing was missing from his game though? Like in all seriousness, the only thing missing from Ichiro's game, he couldn't resist the urge to slap at every pitch. If he had resisted the urge a little bit, taken a couple more walks, his average would have been even higher. Like as great as he was, his average would probably be like another 15 or 20 points higher if he had laid off a couple.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Miguel Cabrera, because of those Miguel Cabrera is, to me, is just what he's done in his career is amazing, and he played on not so good teams as well, doing that Triple Crown, twice. I mean, that's to me, and he played a solid defense when he was at his prime. So,
yep. So Colorado Sports Suit here. Hi all. Will it matter when if not be considered if he blows by Pujols in the WAR stat? Here's the thing. I don't think he's going to blow by him. I think it's harder than you think because you actually have to keep. It's like an accumulative stat, right? And here's the thing. Everybody talks about what happened with Pujols. Pujols had years where he had negative WAR. He had to come backwards. I don't know what Trout's WAR is right now, but Pujols is still over 100. He managed to retire over 100. So whatever Trout's is, a great season, like a legendary season, is 10. So I don't know. Offhand, does anybody know what Trout's WAR is right now? It's like 70 something, isn't it? Or like 70? I don't know. I'll look it up.
I thought it was last I heard was.
He's at 82.4.
Is he at 82? Okay, so 82. So let's go with 82. Let's round it up to 83 for the hell of it.
But he has less than half of the bats or plate appearances that Pujols had.
Well, the thing was about when Pujols finished his years in St. Louis, he was probably like a 99. Probably his last decade was like 1. So he literally had negative WAR for years. So it's one of those things where like that in itself doesn't mean anything to me. And also Pujols was a first baseman, so his WAR was lower every single year, just automatically because of the defensive adjustment. Could have been, like I said, I make Mike Trout a first baseman for the first decade of his career. His WAR's lower.
Yeah, that's why I don't like the war thing as being such a big deal.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I agree. I've said that from day one.
Yeah.
And some of it is opinionated, like how many balls get to who and well that must.
I like this one. This was a good one for Bob. I like that one.
Yeah.
It's a little bit too much. A true great is a player who elevates the players around him. Kevin Jones getting philosophical. I like it. War has to mean something for it. I thought we just talked about it. There was a song. It means absolutely nothing. If Maris had Harper's beard, he'd already be in the Hall of Fame. That's probably true. Probably a defensible point. That's solid. War is a stat, not the stat. Yep. Trout can run too. He did at one time. Jones's D-WAR was 26.6 and Trout's was 2.4. Yeah. Defensive WAR. You see, Trout is a slacker on defense. D-WAR. Dwar. Trout has 4 stolen bases in the last 3 years. That's already 3 more than I thought. Andrew Jones will make the Hall of Fame via Veterans Committee. Probably. I would say so. Pete Rose is the greatest guy left out of the Hall of Fame hitting the ball. Hitting wise, he obviously he's the hit king, so that's true. But Pete Rose is out of the Hall of Fame for very logical reasons. He was a moron.
Yeah. How about if we say Pete Rose is the greatest player left out of the Hall of Fame? Because as a human being, the guy is not good.
There's 2 rules on every wall of Major League Baseball as you go out to the field. You got to have your uniform tucked in, and you don't bet on the game. He broke one, so you know.
But look, my point on Pete Rose has always been the same. If you're asking me if he's a Hall of Famer based on his on-field accomplishments, my answer is yes. Like, right. I don't need to have a debate with you. Like, I like to argue, but I'm not going to argue for the sake of arguing on this point. On field, right. He is a Hall of Famer. Right. But he broke the one rule. Like, it's not that difficult. Like, there was one thing that you didn't have. The one thing you don't need to do. You want to bet on games? Retire. Go away. Go home and do it on your own time. And it's fine. But he didn't do that. I don't care if you bet on his team, you bet against his team, it makes no difference. You commit. For me, stupidity is a sin punishable by death. So get over it. After you're dead, you can be in the Hall of Fame.
That's not even the worst thing the man's done. So
I agree, but to me, it's like this was so simple. You literally had it locked in. Your spot in Cooperstown, they were warming it up for you. They had it ready to go. All you had to do was just show up on time, and you still screwed it up. Yeah. So I'm good with it, man. You screwed it up. I'm sorry.
He was an average manager at best. So
yeah, all you had to do was go away. Go do something else with your time, and you'd be in the Hall of Fame already. That's it. Might have argued with Joe Jackson. That's fair. Yeah. Yeah, he didn't against the game. Doesn't matter. Just making a bet. That's all that matters. You just don't bet. Don't bet on baseball. The answer was don't bet on it wasn't don't bet against your team. It was don't bet on baseball.
I will throw out the one guy that I think is the greatest player not in there, and it's going to be controversial, and you'll love it, Carlos.
Fine, say Greg Jeffries.
Bonds is to me. It don't matter. Yes. Steroids, whatever. What he did was amazing. They didn't pitch to him, but when he did it, he hit it out of a ballpark he shouldn't have been hitting out of. I understand steroids and all that, but
I don't care. To me, Bonds was the most frightening hitter at his apex, at his prime. You couldn't pitch to the guy. You just couldn't pitch to him because you knew what was going to happen if you did.
Yeah, I would have rolled 4 pitches across the plate before I pitched one to him.
So let's see here. So Maximus says, so is Mike Trout's 2012 Gold Prism worth more than his other rookie cards 20 years from now? Well, I guess your question is more than his other. But the thing is, there's some really expensive rookies compared to his 2011 Topps update. Sure, because a Gold Prism is a tougher card. It's a much rarer card by comparison. Compared to his there's the Bowman. Is it Bowman Chrome bubbles? It's the Bowman Chrome one with the autograph. There's a bunch of variants, but there's his Bowman first.
I would say his
Bowman draft.
Yeah. There's a couple of Bowman ones early in his career that are really valuable, that are very big ones. Basically, the other variants of that Trout Super Factor one.
I think it's 09. It is.
To me, that one would probably be if we're talking valuable cards, but it's not a rookie card for him, but it would be a valuable card. For rookie cards, there's some autograph variants that I'm sure would hold a ton of value compared to even his Gold Prism. But if you're just saying 2011 Topps update or more regular rookies, I would say the gold prism would be more desirable just because it's a rare piece. If you're a fan.
I don't know if I've even seen a gold.
Gold prism?
Yeah.
It'd
The
be
24?
only 10 of them.
Yeah. That's the point though. Here's the thing. Like the analogy I use. You're a Trout diehard. You disagree with everything Carlos says. You're wrong. But you're a Trout diehard and you're a millionaire and you got all the money in the world. You want to build the best collection. You're going after the rare pieces. The 2011 Topps update. Who cares? It's common as dirt.
Yeah, base card.
Like that's a boring card. It's common as dirt. You're going to go after one of the parallels. You're going to go after the tougher piece, the tougher variants. That's probably where you're chasing. So something like that gold prism, that early gold prism, it's out of 10, man. That's a pretty tough card. So I could see it holding a ton of value.
And I like that card that year. That prism's a nice card. That first year.
They need an annex of Hall of Fame for Joe Jackson, Pete Rose, and other 90s steroid guys. Yeah,
You have a building down the street from in Cooperstown, the annex.
yeah, can be, but it's got to be really dilapidated. It's got to be, hey Pete, go visit your plaque. It's over there, in the dilapidated spot. Do I get a ceremony? No.
Crooked. It's on the wall, but it's kind of hung crooked.
Yep. And the thing is, you try to adjust it, and then it makes itself crooked again.
Yeah.
You got anatomically controlled. If you compare Bonds and Griff statistically prior to steroids, it's eerily similar. Without steroids, Bonds was a veteran committee Hall of Famer. No, I think he was already past that. Because depending on who you believe, the time period where like the switch flipped was right at the end of the 90s. So right after the home run chase.
He loves his Braves, man. And,
Yeah, it's a reach. It's a reach.
Best years was with the Braves. I don't know.
Yeah. Statistically, prior to steroids, it might be similar on paper, but the two guys, McGriff has 0 MVPs. Prior to steroids, Bonds had MVPs.
And
Plural.
can I just make my Hall of Fame argument again? I am completely against veteran committees. Okay, you either are or you are not a Hall of Famer. If a discussion is had and you have to argue a point and bring up statistics and comparisons to other players, and this person's in, so that you are not a Hall of Famer. A Hall of Famer is unanimous that every single person agrees they're one of the greatest. There are too many people in all of
one Hall of Famer.
Scott, this is great. Carlos is Mike Trout. No.
I mean, Mariano Rivera and nobody else.
Also, no. He's a traitor and a treasonous dog. He is trash. He is nothing. Nothing.
Even Mickey Mantle and Babe Ruth didn't have unanimous. Like,
how dare you?
Everyone knows what a Hall of Famer is. Okay, in hockey, Bobby Orr, Hall of Famer. No one argues. Boom, done. Gordie Howe, boom, done. All right, Wayne Gretzky,
had a Hall of Fame for that.
All right, Hall of Famers. There's no argument.
Oh, okay.
When you start saying, well, this guy, played this many years and his numbers were here and his on base percentage in the month of September on the 28th of that month, when the sun was coming up in the east and it was 4:00 in the afternoon, the guy had a 500 batting average. Well, come right there. He's not a Hall of Famer. And if you have to wait 40 freaking years before a veterans committee goes, what the hell?
Well, let me ask you this, Aaron.
You're not a Hall of Famer.
So the writers do the first, like, writers, and they're known to be very finicky. Like, if you don't get along with them, they're not going to vote you in.
That's bullshit.
So should the veteran committee be the first and only one voting in?
I think,
or combination.
Well, just so you know, the questionable Hall of Famers that a lot of people stare at and go like, "Why?" Harold Baines is a Veterans Committee thing. So are you sure you want the Veterans Committee in charge of this? Is that better?
I mean, Harold Baines. It's all on who they like
players.
At that point.
Players.
That's how Harold Baines got in.
No, I want players. I think the only ones that should be voting are their peers. They know who the best players they played against, or they know the game. Whatever the sport is, players are the only ones that should vote for the Hall of Fame.
So Harold Baines is in. Done. So it is said, so it is done.
That's it. And, it's all secret. And that's that. And the players know deep down who is the best and who wasn't. And having writers who say, well, that guy didn't give me enough quotes, so I'm going to screw him over for the next 30 years is a bunch of bullshit.
I think DiMaggio was a first ballot. He just was unanimous.
DiMaggio wasn't part of the first one.
No, not part of. Oh, okay. Well, you only can let in so many. So.
Sorry, you're talking about on his first year.
Yeah.
Actually, sorry, DiMaggio wouldn't have been quite eligible yet. He was still playing, because the first one was in the 30s. So never mind. Sorry. Joe DiMaggio, Hall of Fame voting. First ballot, second ballot. Let's see. Take a look. In my opinion, you're either World Series champ or you're not. There you go. Bold. Hall of Fame writers voted. You'd have a point. There you go.
And I mean, the Hall of Fame is there for one reason, to have these conversations. I feel like, and it's great for any sport. Where's the hockey Hall of Fame? Is it in the bottom of a YMCA, or where's that one at?
Oh, ask Eric. He claims it exists.
No, seriously, I have no idea where.
It's in Toronto.
That's okay. That's what, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I worked in an office and they left it in the basement. No, it was literally in the basement of the office.
Oh, really?
No, that's true. We went down the escalator and it's there. That is legit. That is a fact. Matt has got a lot of juice lady. We're voting for the Veterans Committee. There you go. MLB voters are a bunch of ass clown jabronis, just for the reason Eric brought up. There you go. Players only have a real experience, so they played with and against, maybe even in a worse conflict.
I don't think Madden is going to get in, but that's just...
It may be a Veterans Committee eventually, but that'd be about it. Eric is on the board for the Vinnie Vincent Invasion Hall of Fame.
Screw you, Bob.
Yogi Berra wasn't a first ballot Hall of Famer. There you go. All right, finally caught up on all the comments. And it gives me a chance to refill my drink. Before I go, though, Bubbles. Sorry, there was a lot of controversy. These are controversial topics, man. The people got into it this time. Bubbles, now is the time.
You get into Hall of Fame.
It's serious
you
business.
Get into Hall of Fame, there's always controversy.
There is.
And there shouldn't be.
But Bubbles, let's talk about something that's not controversial. I've been told that now the J-Rob pump can begin in earnest with reckless abandon, hurtling forward. We had brakes on, and now we're just taking full acceleration and ripping the brake out so nobody can ever stop it again. The train is
You mean
just
future Hall of Famer Jason Robertson?
That's like, right. Now's the time. Bubbles, now's the time. I'm going to go fill my drink, and I'm getting a cookie. While I'm doing these two things, now's the time.
I even have the chain on tonight, Eric.
That's what I was going to say. Bubbles, now's the time.
See,
make it happen.
Green,
Look, Eric wanted to talk about this fake sport, and if we're going to talk about the fake sport, then let's talk about Jason Robertson.
Are you wearing that to Chantilly? Please, I want to see pictures.
Do you want me to wear it?
Yeah.
To my knowledge, Scott.
Yeah.
Eric told me this is the only one that exists for the SGC slab. So, if you want, Eric, I can wear it, and maybe if they want to offer it in this slab, and people ask where you get that from, I can forward them on to your guys.
It's up to you whether or not you want to wear something. I'm not telling you what to do.
But today is a bittersweet day. Happy St. Patty's Day to everybody.
Thank you. Same to you. If
my
you're Irish.
father-in-law's birthday, but it also happened to be heavenly birthday for my little brother. I've talked about that in the past, but today he would have been 34 today. I had a shitty day going out hunting for, sourcing whatever for the resale. Terrible. I got struck out terribly. But this evening, I had one hell of a mail day. Shout out to a guy on Instagram, Cobra's Cards. I got the glare sucks. Hold on.
Take it out of the plastic. It makes it easier.
Put it on an angle.
There you go.
Turn off the
I
light.
got a cup RPA
nice.
Robertson.
I can't. I listen. I think we can all agree that players today in all sports are doing us an injustice with their garbage, disgusting autographs. And as someone who works in the industry and sees autographs every single day, something happened after like 1990. Okay.
Well, yeah, it's called
sheets of
technology.
stickers started getting
And
moved around.
and players in all the sports decided they're just going to take a pen and just go, that's it. And
They don't teach writing in school anymore.
if you look back to players before 1990, you can make out who they are.
Well,
And the fact that, Jason Robertson, this up and coming kid, he's only been in the league a couple of years, and is definitely a star. Is going to be a future star in this league if he stays healthy. That's the best he can do. Screw him. And I say screw to all the Bruins too, because we're getting stuff in from these kids from that are currently on the Bruins, and there is no way you could look at their autograph and know who they are, because it doesn't even, you can't even make out the first letter of their name.
There's a few things though, Eric.
And I say screw them.
They don't you're not writing book reports and all that in school anymore. You're not they don't teach kids handwriting, any of that stuff in school. How many people use checks today? Hardly anybody. You can deposit a check from your cell phone. You don't even have to know how to sign your name on a check. Direct deposit at that. People aren't signing their names anymore. You mentioned 1990. That was kind of like when the internet and all that started blossoming, and less and less of pens and paper were being put to pad. And I mean, realistically, you also have to think these guys are signing a hell of a lot of stuff, like from these companies pushing all of this stuff out. I mean, yeah, it sucks that they don't have, more creative, fancy signatures, but at the same time, I probably would have chicken scratch too if they put a massive pile of cards and asked me to sign them. So
how about you at least in your scribble be able to tell your first initial and last initial within the mess?
JR. Okay.
So good for him. He's better than.
And you said screw him, and he does it. JR.
I say screw him. I think that's lazy and bullshit. And again, it's not just him. It's not just because I'm a Bruins fan and I'm talking everyone on the Bruins right now. Screw them. And the prices they're asking.
Are you telling them to screw you before or after the piggyback?
Well, after the piggyback.
There is no direction in which this went well. This went very very poorly. I knew it would, but I was still concerned.
I'm not judging you, Eric.
We don't kick shame here. We don't kick shame.
I'm not going to insult them until I get the piggyback ride. Then I'm going to tell them to screw. So come on, don't be stupid. So $99. I've said this before because I'm still outraged. $99 for an autograph of the stars on the Bruins right now. $99 to take a freaking picture with them, and $40 for an inscription. And there was a signing where they had 5 of them together at a signing recently. And there are fools who just wiped out their bank accounts to get autographs, get pictures, and get 2011 Stanley Cup champs written on a photo. And you cannot make out a single autograph. That's $240 a person times 5.
Luckily, right here underneath that ink, it tells me who it is.
There you go. All right, so real quick,
slap the shit out of you.
You're not slapping anybody. You broken hip pansy. Be quiet. All right. So here's the thing. I appreciate this one from Paul. Very true. Very true. Here's the thing. I look at it from the perspective of I can agree and sympathize with the idea of signing way too much crap. That's a big part of it. But the other part of it, I do agree. I wish there was more cursive in it. So like what Bubble's saying, I get his point. But like I grew up in the era where they still taught cursive a little bit towards the tail end. So it's still there. Computers were around, obviously. Like when I went to school in the alleged place that Eric claims doesn't exist. Well, there was some facility there, and they had something resembling a school, and they had classrooms and everything. So they, we go with the gimmick. But the point is, So this was still in the early 2000s. So I went there from '02 to '06, and you had laptops. I had a laptop, but I wasn't going to take the class all the time. Like it wasn't very practical. It wasn't as comfortable. Today you totally take your laptop or your tablet or whatever. But at that point, it was still pretty much standard for most of the classes through the duration of my time there because the iPhone would come out a year after I graduated. But at that time, we still had the notepads. We had the notepads out and you took your notes and you did whatever and you wrote it all down. Now you could transcribe it over into the computer to make it a little easier to scan through and do all that. Totally. But it was still pretty normal to still write out in the notebook. There might be one or two people in the whole class that would be bringing their laptop in to take notes off that. It was still
but
the
if
minority.
you're also like you were born in what, 80?
83.
83. Okay. So
I was
Eric
married.
mentioned the 90s.
Yeah, no, you're old. We agreed. 1883. We agreed.
They were teaching us in the 80s how to write both, cursive and manuscript early on, even probably as early as late elementary school. So
That's my point.
kind of
I'm saying
aligns
that was still in play. When I was at elementary school, cursive was still taught in the classroom. That
Right.
went away not long after that. But today, I don't blame them because they don't have in that. That's not in play.
I got a question. Bobbles, when you were in school, were it one classroom for 1st through 6th? Or
You've seen Little House on the Prairie. You know how it's done.
it was everybody writing cursive? I'm just joking. I'm older than
Actually,
Bobbles.
I went the county that I went to school in screwed me all up because I started in private school to begin with, but then when I went to public school, it was K through 6. But then when I got to middle school, I only got to enjoy middle school for 2 damn years because then my first year of high school was the first year that they extended it to 9 through 12 instead of doing, because before then it was 10 through 12. So yeah, I had to adjust a lot through school because they changed everything in the county I went in.
Yeah. But the point that I'm making is like, here's the thing. I both understand and I also agree it's a shame. Because like I said, it was still the era. My writing, my cursive, I don't write as many notes down as I used to. But I used to literally write pages and pages and pages and pages of notes. That was part of the thing that we did. But and Eric, when I refresh me if I'm wrong, I usually do it as a matter of course. But when I sent over the Gordie Howe card, I wrote you a note on there, didn't I? Yes, we know, we got it. But when I wrote you a note in there and I signed the bottom of it.
The whole thing's in cursive.
Yeah, like that's
Whole
standard.
thing.
That was standard. Like it's normal.
Your daughter your daughter's still in high school, right, Eric?
Yes.
Or is she graduated? She's
She
still
is.
in high school. Does she or does she not have a Chromebook?
Yes.
There's my point. My daughter has the same thing.
Yeah.
Most all of their work is done on a damn computer. They don't know how to use. They probably don't even know how to hold an ink pen anymore.
Knows
So
how to sign her
we're
name.
lucky to get chicken scratch.
She can sign her name.
Yeah.
All right. She can sign
My
her
son
name.
can't.
Yeah.
He does AE.
Yeah. But the reason I cited the point that I made there is because I knew that I generally when I send somebody a card or whatever, I will still write a quick note. It's not like a big long thing. I'll write a short note and I'll sign the bottom of it. The whole thing's cursive. But that's because I try to at least keep into practice where I can. The odd time that I get a chance, I spend all my day with technology. I'm like everybody else. Like you don't get a chance. But at least I knew cursive. At least I did. And I'd argue my cursive has deteriorated over the years, but it still
Signature.
works.
Boom. That's my signature. It's real simple. I could do that 100
Your
times.
E-Jubilee?
I could do that
100
times.
Do it
And
100,000.
They don't have you do it 100,000 in a day.
There you go. Evening all. Grew up Commodore 64 playing Oregon Trail. Nice. I make all my classes take notes by hand, but then I let them use them on the exams. There you go. Fair enough. Our school district will be starting mandatory cursive courses. Kids can't sign checks. Yeah. Hey, I still think cursive, there's some value to actually having some cursive. Okay, let me read here. Academic institutions are actually worried they're going to run out of people that can read old documents. Probably.
Mexico just won
Yeah. What's the score?
5-4.
5-4 they won? All right.
Yeah, they were losing 4-0 and came back and won 5-4.
Nice. Scroll through here. Have a Freddie Freeman autograph and a card he signed in a high school All-American. You can distinguish every letter in the signature. Yeah. And as time goes on, it gets shorter and shorter and gets
Now
like
it's
more.
Yeah,
stuff.
now his signature is like 2 7s with a bunch of chicken scratch or scribbles.
But everybody knows it, so it's hard to forge it.
We need to sign Poopy Pony. Facts. They get paid per autographs by the card companies. Yep. Yep. Computers. I got it. Sounds good. Thank you, Shot. There you go. But
Remember,
yeah, no.
we still have this up for bids. Okay, if you remember this 1 of 1 from some time ago, the date on it is 9/13. I don't know what the hell that says now. Anyways, remember
So
when-
you can't read it either.
Talk about writing.
And you wrote it.
yeah.
These darn letters.
No,
Damn them.
That means that was something else. That was why I threw. That's why I ruined this one. Somebody wrote on that one. That had nothing to do with us. But remember, we had this up for auction. The Because I'm Carlos 1 of 1 with my autograph on it. Okay, no one has yet to bid on it. We've been waiting now for a couple of months. It's still available.
I think we should just put it on eBay and just pretend that
Okay.
you're like at least a W list celebrity.
Yep. Wow, you think I'm that high?
I've been working on it, man. I've gotten our profile up to the point I think I can elevate you to W.
That's pretty. I'll take W. Absolutely.
So who's the closer now, Scott? Who's the Mets closer
I
at this
think they're
point?
gonna do an audition and so somebody grabs it. Because I don't think I'm trying to think who the setup guy was gonna be. They made a lot of changes in the bullpen. So I don't know.
Put Scherzer at closer.
Sure, sir.
I don't know if he can recover fast enough. I was thinking McGill or whatever, one of the guys with a huge arm that starts, maybe, but I don't know. We'll see. I'll be interested if he doesn't go out and get somebody, make a trade. So
I like this response from Bob. That was for you, Eric.
Oh, really? Well, I have something for Bob. There you go, Bob. See? We can all write things and put them on the Because I'm Carlos show. See? We all can do that.
I'm proud of him for having the up arrow to remember to get it right side up. I think it's really important. So during your shameless pump, you showed. I know you showed the card. So congratulations again on the card. And so now we can work on getting it up into the millions of dollars. Now that you've already bought one, as is the way.
I will say too, it's actually 3-colored. Now, I didn't realize it was 3-colored, but
Yeah.
there's a couple strands of white mixed in with the silver. So technically it's 3-colored, but yeah.
No, I think the patch is good. I think the combination on it worked. Well, that's literally what we were talking about. That's specifically what we were referencing.
Well, I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, and now
Oh no.
And now what? No, now it's like, well, it's actually 3 colors, and there's a little bit of this and a little bit of that, so it's really better than it really looks like. So
That's a surprisingly good Bobbles impersonation.
Yeah, whatever.
He brought in the voices, Bobbles. He brought the voices. Dang.
I was just like we was talking Monday. I didn't think I would ever own it. Like, we discussed it, and when Brad said 15 grand, I didn't even question when he said that.
At one point, it probably would have been. Like the timing had been different. At one point, it would have been. Well, it goes back to Scott. So it goes back to what we talked about earlier about the Upper Deck and release schedules. Release schedules result in you missing a certain hype window. Like in this case, for a Jason Robertson type guy, it's not that he's not playing well. He's going to wind up with a very good season. But he's not at the absolute apex when he was super hot and he was literally scoring every night and it was like lighting up the scoreboard. Things have kind of settled in now. He'll score a goal every couple of games here and there. He's working his way to 40 and then maybe a little bit past that. But it wasn't like earlier in the season where it looks like, oh, maybe he scores 50. He still could in theory, but it would require a little bit of surge here.
Back-to-back hat tricks and all that stuff.
Yeah, he needs a bit of a surge here at the end to give him maybe. But like for the most part, we're pretty settled. Like I think where everybody's going to fall within a certain range now, we kind of have a pretty good idea. The only thing we're following is now the stories. Like I mentioned it the other night, and I was going to say it. Like McDavid is going to be an interesting one because Now he's in bit of a rarefied air with the points. And he's still got games left. He could still creep up that list a little bit and see how far he gets. Because in the current era, nobody has scored that many points in a very long time. It's very rare. So I think it's
Do you
interesting.
know what Kirill is going for?
I saw some
I haven't
sales,
even
but I'm
looked at
not sure
his.
at the moment. I saw some sales, but it's been a little bit. So Carlisle says, who do you think has the nicest autograph?
Ted Williams.
It's a good one. I'd say Maurice. I know Maurice was mentioned before. Like when Maurice was still healthy, I think his autograph was real clean. I think it was really well done. I think he did a great job with that autograph.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And
that
I have
would-
a story. If you want to kill a few minutes, I actually have a story about his autograph and what he told his teammates.
Did it involve
Why
a series
does
of
the old man
expletives in
have on his
French?
chair?
Not that I remember,
Hmm.
but give me a second.
Yeah. While you're doing that, I will read a couple of these comments.
All right, go ahead.
Babe Ruth. Let's see. Yep, Ruth was a good one. When it's real.
Bruce was fine.
When it's real. Sergey Samsonov. There you go, Bob Jackson. Harmon Killebrew.
Sergey Samsonov's autograph sucks.
That's why Bob Jackson brought it up.
Garbage. Absolute complete garbage.
Harmon Killebrew. Harmon Killebrew is a good one, actually. That's a good call out. It's a solid choice.
Griffey and Nolan Ryan both have good ones too.
Yes, when Griffey writes it out like fully, I think his signature is actually quite good. I would say as well. So I'd agree with that one. Mickey Mantle for Orlando, Mariano Rivera. He's got a good autograph. Yeah, so the Griffey one's pretty good there. Yep, that's pretty solid. Gordie Howe, sure. Yep.
And just to let you know that the grading company was, I'm giving Eric.
It's Eric's personal favorite, absolutely.
Yeah.
Timu Solani, he's got a decent auto. Joe Thornton, another good one from Bob Jackson for Eric.
Solani sucks.
When is the next car show you guys want to get to? So I'm gonna at least attend to get one evening of the probably attend one of the days in the Spring Expo. I got to time it out and see if I can attend a few more. It's going to be some circumstances that are going to determine that, but I'm definitely going to hop in at least for a day, for sure. So that's for me. Bubbles, what's the next show on the docket for you?
Chantilly at the end of the month.
Nice. Scott, Chantilly as well?
I wanted to go to Chantilly, but
Okay.
here I got one an hour away in Hickory. That's not as nice, but it's just as big, if not bigger.
All right. Seems good. Eric, what's your next show you're planning on? Probably on the weekend? Next weekend?
There's one tomorrow
Yeah.
and Sunday. There's one the following weekend and one the following weekend.
Yeah, there's one every week over there.
I'm
Those
going
ones.
to one tomorrow. It's just going to be small.
They're packed.
Yeah.
There's a 2-day show tomorrow. So
Two-day show tomorrow. That's impressive.
tomorrow and starting tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday. It's a 2-day. So I can't find the other copy, but listen, Maurice Richard. Okay, here's his autograph. You're not going to find anything any better than that. You absolutely will not find anything better. Maurice Richard demanded that his teammates treat fans with the utmost respect. I was having a conversation with Andre Provino,
Hi, Victor.
okay? And Andre, and that's what the autograph I was looking for. I can't find it. But anyway, Andre played for the Bruins, but he also played for the Canadians in the 50s and won some Stanley Cups there. And he was telling me that as a rookie, Maurice Richard got all the young players together and taught them how to be professional. And one of the things Maurice Richard demanded was that the Montreal Canadian players took time with fans, showed respect and appreciation, and gave a very clean autograph when asked, because it was a privilege to be asked. This is where we have lost current players. Think about 1950s. Players in all sports were making very little money. Most of them had off-season jobs. These players now are making millions upon millions, especially baseball players. And they cannot spend a extra second to give a decent autograph to a fan. It is nothing but scribbles and take it and get the hell away from me attitude. And Maurice Richard demanded that young Montreal players learned that the fans came first and that you will take time with your autograph and you will be proud of it. That is what Andre Provenot told me.
And Orlando says, beautiful autograph, Eric. Now hit the like button. Thank you, Orlando. Jordan Love has an autograph that's a J and a heart. That's probably generous, but factual. Ronick, Ricky Henderson. Arnold Palmer's signature is perfect. Jack Nicklaus began practicing signature after election from Palmer. So very similar to the story that Eric gave. Also Gary Player. True. So I went through a couple different comments as we went along. So thank you, Charity. Thank you a lot of the other folks here as well. I want to make sure I cover a couple of these. Paul says, garbage. Correct.
Now, Paul, you know I dislike you, correct?
You dislike a lot of people.
Yes,
dislike
but
like
I
everyone.
really dislike Paul.
Wait,
I
more
hope
so than Bob Jackson or less so than Bob Jackson?
I hope, Paul, I hope it is so cold up in the Arctic that you lose your pinky toe.
Interesting. Enjoy the Bruins fanboying over Habs grades. True.
Now I want you to lose your big toe.
Kilbert did the same thing with young Minnesota Twins players. Jim Hansen, good evening. He's a very violent man, Scott. He really seems to have a lot of anger in his heart.
He just needs a hug, I think.
Oh, he probably one of those bro hugs that you guys are threatening me with? Like, give him one. He needs one.
Were you a middle child? Nobody listened to you, or
no? I'm the first child.
Oh, okay.
He's just generally bitter, it seems. Do your like siblings get better treatment than you? Because frankly, I treat them better too.
Oh, I'm from New England. This is how we are.
So is the youngest one, like, is that the one that everybody likes?
No one likes my sister either.
Wow. Bubbles. We're learning a lot about the, bougie Eric family dynamics out here.
We're New Englanders. This is what we are.
Hateful, spiteful
You're
people.
what?
Yes.
You're what?
We are New Englanders.
Can you spell that?
I swear I'm going to get my hands on you. It's going to get messy.
Used in a sentence. I am fine with players giving crappy signatures. Yeah. I'm fine with players giving crappy signatures to fanatics and Benetti and nicer ones to fans in person. Do you see any difference? There you go. That's fair. I get it. It doesn't look like any real letters that I can tell, but Willie Mays is a nice auto as well. I think, so maybe this would be kind of a good question. So this would be kind of a question here. See? Kathy's denying your allegations.
Listen, where do you think I learned it? I've tried to tell all of you. She is not as nice and sweet as you people think she is. I had to come from somewhere. God, I'm so sick and tired of everyone taking her side.
Moving on. Big Star shook his head and did a double take after the toe comment. I know. He's a violent man. Some questions, man.
Right.
There you go.
I love all y'all. I love even Eric, I got nothing but love.
Amazing.
Orlando
was right. The man needs a cookie.
The thing is, my mom's not kidding.
Yep. So let me pose this question.
You want to see what's going? You want to see some truth for a second through this silliness? That's it.
Indeed. So I think. Go ahead there. You're gonna show your signature again.
Well, since we're talking autographs, and to Eric's point, the older days and a lot of the names, I don't.
Well, Eric prefers not to call it the older days. He prefers to call it when he was already an adult.
But that one right there is one of my favorites too.
Yeah, the jacket.
And then obviously you have Hank. There's the aforementioned Willie. Yogi's on here.
All of them.
Yeah.
You could not know who any of these people are, or even that they're baseball players, and you could hand that to a novice, and they could be able to read every single one of them to you.
There's Otto Graham. So I don't get to show that piece very often, but that's one of my favorite pieces in my collection.
Beautiful.
Now, question.
Glad that you have that. Great.
I want to actually use this comment and bring it into a question, into a topic that I'll in the chat. By all means, feel free to chime in on this one as well. So, talking about the Willie Mays autograph. So, here's a question for you in the autograph. Now, obviously, we're talking about legibility. We're talking about that. But here's my question. For an autograph, let's say you can have fully legible or you can have kind of artistic, but consistent. So let's say you're getting your money's worth. At least they're not signing just initials. You're actually getting a signature of some kind. Are you as concerned
For those
about
that
it?
don't know Willie,
Yep.
that's a nice big bold Willie.
Yep. Out of context, that is a hilarious sentence. Anyway, what I was going to say, we don't miss on those. We don't miss on those. Look, Bubbles likes a full Willie. It's fine. It's okay. Whatever works for him. No kink shaming. No kink shaming. We've already established this.
Yes.
Yeah.
And stop bragging because you know nobody wants to.
I know it's just awkward. You're making it weird, man. You're making it weird. All right. So here's the question though: if you're having an autograph from whoever, are you more interested in like an artistic autograph that is repeatable, that actually feel like you're getting your money's worth on it, or are you more interested in the legible one? Because you can have a legible where you read every letter, but it's just kind of like, yeah, it's fine. You did write it out. I can read your full name. That's great. But then there are folks who have a little bit of a flourish, a little bit of an artistic flourish to it. I'd be okay with it if it's a nice signature anyway. If you're just talking a signature, I don't have to read every letter. But if I feel like you didn't just rush it, if I feel like you actually did your effort and it's repeatable, and I know for a fact if I ask you to sign it tomorrow, it's still going to come out basically the same, and you're taking your time with it, I'm cool with the artistic, nice looking signature for me. Just wanted to get a question since we're talking autographs. Thoughts on that?
Well, since I've been the one yelling the loudest, I would say again, there's a happy medium. Okay, I don't need to see every single letter. Now, you just showed us Willie Mays. On no planet in the galaxy is that first symbol a W.
Well, that's the reason why, based on that comment, that's why I asked that question for that autograph.
If it's that way all the time, you can see the, I know this sounds silly, but you can see the illy and you can see Mays. Fine. Okay. You can figure it out. And it's a famous one, and it's every single time. You want to throw a little flair into it, I'm fine with that. Because at least he took his time. It's both first and last name, and you can make it out. So I don't have a problem with that. I'd have no problem with a happy medium. It doesn't have to be as good as Ted Williams or Maurice Rashad's.
Yeah, that's the reason I have a question. So Scott, artistic, every letter. Do you have a preference?
I like to be able to read them, but if it looks good and it's at least the first initial, last initial, like Eric was saying before, with the scribble in between, because that's kind of how I sign my name. I'm okay with that as long as it looks the same and it just doesn't look like a scribbly gobbledygook. But most of the players I collect, I'm looking around my room, and most of them are well written autos. So it's hard for me to answer that. So
fair enough.
I'm going to show you an example. Okay. Everyone knows what this says, but it does not. This is not English. It does not say this person's name. On no planet does that say Wayne Gretzky. Okay.
That's Wayne McGilney.
But I mean, you can't even tell me what is this? There's another G. There's a lowercase G in this man's name. No. So, but that is how he signs it, and it's the same.
Wouldn't that be the Z?
So, but GZ.
Well, it's
99Y. That's okay, but
you've also got a line underneath though. That could be like like a T or an F, or you're starting to turn into another letter there. Well, it's like halfway under construction.
I have my Gretzky auto out here.
That's garbage.
So
can't read it.
I'm gonna kick your ass so hard.
And he wasn't even that good an actor. I remember the seasons he was in. He was getting carried. It was terrible.
He doesn't even write his G correctly.
So the point is, this is an example of what I would consider a happy medium. You get
Another
a
example that Jason
you
Robertson
get a
signs his
Y.
name, even if it's
All right.
just initials, better than Gretzky. I mean,
Wow. We're
You
adding.
got
We're
his
adding.
number clearly written. I can accept that.
Mhm. All right. There's a couple questions here that I can think play this as well. So Black Box is saying distinctive style plus style over legible. Fair enough. All right, here. If you had to choose, so I got two questions here. So first one, well, second one, and then I'll come back to the other one. If you had to choose, would you pick an autograph over a handshake? No, I want the autograph. That's me. So anyone want
It
to take the
depends
other
on
side?
who
Of
it
this?
is. I would like a handshake with somebody I love and respect that I've watched as a kid. A lot of newer players just give me the autograph.
Fair enough.
Autographs you can take home and look at it and remember the entire event. You know, and I've been lucky. I've had the opportunity to shake a lot of famous athletes' hands. It's fun and it's great. But to be able to go back and look at that autograph, that puck, that card, and remember the entire interaction, it's like a photograph in time. And I'd rather have that because that brings me back to the whole event. I'm not going to remember whose hand I shook.
And also at the same time, let's be fair. Autographs are great. Handshakes are wonderful. But piggyback rides are forever. Right, Eric?
You got that damn right. Yeah.
As long as we got that covered. We wanted to make sure we covered that.
And don't think, with a name like Big Scott, I'm getting a piggyback from you.
I think you should give him a piggyback ride. You're going to need a new hip again.
I'm just
There's gonna be
saying.
another one.
And
on
a
the other
back.
side.
And a new back.
Big Scott, I'm getting a piggyback ride.
Interesting. Bubbles.
To that question,
Go ahead. Yeah.
and to something that Eric talks about a lot.
Piggyback rides?
No.
Almost got one from me at National last year.
Photos, I think, like, if you don't want the autograph and you want something to remember the moment and
a photo
the
op,
person
sure.
and meeting them and everything,
Sure.
a photo is great too. I mean, it doesn't have any other, outside meaning to anybody else, but it's cool to have that image captured. So
yeah, I love it. I collect them, but I'm not paying someone some ridiculous amount of money like Brad Marchand, $99 to stand next to him. He can go screw.
But $95 is cool. As long as it
yeah.
comes with a piggyback ride. So what autograph would you like that isn't part of your collection yet? So I think that's a good question. Clemente. Okay, that's a good call. That's a good one. Bubbles, do you have one in mind?
it's weird because I'm sitting here showing nice autos. I'm not a huge autograph collector. I do have some meaningful players like, Jackie and Willie and Jim Brown, Muhammad Ali. I don't want a Cobby Scott, but I actually was very, very close of buying a Clemente.
Yeah.
But back to the question earlier about the distinguishing the auto fancy or whatever, the reason I didn't buy it is because it was so faded. I just wouldn't have been happy with it. I knew Clemente, it was certified, it was authenticated. I knew the autograph was there. It was on a Puerto Rican team baseball, like the whole team had signed. But I just wouldn't have enjoyed it. Like just having a ball with faded ink and saying, yeah, I have a Clemente. I wouldn't have appreciated it. I wouldn't have enjoyed that as much. So I didn't want to spend it. Spend the money on it. So
there you go. Let's see here. And I was trying to think of this one. And the thing is, most of the autographs that I'm interested in, I've at least purchased or owned at least one. Because I feel like I've gone through most of the ones on the list that I wanted at one time or another. And I've owned them. Like I've had a couple of different Gordys. Eric got one of the ones that I had over the years. I've had Wayne. I've had all these other guys' autographs already in the past. Even the Griffey one, I wanted one. I've got one. So I've still got that one in the collection. So it's already there. And my main PC players, I've got their autographs for a long time. I have to think about that one. I can't think of one right now.
I have a non-sport one as well too. Carrie Fisher. That's
okay.
a bucket list for me.
That's a good one.
I would want Eddie Shore.
Okay.
And this may surprise people. My second one that I'd want would be Pete Maravich.
Pistol Pete's. Very well.
I thought it'd be the goon for the movie.
Even not being a huge collector, it's so many people.
Fair enough. I put Crosby, Lemieux, and Gretzky in that category. Fair enough. Just getting caught up here. Scott is a lazy signer as well. Seinfeld episode. That's the 99. Is that available, Eric the Wayne Gretzky?
Nope.
Apparently, the all-time greatest hockey player was Waf Migley. True. I was a huge fan of Waf Migley. Amazing player. Lulu Doncic scribbling copious notes from his feedback. True. Did Eric just explain why people pay $500 for photos of a player? They remember it. I think it's them too, but that explains it. Maybe.
I would never pay $5. I wouldn't. No, I'm not paying for a photo. They can screw.
Mm-hmm. Like to sit and talk to them along with the autograph. Fair enough. Fair
Absolutely.
enough. James says, bro hug, question mark. Distinctly consistent for me. Needs to be halfway decent, but none of this chicken scratch doctor's note level bullshit.
That's right, Bob.
Who's everyone's best famous popular person they've met? Mine was GSP at his after party in Montreal in 2008. Most famous, most popular person. Popular is interesting. Most popular person they've met.
That's a. I'm looking at my.
Like I've done autograph signings with people. I mean, does that all count? I mean,
I guess in a way.
I'm gonna go with Gordy.
I can go with Gordy as well. That'd be a pretty easy one. I'm just trying to think like most popular. Like Gordy is really popular. Like he walked around as the Pope. So he got to walk around as the Pope around.
I think I'm gonna have to say Gordy on that one. I haven't met Bob
Stacy Keebler one night. Is that any good?
She's pretty popular. I'd argue she's more popular than Gordy.
I enjoyed myself that night.
Oh, I'm sure you did, Scott.
I would listen. That is the one wrestler. We'll just say that that I would stand in line for, and I'm just that's all I'm gonna say. My mother.
The only one, Eric.
Yes, Stacy Keebler. Yeah,
but I'm saying the only one, Eric. There were a lot of divas in that era.
No.
I've had drinks with Mickey James too, so that was pretty.
I don't even know who that is, but Stacy Keebler.
No Melina.
Don't know who that is.
They were all in the same era. Tori Wilson. Literally the same era.
There was only one that I stopped what I was doing when she came out of down the ramp.
I guess so. Look, I guess Eric is really into former Nitro girls. I guess that's what it is.
Were you just watching WCW? Or how about
I'm not saying anything else. My mother's watching this show.
Just saying. Got questions, man. Got questions.
I'm going to
I'll go with Gordy as my answer. Go ahead, Bubbles.
Because they're paid and all that autograph signings, I'm going to exclude. I would have to say probably Larry Fitzgerald when I hung out with him and his brother and had dinner and stuff one night in Indianapolis. So,
yep, that's fair. And Eric could have named people that had him arrested based on him violating the restraining orders, but he restrained himself. I appreciate that. He could have gone with the low-hanging fruit, but he didn't do it. Thank you. I like an Ali. There you go. Good stuff, Albert. My favorite auto style is whatever makes Eric the maddest. That's valid.
Now I want you to lose your whole foot.
Just keeps upgrading the violence. Scott, why can't the man, like, I've tried to set a good example here.
I don't want Paul to do that because Paul likes to come to my channel too. So,
like, Paul's a cool dude. We've met Paul.
Hey,
Paul's a great guy.
I don't know what the problem is, Paul.
Paul's a great guy. The problem here, Scott, I'm trying to set a good example on this show, but Eric is just not learning. He's very dense. Like, I'm trying to get man of peace. This man does not understand man of peace. He clearly doesn't get this. Terrible. How would you react if a card company released a series of authentic fingerprints? I would be indifferent.
Wildcard has the they called them, I think, the thumbograph or something like that, where they had
I've definitely seen, like, look, I've seen like in wrestling, they've done fist prints and they've done kiss prints and they've done, there you go. Bang on Scott, nailed it in the first try. There you go.
Who is that?
Bruno Sammartino.
It's Bruno Sammartino. Yeah, Bruno's a little bit older at that point, but he could still sign signatures and do the thing. And if you like the old school guys. So remember when I said earlier about WWE having the advantage of having a deep roster of legends? They can go to the well, and while he was still, I think he's still alive, or he might have passed away, but I can't remember. Regardless, though, for years they still had guys like Bruno Sammartino, and they had superstar Billy Graham. So you could go all the way back to the 60s and 70s. Pedro Morales. So there were issues where they had autograph cards of these guys.
Bruno was still wrestling in the 80s. I watched him on TV many times.
Yeah.
Yep.
The point though is, now think about that. That's why I say, like, between the two companies, when I'm going to do the video, I'm going to have fun with the fact that the title will be a little provocative. But the truth is, card-wise, there's no competition. WWE has a huge advantage in that they have that back catalog to draw from. And even in the more modern stuff, they can still draw to legends.
No,
so it's unfair. Like, it wouldn't be fair. So real quick, and Robertson, yep. Charity says, Eric, you know what pictures mean the best? Number one. Thank you, Charity. Carlos, you're getting the Medano Future Watch. Only when the price comes down a little bit. Right now, the early ones are going for a little bit too much for me. I like making fun of that product because, checklist, I think the cards are neat, but I feel like I'm paying a premium for a card that doesn't worth it to me. I like the acetate card. I think that's cool. I like the autograph, the on-card autograph Future Watch one. I think it's a cool card. But I looked at it. I use the example. So you remember that that insert where they showed all the different versions of the evolution? So Evolve, I think it was called Evolve, if memory serves me. So they showed Medana those 3 phases, and it's out of 35, whatever. One of them was up on eBay, and I used the example.
And I missed it. I just forgot to go after it.
Yeah, it's a cool card. I like the card. I like the design. I like those aspects of it. And I went and looked it up just to make sure I didn't get the number wrong. The Evolve Medano Auto out of 35 that sold for $175. $175 was the final bid price. Okay, a little bit high, but I get it. I understand it. I used the example the other night with the guys. So that's my new addition. So that's a stick autograph, on-card autograph. This is from the early 2000s. These were won in over 2,500 packs. They were hand numbered to 25. These things are rare as dirt and impossible to find. This was 160. Which one do you think I'd rather spend the money on for my collection? The other card's really cool. I like the card. This one never comes up. That Evolve card, I'll see a couple more copies come up over the next couple of weeks. Guaranteed.
I just wait for Ray to come to the shop, and I say, "Hey, Ray, will you sign this?" And he says, "Okay."
Yes, and please don't hurt me, Ray, and please don't tell the cops.
And then he does, and then that's it.
Yeah, but the point is, so just to kind of answer Albert's question though, I like the cards. I think they're cool. I think they're too high right now for me. I'm gonna wait, and if I miss them, another one will come down the road. They'll release another product, whatever. But I think they're neat. Puerto Rico just got knocked out of the WC. Yes, Victor. Fortunately, yes. Waff Migley is no Ziggly Poffy. Facts, sir. Looking for Norval Bapti, professional skater from my hometown area. All right, cool. Got the hometown connection. I met Eric. I heard he's super popular. Popular. I don't think that was a typo. I think that was a statement.
We've never met, Bob. Come on.
Well, he says he's super popular, so maybe he has met you.
That might be true.
Sounds spot on.
A fair assessment I've never read.
Shut up, Scott.
I would like an Obama signature in his white sock card. There you go. I met Bernie Perron 40 years later, met him with my girls and got puck signed and talked with about 3 Stooges with the girls. Nice. Good that you got a story to go along with it. Stood in line for 1.5 hours for Gordie Howe at a show back in the 1990s. There. Autograph ticket stubs and significant landmark games is cool. Yeah.
Oh, I just got offered today. It's in a PSA slab. The ticket from Willie O'Ree's first game with the Boston Bruins. Now, if you don't know, Willie O'Ree is the Jackie Robinson of hockey. And so it was offered to me today, and I'm trying to figure out if I can somehow use some connections I have to get it to Willie to sign. Now, some people may think that's, oh my God, it's a mint condition ticket from his, first game. You can't have him sign it. And I was like, well, if I buy it, I could do whatever the F I want. And I would definitely want him to sign the first game ticket. So that's what I got to I got to see if I can get it to him and have him sign it before I think about investing money into purchasing it and then cracking it open.
Hashtag investing.
Now, Eric, you talk about, knowing how people habits and stuff, you have background in that. Do you have conversations with yourself a lot?
Well,
it usually devolves into an argument, and there's a lot of yelling.
There's a lot nobody asked you, and you had this conversation. I was just wondering.
Yeah, it says right there, autograph ticket stubs.
That was a statement. It's like, let me tell you about Willie O'Ree. Let me tell you about me getting an autograph. Maybe,
At first,
potentially.
I thought he was
getting
the
an
first
autograph.
guy to score a 3-pointer. That's what I thought at first. But
Well, Willie did that. He did a lot of things. He did a lot of things in his day.
okay.
When I get my piggyback from you, I'm wearing Spurs.
Again with the violence. Bobbles, again with the violence. Straight to the violence. Over and over.
Spurs, that makes me kick. That makes me,
Keep it up.
A lot of anger in this man. A lot of anger. Like maybe he should get some counseling. I think he needs to get some counseling. I think that might be a good thing here.
He could give it to himself the way it's
Well, at least it'll just be a continuation of him talking to himself.
I think we're gonna have to find a camera crew because I want to watch. Like, we need footage of all these damn piggyback rides.
So what you're saying is this is hashtag content and hashtag drama.
It's only going to
we
happen.
need camera crews for these piggyback rides.
That's what I'm saying. I played basketball with Chris Smith of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Worked with us as part-timer. We played ball at lunchtime. Nice.
That's
Good stuff. I stand in line for Mr. Wrestling 2's autograph, but he died in 2020, so it wouldn't be very fruitful. Probably true. Wouldn't be a good use of your time. Bubbles, don't forget the in-person auto you got from Abraham Lincoln, Ulysses S. Grant, and Noah's Ark. Wait, so in order for Noah's Ark to be... Hold on. Let's get the math right here.
He didn't even get the best one.
He started off in the low hundreds. Then he brought him to about 100 years old. And now he knew Noah from the Ark? What kind of twisted math we got going on
back
here?
there.
Yeah, I was gonna say you wouldn't get like a dual sign with Noah and Moses.
Man, you know how to tread water if you knew Noah in Noah's time. You
That's
must
what I'm
have
saying.
treaded a long time.
Here's a question of the inconsistency. Eric would allow a scantily clad Stacey Keebler to help push products. He'd probably make an exception.
Nice callback.
You have to think about that one. It's not as quick, cut and dry. You're like, but my principles, but my eyeballs, but my principles. Is the Bruno available? Yes. Bruno Fist is insane. There you go. Stacey married one of the gnomes from the Keebler cookie empire. So if you could become friends with Stacey Keebler, then you could have an avenue and a direct line to cookies. This could be a very fruitful relationship for you. This could be huge.
Thought of that.
There are angles on this. Just saying. I want a drawing to meet the Winnipeg Jets for beer and brats. Met Howard Chuck, Christian Maxwell, etc. Talked to most of them. Golfed with Greg Gagne.
Oh, that's cool.
Nice. Saw Future watching Facebook for 300. The Ray with the Cup passed by Saga. Best moment in hockey. There you go, Albert. Reminds me, there's a new Boston Strangler special on Hulu.
Yeah, there is.
Anything you want to tell us?
I'm not in it. I'm not in it. Don't worry about it.
Allegedly. I got questions, sir. That's all I'm saying. But thank you, Paul, for bringing it up.
I am curious at the end. Are they going to show where he's buried? I am curious.
All of a sudden, it's like you knock on the door and you're like, "Leave me alone!
He's
I'm
not
trying
buried-
to figure out this Keebler elf thing."
Yeah, no,
It's like, wait a minute, that's Eric's house.
no. He's not buried here, but I am curious if they're going to somehow show it because it's kind of a bad kept secret because they don't want people, because we know there's people that follow like serial killers and collect things and they kind of don't want people to know where he's buried because they don't want the treasure hunters coming by the cemetery.
Maybe you should have relocated him to Salem. And be like, can you combine it with, hey, do you want to buy some trinkets?
Yeah, I think that would be way better. We definitely need to move that guy's body.
Just saying. Now you got something to do. Now you have a project. Now you all have a project. You're welcome. This is what I do. I solve problems. Here we go. No, they didn't talk about it. Watch it today. Thank you, Kathy.
Oh, God.
Yes. So, question. So let me pose a question.
Hold on. Time out.
Oh, Jesus. I got through all the comments. It was great.
Hold on. She has time to watch movies about the Boston Strangler.
Yes.
But doesn't have time to make cookies.
We literally didn't you in this very same show talk about how everyone in your family is bitter and you're all angry and no one loves you and you're ugly and you're old and no one likes you?
She has.
Terrible. Even the internet doesn't like him. It disconnected. This is terrible. Is it true Eric took out a 4-piece of paper and stenciled the headstone of the Strangler and had PSA certified? Allegedly. Maybe. Probably because I moved the body in 2005. Paul says he moved the body in 2005, Eric. You might want to go
I'll
get
see
it.
what Paul says.
All right.
Oh, cookies!
There's 2 different Pauls though you're feuding with. How can you keep them straight? This is Paul V. This is Paul V
I'm
from the
already
Discord.
confused. I'm glad I'm not.
There's Paul C from Northern Canada. Then there's Paul V in Minnesota, who's a serial killer expert. Are you sure this is the one you want to be angering?
Maybe not.
He studies serial killers. That's like the thing he does. Bobbles, back me up on this.
Wonder they have a lot of time on their hands.
He has interesting interests.
Yeah, he's like your piggyback rides, except more death. A lot more death is what I'm trying to get at. Is this the one you want to be feuding with? Just throwing it out there. If he tells you that, hey, you want to see my crawl space? The answer's no.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Carlos says, I want Kathy's autograph. Fair.
He has a really nice signature.
Mm-hmm.
She really does.
There you go. At least somebody manages. There you go. Eric needs to check his blood pressure. I know. We're trying to be zen here. We're trying to be chill.
When the vein starts popping right about here, you know that something's brewing.
So, Bubbles, let me ask you kind of a question. So now that you've got one of the Grail cards for your boy, anything else you got on your docket now? Anything else you'd like to chase? You got the official, like the big ones out of the way, the traditional trilogy of it, because I think you've got the Young Gun. You've also got your PMG and all that as well, for sure. So you've got the traditional ones. Is there anything else that you're interested?
Oh, I mean, I'll still add, like, even it's not just the rookie year stuff or autos or whatever. I'll pick up whatever I can.
Yeah, I'm just saying, has anything caught your eye that you're interested in? There's some nice stuff out of the cup outside of the RPA. There's some nice stuff outside.
I showed you guys that one, and I know it would have been a lot more, but that Ottinger, I wish they had made an Ottinger Robertson duel like they did. I believe it's Delandria on there with him. Ty
Delandria. Yeah.
So I wish that was Ottinger. I personally, and I don't have a ton. I know you have some, and I know Wes has some. Mm-hmm. I think Ottinger's RPA, for as good of a goalie as he is pretty undervalued as well.
Could be.
So he might be one I look at trying to add as well, just for the Stars PC. But as far as Robertson, I don't have anything specific, but there's stuff they excluded him from like Metal Universe this year and everything, so I'm not chasing any of those. But yeah, I mean, I just kind of take it as it goes, and that was one I didn't expect. When I really thought I had a good chance on that was when I noticed that one that sold for $980, and I was like, wait, if they're going in that range, there's a good chance that I could potentially get one. So that's when I got excited and started pushing to track one down. So
fair enough. I like it. So this is how I know Baz needs to adjust his monitor. What, I'm not tan enough for you? You bastard. What's wrong with you? Good Lord. I don't know, man. Baz can't do math, and now he needs to adjust the color contrast on his screen. Bobbles is literally in darkness. Literally in darkness. By the way, actually, Bobbles, this reminds me. One of my favorite things about this whole Aaron Rodgers saga, and I'll just do a quick side note. I want it to be official so that I can mock him properly, but I'll make small veiled references here and there. My favorite thing about the Aaron Rodgers saga is every time I was listening to a lot of podcasts and everything talking about it, and whenever they talked about his darkness retreat, they literally said, so when Aaron Rodgers came back from the darkness, they just phrased it that way, though. They said, came back from the darkness. And every time they said that, I kept thinking, it's like, does he believe in a thing called love? I don't know if you guys remember the one-hit wonder, The Darkness. That was their song. And I go, I love it, and I love it on levels. That's not what you meant. But every time you said it that way, I kept hearing that in my head. I was like, wait, does he believe in a thing called love? Literally, that's our guy. That's our new quarterback.
I think he was like far from the darkness, though. Like he was probably seeing some very bright colors.
Oh, I'm sure you've seen God and Jesus and everything. All of it.
I don't know that he was in darkness.
He's in there. He's sitting in a hot, teepee or something, high on ayahuasca.
It's literally a room, man. It was literally a room. They just turned the lights off. I made the joke with people that I was saying, it's like, yeah, I came back from my darkness retreat. You want to see my darkness retreat? So I'm in my darkness retreat right now. And I got to tell you, I think I see the vision. And you know what, Scott? Now that I see the vision of the darkness, I also believe in a thing called love. But I also think Eric's piggyback ride shit is real weird, man. I kept thinking about it, and it's real weird, man. Real weird. And I come back from the darkness.
Everyone loves piggyback rides. Come on.
Not to the level you do, sir.
I will be fully dressed too. So
that might ruin it for me. That's not how he usually rolls with these things. Again, we don't kick shame, sir.
I mean,
but I got questions.
I know he already gave us a count of females at a card show.
Sure.
He didn't say about males at card shows.
Eric is the piggyback strangler. Does this rag smell like ether?
Paul's on fire tonight.
Oh yes.
Paul, did you see that I showed the Gretzky card tonight as an example of autographs?
There you go. I think Aaron Rodgers may be hanging in Darth Bobble's room. That's what I'm saying. Look, like I said, when they said he came back from the darkness, I just kept, after a while, I just started laughing because they would keep phrasing it that way, Scott. The reason why it made me chuckle is that they would keep saying, he came back from the darkness. And I'm like, for God's sake, the man's still alive. He's got a YouTube channel now. The lead singer's got a YouTube channel. I go, I feel like he should respond to this. I think this is great.
That guy.
Yes, I spoke to Aaron Rodgers, okay? I spoke to him.
The lead singer of that band was weird.
Yes, I agree, 100%. But the thing is that they were intentionally being weird. If you ever saw the music video to the one I'm referencing, the band is called The Darkness. The song is called I Believe in a Thing Called Love. It is stupid. It is silly. It's nonsense. But it's interesting. But it was a one-hit wonder. It was an interesting song. But every time they said he came back from the darkness, I'm like, he went to go see the darkness. I love it. Apparently, Rodgers had a wish list for wide receivers of the Jets to including Randall Cobb. Yeah, that's allegedly. Yep. What's happening? Good evening, Dakota. It's going, man. I was hoping the damn Rodgers thing would be official though. Scott, I got to be honest. It took a wind on my sails. I'm like, make it official. I want to wear my Favre trolling jersey. I want to do the whole bit, and I can't.
I'd like to know what the Packers want. What is holding this thing up? They want every draft pick that the Jets have.
Here's the thing, though. I think right now truthfully, I think both sides are sitting there going like, well, we got the other guy where we want him. It's like, did we? You got Rodgers already saying he wants to play for you. That's fine, but you didn't finish the deal. So the Packers are like, okay, so we can get your number one pick and other shit, right? And the other guys are like, you realize if he retires, you get nothing. But it goes, but if you don't get him, then you have no quarterbacks. So screw you. So now they're like basically two injured ones going like, well, you're more hurt than I am. So I don't need the medical supplies. You need the medical supplies. I'm like, you both need medical supplies, okay?
He had one love backing him up, and he's going to go to another one and have the mother lover backing him up at the other teams.
Right now, both teams need this done for different reasons. The Packers need it so they don't have to worry about any of the cap applications. Just get it over with, get it off the books. And the Jets literally need a quarterback. So it's like, stop being ridiculous. Just stop being ridiculous. Yep. Have a good night, Charity. Take it easy. There you go. Bob Jackson, the card to success. There you go. Yep. Dragging on so long. It is. It's really been really silly. Like, just get over it.
I'm tired of hearing about it, too.
Yeah. All I've read is the Packers won it first, and the Jets are saying no. Here's the thing. I don't blame the Jets for saying no. They're like, there's nobody else to trade him to. And the Packers are like, well, there's nobody else. Nobody else is going to take him. And I'm like, this is a bad argument.
I can't wrap my head around why anybody would want him. The guy is using psychedelics, going into dark rooms. He's a giant baby. I don't understand why you think that at like 106 years old, you want him to come and save your franchise. Okay, it's not like that other guy that Carlos hates, who can show up.
106 is the new 30.
Yeah, clearly. If the Jets think he's going to pull a Tom Brady, show up and win a Super Bowl, they're out of their mind. This guy is a total head case, and it's going to be a car wreck, and we're all going to just enjoy watching it.
Okay, hold on. I just want to point out that you literally cited his age. You literally tried to age shame someone. You.
I don't get it.
Interesting. Yeah, all right, as the Packers won it first, and the Jets are saying no. Right now, I kind of understand both sides of this argument, and I'm like, this is like the lamest game of chicken I've ever seen. it's the dumbest game of chicken. It's like, guys, just get it figured out. Just get it over with. Rodgers 90% sure. By the way, I appreciate this comment. Gives me the chance to do what I mentioned earlier. Rodgers 90% sure he was going to retire going into the darkness. Now he will soon join the Jets, considering retired. I do. Compare and contrast your approach to C. Bless's approach to the hobby. Well, Scott's wearing a shirt. That's a step in the right direction. Jets and Tom Brady. Lord knows. In all seriousness, Permission to Land is a great album. There you go. The Jets want Rodgers because Zach Wilson. That's right. Yes.
Anybody is better than Zach Wilson. Okay. I mean, you cut him.
He makes a great coaster. Don't lie to the people.
Go away, disappear.
It's beautiful.
Anybody.
You love it.
There's a lot of things wrong with that. A lot of levels with that.
Scott.
It's not just
I put it down. It's done.
a 6.5 from Tag. What does that mean?
It means it's about 5.5 points higher than it deserves. Using psychedelics, darkroom, and 106 baubles? Question mark. I feel like baubles should have some candles burning in the background. It would help the aesthetic. Top 3 center fielders in the 90s. Barry Bonds, Ken Griffey Jr., and Kenny Lofton.
Wouldn't be bad 3.
Yeah, just trying to think. How long did Barry stay a center fielder the whole decade though?
Nah,
I thought he was right field.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to remember. Like, was he even a center fielder for like a long time there? Griffey was definitely a center fielder for the duration, no doubt.
Bonds was like right.
Yeah, I thought so.
Griffey, once he went to Cincinnati, I think he was a center fielder.
No, for sure. But like the thing though is like in the 90s though, like his whole run in Seattle, he was the center fielder. So no problem there. But I feel like Bonds changed positions at the bare minimum at some point.
You're all
I don't
wrong.
think he played center at all in San Francisco.
Yeah, he's left fielder is what I got him listed for.
The best.
I was saying right because that's where he hit most of his homers in McCovey Cove. So I had right field on my mind. I apologize.
All right, Eric, go. What are you trying to say?
The best center fielder in the 90s, I believe, was Bo Jackson. Did you see him throw from the fence to the catcher? And it's a dart.
Best athlete.
Michael Taylor's one of my favorite players in MLB today.
Bo Jackson's also listed as a left fielder.
I didn't think he played center.
I was going to say he didn't play center.
Well, he should have.
Dakota, Jim Edmonds. Angels center fielder. Best Angels center fielder. There's nobody in Angels history that's a better center fielder, Scott. None. I definitely made that joke in a video. All right, guys, I gave in. I got a card of the best Angels center fielder of all time, Jim Edmonds. I've done it. Eric, who is better? Zappe.
Oh, Zappy. Oh, absolutely Zappy. Come on.
Can we just say Zappe? And it immediately makes it better.
Zippy. I like calling him Zippy. And Zippy's way better than Wilson. Come on. That's a stupid question.
Well, he definitely played better. Bonds was left fielder, left. Yep. Barry made a lot of left. Yep. Thank you. I might be wrong on Bonds being a center fielder. No. Yeah, Bonds was not a center fielder. I thought so. I was going back in my memory bank on that one, but I was pretty sure. Don't recollect where Bonds was an outfield, except he was not where Andy Van Slyke wanted him. True. Griffey for sure, yes. Edmonds was pretty good. Jim Edmonds had a lot of highlight reel catches, though. Like back in the day, Jim Edmonds had some crazy catches in the outfield. Look, I made the joke, but like as a fielder, like he would make some spectacular plays. Really spectacular.
Yep, he absolutely.
In the 90s, center fielders don't have elite pop. For the most part, no. Griffey was pretty much unique in that sense. Defensively, Devon White was one of the best. Defensively, yes. Defensively, Devon White could get around in center field. But he had no real pop as a hitter at all. But defensively, he was great. Yep, Devon, yep.
I'm going to stick with Bo Jackson, even if I'm wrong.
He was the wrong position. Puckett 6 gold gloves in center field.
When he ran up that wall, wasn't that in center field?
He ran
Oh.
from his field somewhere to the wall, yes, but not center field.
That wasn't center field when he ran up the wall and did the thing.
Pretty sure it
That
wasn't.
wasn't center field. That
pretty sure
wasn't
it was
center
not.
field.
When Kirby Puckett did it, that was center field. I don't know why anybody's not saying that. That Kirby Puckett for 6 years. In the 90s.
Yeah, but Kirby Puckett by the tail end of the 90s really wasn't playing anymore. I like the guys that got that the duration. Like Griffey, at least, if you take Griffey in the 1990s, like take his 10-year period there in the 1990s, because he started right at the beginning of the decade as well. So he got the full advantage of the full decade. A couple of guys didn't make it out of that decade.
Well, James wasn't. When was Bernie Williams? There you go. Thank you.
So if you
James,
just Google
James is
it,
my Yankees guy. That's what I was wondering. He said
if you
James
Google
Jones.
the top center fielders of the 90s, your top 5 is Griffey, Puckett, Williams, Lofton, and then a guy that played on the Pirates, Andy Van Slyke.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's your top 5.
I'm sticking with my answer.
There you go.
They have Bo at number 31, Eric.
Do you like Bo so much because he had a hip replacement as well, or?
But Bo didn't play center field.
And-
So
and-
how was he even on the
I'm
list?
just wondering why he's sticking with him so hard. I don't know.
And hey, wait, and Bo's first at bat when he came back, what happened?
He broke his bat over his knee. I don't.
No, he cranked it over the fence.
He did that a lot. Yeah.
There you
On
go.
his
I like
first at bat back, cranked it over the fence.
I'm gonna move on here
Congratulations.
to Carlisle's comment
Yeah.
here. 1991, Kirby Puckett's my trigger. Don't go
I
there,
bet
Big
he
Scott.
is.
I'm still better.
I bet he is.
Van Slyke done by the mid 90s.
Hey, don't blame Kirby in '91. Y'all blew that one.
I gotta say though, like that's the thing for me is that a lot of the different folks that were there, what I ran into with it is that when I look at the different players, a lot of them didn't make the whole decade. That's why I say like Griffey, literally 90s was his decade. He owned the 90s. The 90s was
Right.
his. And there were some other players who also owned the 90s and they were there like different position, but Frank Thomas was a guy who I would consider to have owned the 90s. Like the 90s was his decade where he dominated. Other guys didn't quite make it out, or maybe just barely did, and did get to take full advantage of it. But there were a few guys that were like there. Some of these other guys started in a different decade, maybe had the best years, maybe in the 90s, but didn't sustain for the whole decade.
We had some pitchers too. Randy Johnson, Kurt Schilling.
Yep. Frank Thomas is a better hitter than Griffey. Yes. No, Frank Thomas was, if you're talking hitter, strictly hitter, yeah. Frank Thomas could hit for power, and his average was ridiculous.
And he was a good tight end. Played at Auburn.
I can't remember who the A's center fielder was. A's center fielder was Henderson. For part of the decade. Because Henderson did bounce around a little
Twice.
bit in the decade.
I think
Yeah.
he was there.
He did bounce around a little bit.
Obviously, he was like the greatest leadoff guy, greatest stolen base guy, but how was he as a center fielder? Or you honestly
Okay.
don't know.
Ricky.
Okay.
Trying to think.
I don't think he had a great arm from what happened.
I was going to say, I feel like with speed, okay, maybe this would be the best way to put this. For all of Ricky Henderson's accolades and abilities. Okay, here's a trivia question for you. So Ricky here,
There you go. Black box has got it for you.
Boom.
88. that's a very narrow band, but all right, fine.
88. He played center field in 88 games. Boom.
Yeah, so Bob Jackson has Ricky being really good. The thing is, with his speed, he should be. But here's a bit of a trivia question. With Ricky Henderson's speed and all his capabilities, how many Gold Gloves did Ricky win?
I don't think he won any. Because we just named all the center fielders that were better than him.
Bobbles? Thoughts? Gold Gloves, Ricky Henderson?
Well, Scott said none. I'm going to go 1.
All right. Bobbles would be correct. 1981. In the shortened season, he won a Gold Glove.
Okay.
He was runner-up in MVP that year as well.
I do have an autograph of him. He's got a very nice autograph as well.
He does, yeah. I agree with that. Puckett tried to rally the crew in the clubhouse speech before Game 6. Guys, I just one announcement to make. You guys should jump on my back tonight. Are we talking about piggyback rides again? You're getting Eric excited. All of a sudden,
I've
it's
never
like
looked
Kirby
this up.
Puckett PC.
Outside of stolen bases and his record there, does he also hold the record for most teams played on?
Either
He's
him
got
or
to be
Kenny
close.
Ralston.
If he's not, he's got to be close because there were a
Is
lot.
it the pitcher? There was a relief pitcher that the
Jamie Moyer?
Nationals had that had been on a ton too.
Jamie
Might be
Moyer's
that
been
guy.
on a ton.
Yeah. There are a couple of guys who have been on a ton of teams. Like, let's put it this way. Ricky wasn't on a ton of teams.
He played in Boston. He was here.
Martin Colon, Jamie Moyer. Ricky Henderson also had the record for leadoff home runs.
He did, yeah. Okay,
Not
so here,
difficult.
since I got Ricky Anderson's page up in front of me. All right. So he played for the Oakland A's. Then he played for the Yankees, the latter portion of the 80s. Back to the Oakland A's. Then played for the Blue Jays as a rental. Then he played for the San Diego Padres. Then he played for the Anaheim Angels. This might not be completely in sequencing. I'm just using baseball references thing here. Mets, Mariners, Padres, Red Sox, Dodgers. I think I got most of them. Let me double check. Yankees, Oakland, San Diego, Anaheim, Oakland, New York Mets. Might have missed the Mets here. Mets, Seattle, Padres, Boston, LA. So however many teams that was.
It's Edwin Jackson, the guy that I remember him from the Nationals. Right after I said that, I knew they were talking about Jackson. So he holds the record with 14. I see Amish Dave mentioned Octavio Dotel. He had 13.
Yep. I missed this question during trivia. Pizza Joint named 4 players who have 500 home runs who only played for one franchise. There are 5. Nice. Over his career, he had 6,468 putouts and assisted with 131. Total of 6,599 chances accepted. Henderson shifted. Conseco was the best A's outfielder. There you go. Yeah.
Texas, too. He was the best Texas outfielder, too, all time.
Texas outfielder.
Yeah, when he played for the Rangers and hit him in the head and went over the wall.
He was the greatest.
He was the
Henderson
greatest.
shifted Devon White to left field. Henderson 9 teams. Octavio Dotel 3,000 hits and scored 2,000 runs. Only player to do it. Played on most teams. He was up there, but not quite. Octavio Dotel was his choice for that one. Not Toby. Ricky played 2,421 left field and 446 center field. So he actually played over 400 games in center field. All right. I know some of these guys shifted around a little bit. So some of the outfielders did corner outfield a little bit, shifted around depending on games. But 446 games is actually a decent sample size. That's multiple seasons worth. So that's actually pretty good.
I know this guy who's in his early 20s now. When he was a little kid, he was at an event, and Ricky Henderson was there, and he went up to him. And he's a little kid at the time, and he's got his, the pen's probably mostly bigger than him, and he handed a piece of paper and said, "Mr. Henderson, will you sign this for me?" And of course, Ricky looked at him, this little kid, and went, "Ricky ain't signing today," and walked away.
And it broke Eric's heart.
It wasn't me. I don't give a rat's ass.
Don't
What do I
lie to
care
the
about
people.
Ricky Henderson?
I don't know, man. I think
He
they're
only
right.
cares about people that don't sign their full name and that charges for a photo.
That's right.
Mm.
But as the big thing is Ricky Henderson talks in the third person.
I want to see Eric at the National yelling at everybody in the line getting photos. No, that's all I could do. Just yell. Y'all are a bunch of dummies.
It's like, you're idiots. It's like y'all are spending the money on this. Y'all garbage. It's like, what happened? So Eric needs another new hip. Why? They put the boots to him. It's like, Carlos, where were you? I was putting the boots to him. Like,
Eric stands 3 aisles over.
somebody has to teach
then
him out how to do it.
selfies
Kick him
himself.
here. Kick him here.
He takes a selfie with the guy, 40 yards away from him in the background.
He's using like depth, just adjusting it.
He does his selfies.
That's all I could do up in Toronto. They weren't letting you take pictures with the guys. So Esposito, Henderson, Savard, and Cornier, I had to take selfies.
No, if you wanted, like, it wasn't a selfie, but if you wanted, like, you could take a selfie with a Cornwall Future Watch if you go get the new SP Legends. That's very exciting.
Ooh.
Very exciting. Think about it. Cornwall could be one of your big hits. Huge. Huge. Carlos, seems like mid to late 90s baseball cards aren't coveted unless Griffey Jr.'s. What's the deal with that? Griffey Jr. was the biggest star. They're fans for the other players. There are other players who will get a little bit of notoriety to it. But if you talk 90s and you say, all right, 90s, star, Griffey, and then you start thinking about the other guys.
Well, I would also argue that was coming tail end somewhat out of the junk era, introduction to serial numbered era, and there's still a lot of it out there. Even, like, to be honest, even Griffey's aren't coveted unless you have, you know, certain rare inserts or whatever of it. So
I think though, if you take that mid to late 90s period though, if you look at like what would otherwise be completely generic inserts, the Griffies do hold pretty strong value. Because I'll put it this way: you'll take like an insert, you'll be like, okay, so this Griffey card is like $30, and you're like, all right, how much is the Chipper Jones? $1. Okay, so you see like this gigantic gap. It's like Frank Thomas is like $2, Bonds is like $3, but Griffey's like 30. Why? What's Griffey?
We have a Griffey box at
You
work.
get Cal Ripkins all day for $1.
That's what I'm getting. But what I'm getting at is there were stars, but then he holds a certain cachet within that era, within that decade, where people do chase his stuff to the point that it has helped the prices. Even in the same set, you'll take the same insert set, you'll take these other Hall of Fame talents, Hall of Fame players, and there's still a bit of a huge gap between them.
Well, I think, like, as someone that, you know, buys Griffey and stuff, I think there's just an overwhelming amount of just simply inserts as well. So, you know, Griffey, I think, has the value because there's more people that actually are buying. If they are going after those insert cards, they're going to be looking for him rather than the other guys, or set completionists, that sort of thing. But there's just so many of them. Like, it's a never-ending list of 90s inserts for baseball. Unlike, you know, basketball, people talk about how those inserts are pretty valuable. I think it's because they have not, like, maybe not more rare in a sense, but there was fewer of them, fewer sets overall.
Who's also the poster boy for Upper Deck. So, I mean, they were going to make sure they flooded, you know, their products with him.
Yeah, but the thing though is that that can also work in reverse, right? The point is flooding means value down. The fact that the value is even sustained to the level it's sustained, even relative to his contemporaries and his peers, is testament to his star power. That's the point that I was making about star. That's all I'm talking about, star.
That might be why they can't print anything else. They're still printing the 89 Upper Deck cards. That might be.
I think that's a valid cause. Every man, woman, and child in this country and yours should all have an 89 Upper Deck. Griffey, it is a right.
That's right.
When someone comes in from another country and is looking to become a citizen, you know, they get, you know, Social Security card, a driver's license, and a Griffey card.
You swear on the Griffey card your oath to the United States.
As you should.
That's right.
You are not a worthy American if you do not.
I've heard of this story too before. That's funny. I've heard that story.
Yep. And I think it has been debunked, but like a lot of Griffey stories are kind of like, they're kind of just fun stories and you can just accept it because Ricky Henderson's weird.
Ricky's Ricky. He's the first. That was the first. Ricky's Ricky.
Yeah, but he's fun. Like, Ricky Anderson's a fun one. He's an enjoyable, like, with the stories and everything. He's an interesting dude.
Hey, he did get up and say he's the greatest of all time. I mean, you can't fault him.
He is. That's what he's
Stolen base wise, you can't argue with him. He's right. Like, you are correct.
Yep.
That's what he told us.
Bagwell, Piazza, Thomas, Randy Johnson, Ortiz, and Guerrero Sr. Yes, Guerrero Sr. have cards from late 90s. Yeah. Griffey's Jordan in baseball. Yeah. I think it's a fair comparison. Man, all that era. Yeah. Like I said, when you talk 90s, Griffey's the dude.
I sold shoes in the 90s, and I can tell you from that aspect, maybe not now looking back, that now they didn't hold up. But at the time, Griffey was just as sought after in shoes as the Jordan was in the Nike.
Yeah, that's why they went with the swing man, because they
Swing
had
man.
Jordan as the jump man, so
Yep.
Griffey was the swing man.
Yeah,
It just-
but that's
it
the
didn't
reason
hold
why I'm
up.
making the distinction between a player who's just really good, or putting up great stats or whatever, and a star. In the 1990s, Griffey was a star. He was the guy you put in magazines. He did all that. That's what happened. So that still resonates. Now all those people that are adults, they're older now and they can collect, they're like, "Oh, I want I want some of these shiny Griffey cards that I remember from back in the day, that I remember in the magazines, or these die-cut because you have all the great tech as well. These die-cut Griffies, all these different refractors, all this nice stuff." So they're spending good money on it, even though it's like, but this is out of 500, this is out of 1,000. It shouldn't be that much. It's like, well, actually, it holds up pretty well. Again, all things considered, compared to some of the other guys. Same set. It's Hall of Famers too. It's not as much.
I think, and let me get y'all's opinion on this, and even
Go ahead.
Eric, even though we're discussing Griffey and baseball cards right now.
Go ahead.
Could it be the fact that part of this hobby and things in life, really, even outside of just card-based, the hunt is one of the enjoyable aspects. The challenge, the hunt, the accomplishment when you find or obtain. And if you went with just, let's go with either Frank or Cal Ripken or, any of those guys who are great players, is it just some of the fact that the attraction to Griffey is because it's harder to do? It's harder to track them down. Like, I know when I go to shows, I can go up to dealers all the time and be like, "Do you have any Griffies?" And most of the times they're going to say no. But you can find Ripken or Thomas or whoever. Could that be some of the intrigue in it? And it doesn't have to just specifically be Griffey, but I think that's something that's sometimes not talked about as much in the hobby itself, is how we as collectors, we build a collection because we're hunting. And even you with Modano, you're filling out a list and now you're hunting for specific ones, that's part of what drives us as a collector. And being that Griffey's more sought and not as easily found, could that be some of it? Because we all respect Thomas and Ripken in them, but let's face it, they're not Griffey.
I think there's a big aspect to that, and I'll let the other guys touch on that a little bit. But one thing I would point out is, and this is what's interesting, is it also plays into the hoarding side of things too, because we just talked about a second ago how many sets Griffey was in, how many insert sets, how many parallel sets, how many all this. There's no shortage of Griffies. The fact that you go to the show and ask these people and they say they don't have them, that could be 100% true. I believe them. I have no reason not to believe. But that's because there's a guy somewhere hoarding them. Like there's somebody there like who went like mine, and they will release them in due course. It's the same thing that happened with the 90s hockey inserts, the classic ones that I grew up with, those OG inserts that I do chase after now. I don't think it's not that they weren't produced. I don't think it's not that they weren't pulled, because I'll go and what'll happen is they will come onto the marketplace because somebody will break a set, or they'll have a horde of them, and it'll be like a bunch of them all at once. And they won't show up. They dried up from the market for years or months or years. And then all of a sudden you'll see a bunch of them all at once. And what happened? Well, somebody was hoarding a bunch of them. There's a dealer, I want to say Porco Sports Cards or something. And they specifically seem to specialize in 90s hockey. And they've got showcases full of this stuff. And they're sitting on there in a bunch of the cars, including some of the ones that I chase after and some of the other folks that the 90s guys chase after. Whole showcases full of them. Where do they come from? Well, they probably bought them from collections or whatever the case may be. So somebody had them. It's not that they're not available, but because he goes like, well, I bought these collections, so now I have them, and I have multiple copies of some of these cards. So that'll be $1,000. Why? Well, because go buy another one. I see. I understand your point. So Scott or Eric, you got any thoughts on the chasing aspect of it that Bobbles is referring to? The hunt, so to speak?
Well, I think 90s inserts fall in between. Right now, we're in a hobby where a lot of people like the new flashy stuff, and that's what you find in the cases. And me and Bobbles talked about this at the National. It just seems like a lot of the inserts 90s, you'll find not in the dollar boxes or whatever, but maybe in the value boxes that are $5, $10, $15, $20 cards that they'll stick in there and go, oh, buy 5 of them and I'll give you a discount or whatever.
Mhm.
Is where I tend to find a lot of raw Griffies when I'm at shows. You got to do some digging because like I said, they're just fall in between, and I don't see a lot in showcases. To Bobble's point, I do see more Frank Thomas or Cal Ripkins, but I never really thought of it. But that was good observations by both of y'all, I think, on that. But I just think 90s inserts altogether are they're considered a little bit to be, over, be part of the junk era, and then they're considered to be sought after. They're just all lost a little bit for baseball. It's not quite like basketball where they're sought after. Anything from you, Eric?
Well, 2 things. One, regarding Junior. Obviously we're in, just outside of Boston, and we have at the card shop we have boxes that are marked, and anytime we find a Larry Bird card, we put it in the box. Anytime we find a David Ortiz, we put it in David Ortiz box. And all these boxes that we have are all, Boston teams and Boston legends, right? We do have one box just for Griffey, because people are coming in all the time asking, do you have any Griffey cards? And, we have the more expensive ones in the showcases, obviously, but anything else that has Griffey on it, we throw in this box. And sometimes people will come in and just buy the entire box, and I got to start again with the new box. And it doesn't matter if it's $1 Griffey. It doesn't matter if it's a $30 Griffey. They can't get enough. So yeah, he's definitely highly collectible. He was
Right.
the best, player of his generation. And he was also the poster boy. So he had a huge push. So yeah, he's still very popular, even in places other than Seattle.
Right.
On the collection part and the hunt, I think it's the hunt that gets us going. We love hunting. I can't speak for everybody, but I'm going to assume that the majority of us, we're hunting for that card. We're hunting for this item. When we find it, obviously there's a euphoria, but then after there's a little bit of disappointment because the hunt is now over. So we take that card that we hunted 3 years for, or we had to wait until we could, afford it, or whatever the situation, or get it in the condition that we want. We finally find the perfect thing that we want. We go home. What do? Stick it in the closet. We put it in a top sleeve, or and then in the closet. And what's the very next thing we do in the next second? Start a new hunt. And we start saving up more money, and we start looking at getting on eBay and the auction houses, and that's what this is all about. We're treasure hunters.
That portion right there is kind of the reason, and I've actually discussed this with several people, but it's kind of the reason I haven't bought a lot this year, and I haven't done a lot of content or talked about mail days or any of that kind of stuff, because there was that portion between 2020 and 2022 where everything was just go 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 go, and it felt like if you didn't know, like, even in the back of your mind, you knew things were going to correct, but like, I don't just do vintage and I don't just do modern, so there was some things that I knew there was a window of opportunity there, and if I had the chance to cash out on like newer players that had skyrocketed to get rid of, that allowed me opportunity to pick up maybe a vintage card I had been wanting, so I had to move into that. And it wasn't FOMO, but it was, I knew that I needed to take the chance while it was there. So after all that hustle and bustle, I had finally decided to look back and just enjoy what I've actually been able to get. And I don't feel that need to continuously hunt eBay and everything and try to continuously, pick cards up. Now, some folks would say, "Oh, but you're not collecting now and you're out of the hobby and this and that." No, I mean, I just showed a card I didn't think I would be able to get, and the reason I got that was because, again, there's only 249 of them. It's not impossible, but it's not an abundance. And who knows, will the price go up? Will it come down some? Who knows? But I didn't want to lose that opportunity. So that was one I went ahead and got. Right now, it's actually fun to enjoy the collection and not constantly feel the need, like you said, well, I got this one, let me go to the next one. And
Now, let me ask a question, and I'll kind of play into this topic that we were talking about. So we'll use the Griffey example because it's a good one. We're talking about that in a period. I'm going to show you guys a card. I'll give you a little context. I'll give you a little information so you can use it. I want you to use your instincts a little bit. I want to get your opinion. I want to know what's in your head about what comes out of it. So I'll show you the card, and I'll give you a little context. I'll give you a little background. We'll go with it. So here's a Ken Griffey Jr. Refractor.
awesome card.
Yep, that's Wrecking Crew. So that's 1996 Topps Chrome Wrecking Crew. Okay? Now, I'm going to give you a little context like I promised. So I'm going to tell you that those Wrecking Crew refractors are 1 in 72 packs. 1 in 72 packs, 15 cards in the set. So that gives you a little context to how difficult they are to pull so that you can get the relative 24 packs per box. So it's about 1 in 3 boxes approximately. MSRP at the time was $3 a pack. So 1 in 3 boxes to get a refractor version. 15 cards in the set. 1 in 72 packs. All right. Ken Griffey. What are we paying for this on March the 17th, 2023? Raw copy. Sitting in a one touch. What are we paying for it? What's our price? I'm asking for your instincts.
I got outbid on one.
$45.
Just
All right, so Scott's got 45 bucks. I think you said 45, Scott.
Yes.
So Scott says 45 bucks. USD is what we're going with. So
Yeah,
I want your
20 bucks.
thoughts. Just go with your instinct. Go with your gut.
$20.
All right. I'm going to tell you.
I got
everything.
outbid on one a few months back, and I think it went for like 206 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember exactly, but I think I do know. I believe it clipped 200 a little bit, so
Okay.
I'm gonna go 200.
Now we are down. Don't forget we're down market. We're not at our apex anymore. We're not super hot. So does that sway you a little bit?
No,
Okay, that's fine. I'm just asking the question. All right, I'm gonna give the chat. If anybody wants to take a stab at this, I'm giving you about a minute, and then I'll reveal the answer just so that we all have it. But that's the question I'm posing here. So this right here it's a nice card, but there's so many. The point is there are a lot of them. Now so the context is depending on where your head's at on this, you might think it's high or low. I'm going to give you the answer. I'll show it to you, but remember, there are literally thousands of Griffey cards in this time period in the 90s, and there are a ton of refractors because there are a ton of refractors. So that's what I'm saying. You got to get your head around these factors and put them all together.
that one's also difficult to grade because they're normally always off-centered, and you can see in that copy right there the refractor lines.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So say 40-ish, probably way more because Griffey. So 2x and say 80. My gut would be 40. How much are the boxes? So they were $3 per pack was the MSRP. $3 per pack, 24 packs per box. So it'd come out to, was that $72? I think $72 per box, approximately at MSRP. Okay, so let me see if I can share it. Let me see if I can just shrink it. $81. So this is open auction. It ended today, this evening, $81 with 12 bids. So it was an open auction. Now the thing is, depending on your perspective, that's either high or that's low. But the point that I'm going to make to you is there are a ton of Griffey cards at that time period, a ton of refractor cards in that time period, and yet a random Griffey refractor from the mid 90s is able to garner $80 without any difficulty. So $80 on the table, no problem, no questions asked, ungraded, put it in a one touch, sell it to me $80. That's pretty strong. That tells you the power of how popular Griffey was at that time period. And the fans who are still like people collecting him, they want those cards. They're still interested. They're still willing. Griffey's been retired for years. He's already a Hall of Famer. It's already done. There's nothing more he's going to do at this point. Seems good, though. Here. Great deal for 81. Wow, cheap. His insert fan base is massive. It is. But think of how many inserts he has. You want to find a shiny Griffey, I can give you 1,000 different cards you could chase. And we still have $81 for this one. What does that tell you? It's pretty good.
So for clarity, the one I bid on, time
Was it
is
graded?
flying by.
Was it
It
graded?
was actually 6 months ago when it was graded. It was
thought so.
PSA 9. It
Yeah.
went for 212.19.
Which is fine. But think about that, though. But this was an ungraded copy. Still $81. Like, that's pretty good money just for a random mid-90s, refractor card. That's pretty decent. But that's the power of Griffey. Now, if it was a Frank Thomas, if it was a Cal Ripken, or one of these other guys, bring it back down accordingly.
And you mentioned down market. That's actually up on that card because raw, they were pretty consistently around 50, 60 bucks.
Nope, but my point that I'm making is we are in a general down market. If we say down market, it's like it's supposed to be. Remember, they keep telling us it's across the board, and I keep saying it's case by case. It depends. Depends on what you're looking at.
It's going to have up ebb and flows. I mean,
And it does depend because, like we talked about earlier, we're ahead of, pre-COVID, so we're up. But if you're comparing it to the height of the pandemic, we're down. I think we're up because, and I think this is where we're going to stay. It's not going up again unless we get locked in our homes again.
but like I was saying earlier, that you had two people bid, or theoretically, the top two bidders were $81 and probably $80, right? So if one went on to market tomorrow, the guy that bid 81's out. So theoretically, the next one's going to be lower because that guy's out.
It could be. I would say though. So here's the thing: if it was the wrestling cards, if it was the AEW or whatever, I would argue that all day long. But Griffey's market is surprisingly deep. Eric already told you. They have they set aside a box just of Griffey cards and Griffey inserts specifically. So his market goes a little deeper. And here's the thing. And this is an important piece. I want to make it. Also, I want to highlight Carlos' comment. It's a really good one. I swapped my grilled cheese for that Griffey after another bite, but I'm pretty hungry. I like that. It's a good pair of comments. I appreciate it. The 90s inserts are cool and way ahead of their time, so I'd agree. Just bought a collection of the Piazza album, 300 different cards from the era. Nice. Well played. But here's an important piece I want to add to this piece. A lot of these markets are going to depend. If a market's thin, then it'll totally play out the way Scott says. But this one is surprisingly, there is a lot of depth to this market. There is a lot of depth to people that are collecting these cards. There's also one other thing we got to factor in here. At 80 to 100 bucks, there's a lot of people who may have nostalgia that may be interested that would be players at 80 to 100 bucks. If I said it was $800 to $1,000, the amount of people that are going to be chasing that shrinks immediately, because most people are not going to pay $800 or $1,000 for a card. I don't care who it is, and I don't care what it is. They don't have it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. No.
But at 80 to 100 bucks, if you really like the card, if you think it's really cool, a lot of stuff suddenly comes within reach. It's like, okay, like a one-time purchase. I'd like to add a shiny Griffey to my collection. 80 to 100 bucks. I could see it. Somebody could talk themselves into it at 80 or 100 bucks, is my point that I'm making. So it brings it into reach for more people, which in turn allows more people to potentially be in that pool for bidders in this card, is what I'm getting at.
Another interesting thing that we didn't even mention, we talked about the guy earlier, but Barry Bonds has a lot of those 90s inserts in there as well.
Yeah.
And even with all that Barry Bonds did, and sure, he pissed some people off, but
there's still a market for Barry.
His inserts are probably tougher to find than Griffey because, as Eric mentioned, Griffey was kind of the face during that time. But when you go to shows and stuff, he's even one that you have to dig and hunt for, and his prices aren't going to be far behind what Griffey was. You just don't hear a lot of people talking about him. You're going to hear, and I don't know what kind of ratio it would be, but you're going to hear more people say they collect Griffey than you would ever hear somebody say, "Yeah, I'm a Bonds collector." And how many times do you see Bonds autographs
That's true.
at shows or anything?
Yeah. But that's the thing, is that you have to factor all those things in, take that all into account. And some people are going backwards in time and they're saying, like, oh man, I remember a lot of those. For me, 90s baseball is the most nostalgic. I'm always going to look back to 90s baseball. I'm always going to enjoy that a lot more. I'll watch the current game. I'll watch what's going on. I can enjoy something like World Baseball Classic. That's fun for me because it shakes up the mundaneness of spring training. I can't get excited about spring training. I also can't get excited about regular season games for the most part. I just can't. I'll watch them, but they're going to be kind of background noise, and I'll glance over here and there, and I'll see a little bit of it, but I'm not going to be paying close attention. The playoffs I can get interested in. But in the 90s, I was watching everything I could get my hands on. Everything that was there, everything that I could watch or listen to or whatever, I would watch or listen to it. It's different. I got more shit to do now, too.
Did you see the Baker spring training highlight?
The Baker spring training highlight?
Yeah, so last night, well, I guess it was Thursday night.
Okay.
The Nationals and Astros played, and Dusty's son is a prospect for the Nationals.
Oh, okay.
And he hit a grand slam in the ninth inning to tie the game up against his pop's club. And the Nationals wound up going on to win. I think the finals was like 11-7 or something like that.
All right.
So that even though it was spring training, it had to be a cool moment for him to hit a grand slam in the ninth inning against his dad's team to tie the game up. So
nice. I like it. Cool. All right. So, folks, what I want to know is we'll start winding her down a little bit here. We're just approaching the 4-hour mark, so I think that's a good spot to start winding her down. See, Scott, I hope you're taking notes. So you start winding her down at the 4-hour mark.
Yeah.
Not the 1 hour mark. That's for peasants. Peasants, Scott. Peasants.
I would have to be yelling to keep my co-host awake that long.
Oh, come on, Scott. Do you see, Scott? I thought you were. I thought you were taking notes during this entire process. Do you see how easy it was? I haven't even warmed up yet. Like for me, it's just not. I don't need to take in all hours of the night. It's not necessary. We're good. We've done good. We even had Griffey trivia time. It was good. But any last thoughts or comments? Throw them in there. Appreciate you all hanging out through the evening. That's been great. Appreciate the like button. Eric appreciates it more than anyone else. No one appreciates the like button more than Eric does. No one. Facts. It fuels him. It allows him to develop the rage that he'll need to shake his fist at the sky and the clouds once again for another week. Think about it. Baker's son that ran in the field in the World Series? Is that the same son? Could be.
Darren, yeah.
There's a callback. See, if we had the Panini Instant moment or whatever, those would be the ones that you could call back to that. Hey, that's his rookie card. No, it's not his rookie card.
Well, I just looked at Tops now just to see if they had one because that is a big moment. They don't have any spring training Tops now cards right now. They got 2 for Japan.
There you go. Yeah. So any last thoughts or comments? Feel free to throw them in. Bubbles, question for you. Thank you for joining us as always. Any other? Now we got the Jason Robertson pump. We got that going on. Any other pumps or anything you want to do, or are you pretty good with it?
I mean, I have a SGC preview that I'll be doing tomorrow night. I got a busy day tomorrow because I'm gonna get up early and go hunting, and then see what time we get back home. But I got the preview and everything tomorrow night. And
pitch the other channel, by the way, since we're
here. You know what? So speaking on the other channel, I am lousy at it. I'm not even gonna lie.
Jeez,
so yesterday I went.
Give yourself some credit, brother.
Thursday I went out to, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go out, do some hunting. I'm gonna film. I think it'd be crazy. It'd be fun to share with the people. And I obviously don't know how GoPros work worth a damn because my battery was at 19% when I left the house. I'm bad at keeping them charged. I had it plugged in the Jeep. The place I was going was like just over an hour away. I was like, all right, that should give me enough battery to charge, right? I get there and the damn thing's at 15%. And I'm like, it's sitting there, the green line's just showing that it's charging, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? So needless to say, that went out the damn window. Today, I'm like, all right, I'll try it again. Yeah, I filmed at an estate sale, so I am going to try to put some footage together of that, although I spent $2 whole all day today. I left the house at 8 o'clock this morning and didn't get it back home until about 3, and I spent $2 whole on goods. So yeah, it was not a great day. But the other channel is 540 Flips, all spelled out. It's just I think I got 15 subs over there right now. I'm just trying to do vlogs and stuff of the reselling thing. I'll tell you guys, obviously I do cards and reselling and all of that stuff as my employment, so to speak, self-sustained, self-employed, whatever. And so I mixed a little bit in the beginning of the year. But to my point earlier when I was talking about the hunt and cards, this kind of allows me to do a different kind of hunting, but it's kind of the same aspect. I don't know what I'm going to find when I go out. Today, I got kicked in the ass. I didn't find really anything. Going to have days like that. But it's exciting on the days when you go out and you find really awesome stuff. And it doesn't just have to be cardboard. And I know, we talk cards and everything, but that's the reason I brought that up, is there's so many things in life that we actually are attracted to it because of the hunt. I know Scott likes video games and comic books and TV shows, and y'all do the wrestling stuff and all of that. There's still hunting involved in all that. Like you go to like the I don't know what they're called, not comic shows, but
Comic-Cons?
the non-sport type show stuff. And I know you go the toys, you hunt, for toys and stuff you buy. If you really sit back and think about it, there's so many things in life that's all connected in a similar fashion as how we collect cards. And so this is just another way for me to do something, and it's been a lot of fun. I just need to get better at fucking recording it and sharing it, because I am terrible at it.
GoPro. You
What's
gotta find
that?
out how to charge that GoPro, or else you're not gonna.
Maybe next video needs to be
charged today. What I need is I need to order the kit that has the dual battery charger, because right now I don't have an external battery charger, so I have to charge it in the GoPro, and that sucks because I do have multiple batteries. But I'm gonna order the little kit. It comes with 2 additional batteries and a dual charger. That way I can always have batteries charged.
There you go. I like this random comment. Carlisle says, I'm going to make grilled cheese. My cousin is telling me to use mayo on the outside of the bread rather than butter. That sounds crazy. Thoughts? These are the important questions that we need to answer. I got questions. Why are you using mayo on the outside of bread?
That's actually, as a fat guy here in the group, that is the perfect way to kill it. That's the way my grandma cooked it. That's big down here in the South. Yeah.
I mean,
mayonnaise is grease.
oil.
You know that, right? It is. It's got grease in it. So you don't make it heavy. You just put on a light sheen. It's awesome.
I'm not judging on how anybody makes grilled cheese, because I actually make mine kind of weird too, but not with
Eric.
mayonnaise.
Eric looks like he wants to judge. Eric, go for the judging. Go ahead.
I think you're a freaking psychopath, and I hope you rot in hell.
Well, it's his cousin, not Carlisle. Carlisle.
I think he's talking to me because I said
that you're already emo Scott. I've already given you your moniker. You're fine. Now you could have a complex because friggin' Eric is judging your grilled cheese habits. The best part is we
Logan
said
in the Model T.
Anybody else, I'd be upset.
Look, Baz is
I don't
very
want
confused.
Tesla.
Baz is very confused. There's a lot of confusion of time-space continuum with Baz. The point is that I was going to say is that I appreciate how, even though we literally very clearly say we're not going to kink shame, we don't question Eric and his privalities with the whole piggyback thing. And yet, you talk about some grilled cheese and this man has opinions. Goddamn. Good Lord. All right.
I mean, I can eat grilled cheese all kinds of different ways, but yeah, that's the way my grandma made it. So.
Well, get your next time you eat grilled cheese, do it while having a piggyback ride and Eric will accept you.
Do you do pimento grilled cheese?
No, but she would do it that way. I do not. It's one thing that's not Southern about me is I do not like pimento cheese.
There you
I
go.
almost got to turn in my Southern card on that one.
Wow. All right. Remember to add bacon to your grilled cheese. There you go,
Yeah.
Josh. Bring in the bacon. There you go. It's okay, Scott. Eric Trash talks trash to everyone.
I
Is
know.
it
I know.
Nibbity from Pibbity. Wow. I like it. All right, I'll get you out on this because this is one of the favorite of the Instant Revolution podcast. Big fan. So, all right. So, boys.
Eric has no opinion. He's
Oh.
never tried one.
No. He's basically a
I didn't think we were
psychopath.
allowed to talk about this. I thought Dave and Steve could get after it.
First of all, I'm Carlos. I can do what I want. That's first thing.
That's true.
Secondly, we're doing so with respect and love. We're doing so with much respect and love. But you have not been on that show, so you can answer this question. Eric can't because he's a psychopath and he has no opinion on this matter. All right, Scott, Big Scott, best chicken sandwich for you. Go ahead.
KFC.
All right, but are you talking about like a chicken sandwich, or are you talking about where they did that monstrosity where the bread was the chicken?
Oh,
What's that?
Are you talking about like the regular
No,
chicken
but
sandwich, or are you
that
talking
was
about
all
the thing where the
considered.
bread was the chicken?
Oh, that
Yeah,
was so
I
bad.
needed to get a defibrillator with that one, but yeah.
Like I have a heart attack looking at it. I had a heart
Yeah,
attack looking at the damn
I
thing.
got one before just because I just said I had to. But yeah, I love KFC. Me and my dad had this discussion today. I love Bojangles
Okay,
as well.
fair enough. No, I just asked the question. I just posed the question.
that's Either or.
All right. Bubbles,
love
you
chicken.
want to chime in on the infamous chicken sandwich debate?
Spicy has to be. I have to give that to Popeyes, but regular, I would have to agree with Scott. There's some, I don't know if it's the bread or what, or the breading, but KFC does have a good regular chicken sandwich.
Hey, they got it spicy now too. They got it. It's a wet sauce though. Nashville hot.
There you go. So, quick side point, and this is an indicator. So we're close. We're approaching. I won't declare that we're approaching the bottom. I'm just going to inform you that we got to be somewhere along the path along the way, because I already got the infamous flyers that I usually get. It was like we buy gold, we buy random shit. Part of that also includes watches, silverware, cutlery, paper money. We also got
I didn't know you
comic
would
books,
get that
rookie
so
cards.
soon.
This isn't the mailbox. This is flyers. Literally, like boom, done.
It was a joke because you said we buy random shit.
Oh yeah. Well, like listen, I would buy random shit, but they like buy all the random shit. Listen, it's in color. We got the glossy paper and the color and the whole thing. This is what we know is serious.
That's a fancy one.
Yeah, like we got inside comic books, and I like that they had the rookie cards. Now, Eric, you'll appreciate this. 5 out of the 6 rookie cards are all the hockeys. You'll appreciate this one.
The hockeys?
Yeah, we got the hockeys. Check it out. We got rookie cards.
Which
Look,
ones? Well, which ones?
look.
Oh,
Oh,
I have
damn.
some of those.
So we got Sidney Crosby, we got Waugh, we got Lemieux, we got Gretzky, and we got Connor McDavid there with the Jordan rookie.
That is some hockeys right there.
Look at you, we got the hockeys. Facts, sirs, facts. That's how I know we're getting serious when we're getting into like I'm getting this shit. So you know, it's like, hey, bring your crap.
They're poor though. They don't have Robertson on there.
No, and then we got on the back. Oh, here you go. Buy sports cards. Here you go. So this was a bit of a blend here. We got a bit of a mix on that one. There you go. Check it out.
Oh,
Is,
more
uh,
hockeys.
Is
got a-
Stoops from Iowa by any chance? Stoops baseball card?
It's a good
I
question. I
own
don't
one
know.
of them.
I don't know.
How much do you think they'll give me for my or rookie?
Probably about half of what I would give you. I'll give you like nothing. I'll give you a kick in the nuts is what I'll give you. They'll probably give you 2 kick in the nuts for that. Think about it.
In mint condition.
And that's why you get a kick in the nuts. Have a good night, Baz. Take it easy. Zombie Burger has mac and cheese bun for a burger. Fair.
I've had that at Zombie Burger in Des Moines.
Yeah, Alex got one of those flyers too. Look, it makes me laugh when I get one of these things. So I hung on to it because I thought I would bring it up at some point during the show. So I figured I'd grab it here at the
I'm
end.
kind of jealous. We don't get those here.
We get those semi-sporadically. Like once in a while, once in a blue moon, we'll get one of these. And I know that's when they're, because what they've done is like, so on March the 20th, so this is coming up. On March the 20th, they're going to be the Admiral Inn and Suites. And then on March the 21st, there'll be the Royal Canadian Legion. And then on the 22nd, there'll be a Quality Inn and Suites buying your crap for 1 fraction of a cent of what it's worth. You'll be happy to know
Not getting book price. That's
they're coming to your town. Good luck. I love how they quote the big numbers though. T206 on a Swagger, 500,000 plus. Yeah, you're not paying them 500,000 plus, even if you got a real one walking in the door. Don't lie to people. It's adorable though.
I had to explain to yet another person today that why we could not give them full book price for a card. And it's like, if I gave you full book price, I can only sell it for full book price, and that means no money is gained.
Question.
How do we keep the lights on? How do we keep the doors unlocked? It's like people are so freaking stupid.
Did y'all notice he said book price? Which book would you be speaking
The
of
only
there?
book that matters, the Holy Bible of Lord Beckett.
Well,
For
whatever
book.
it is. But the comp price, call it whatever you want. I don't really care. And I am going to kick you so hard in the nuts when I see you. So, oh God, you drive me crazy. So,
Again with the violence, Scott. Again, straight to the violence.
I had to
He
again
needs a hug.
explain to
I'm
someone
telling you.
that
Well,
we're
he
not,
probably kick you in the nuts when you try to give him the hug.
we're not going to give you the high comp number. It's just, why not? That's what it's worth. That's not how this works. It's just, I don't understand why people don't get it.
Do you tell him you're going to kick him in the nuts? Because I think that might change the context of the
No.
conversation.
Stupid, like you just did.
Yeah. It's stupid. It's like, what's wrong with you? You're an idiot.
Well, look, in fairness, Scott, that part of it I'm good with. I'm a big fan of calling them idiots. It's kind of a thing that I do.
Yeah, I mean,
So
I
Scott
love
gave
too,
me
but
a shirt
I love-
at the National for my birthday about old people.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Coincidentally, my mother-in-law also gave me a shirt that talks about old people.
Mm.
And this kind of goes with Eric here. But it says, don't piss off old people. The older we get, the less life in prison is a deterrent.
Yes.
It goes along with Eric's mood tonight.
Well, but the thing is,
He got older this week.
Years left at most.
But here's the thing, Eric.
I
The
know
problem
it's
is,
less.
depending on which one of Baz's mats we use, Bobbles is between like 100 and like 10,000 years old. He is
Don't
way.
piss me off.
Yeah, I was gonna say like he has a much stronger claim to like taking you out
Right.
easily.
That's-
Easily.
And I
strong.
know your weakness.
He's gonna kick me in the hip.
or just rotate that way.
Do you want to borrow my I brought it to the expo to help keep Eric in line. Well, you can use it for cameras too. It's a tripod. You can actually use it, but it does serve another purpose because it got enough heft and weight to be used for things.
I'm walking around the expo. He keeps threatening to
Thought
kick
it
me in
was.
the
I
hip.
thought it was a cattle prod. Maybe you're hitting that metal hip with it.
I thought it was a lightsaber. I guess it was a little more creative.
Listen, all of the above are perfectly fine. Don't even worry about it. It can be taken care of. You just extend it out. It's like a ball bearing at the end of this damn thing. It's fantastic. I don't think Amazon intended it to be used for that, but now it is.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun. Hanging out with him when he's just constantly threatening to hit you with a billy club. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Somebody's got to keep you in line.
It's a lot of fun.
Somebody's got to keep him in line. Can't allow it. Out of the four of you, who's most likely to be elected Leprechaun? He's literally wearing the uniform. He's wearing the uniform.
I like
already told
those
us it's
Leprechaun
Irish.
movies that they're those horror movies with Jennifer Aniston. Leprechaun.
Eric, are you
That's-
about to be? Are you trying to be creepy again?
How am I being creepy? I'm just saying I'm like a horror version of a leprechaun.
He went on a rant earlier in the night about women not being scantily clad at these.
And he's
sports-
once again objectifying women. It's kind of a thing that Eric does.
What did I say? I said she was in the movie Leprechaun.
So what if they've got a sequel coming out with Jennifer Aniston and Stacey Keebler?
My head would explode.
Probably, yeah. Old age and treachery will defeat youth and skill.
That's
Facts.
true.
Facts. True statements. Thank you all for joining us once again. Big Scott, thank you for joining in. Appreciate you. We got a little WBC talk. We managed a little bit of that. And I think Nat's man is still awake somewhere. I don't know where, but he thinks he's still awake. I think we managed. I think we did it. Bobbles, thank you once again for joining. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Jason Robertson pump. Let it all go to 6 and 7 figures now. That's all I'm saying. Eric, You wear green. You did that. And you drank a Guinness tonight, so good on you.
Yeah, it was good. First one I've had in a long time. It was good.
Happy St. Patrick's Day to those of you on the West Coast who are finalizing the day. To those of you on the East Coast, it is now Saturday. Stop your drinking for all of all that is holy. Go home. And if you're already home, well then stumble. Wherever you're going to stumble. Best of luck to you. I figured I covered all the angles. Have a good one, folks. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. On your way out, if you could hit the like button, we always appreciate that.
There's
Always.
nothing to like. The show sucks.
Support. Okay, tell them why it sucks. Give them a reason. Anyway, so thank you for hitting the like button. We appreciate you as always. We thank you for the support. Catch you next Friday. Have a good one.
All right. Thank y'all.